Anthony Lima.
Take Lindor back.
No wonder he got pissed about his name. Hey, give me that Linder guy.
Take Lindor.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
You thought they weren't going to do anything. Thought they were just going to stand pat, let it play out, not make any moves, not make any investment in this ball club and its chances for the postseason. Well, guess again. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps, in for Andy Baskin today.
No,
is Andy Baskin.
Yay! Hey, I'm back.
How about that?
I got a couple texts yesterday like, are you okay? Are you healthy? I was like, no, I was on vacation, man. I took a week off and spent some time with the family. We drove the left coast from Seattle down to San Francisco. It was a blast. Man, we had a really, really good time. A lot of time in the car, and we didn't kill each other, so that was great.
Yeah.
That was the bonus of the entire trip.
Wearing your University of Washington quarter zip, I never would have known you went out to the West Coast.
That's true. I'm here just to be your fashion, what I be, the person you pick on for fashion.
Oh, I'm not picking on it. It looks fabulous.
So, I didn't wear my Devo
Purple looks good
today.
on you.
Thank you. As far as I know, right?
Yeah, as far as you know.
As far as you know.
The Guardians went nuts, Andy. Four trades in 48 hours.
Who was that team, Jeff?
I don't know,
Jeff,
man.
I've never seen a day like that for the Guardians or for Chris Antonetti or going back to even just I was they traded for a starting pitcher? Like, what? I'm like, who is this team? Is that Chuck Finley? Like, I couldn't. We were talking on the phone just trying to remember the last time they went out and got a starting pitcher that they thought Andrew Miller was the last guy I could think of that was a pitcher that was significant for them that helped them bolster a playoff run late in the season. They did stuff yesterday they just don't do that I don't think makes them comfortable.
And they did it.
They did. I just thought of another trade. They made a trade with Colorado at one point for Ubaldo Jimenez. Yeah.
Well, and last year when was it? Pedro Avila.
Yeah.
What they did was what I was hoping they would do. I thought, don't make any short-term moves and give up nothing against the guys they gave up. Any player of significance in your top prospect list.
And they let minor leaguers go.
But they let guys go who are not top of the, like Jacob Cozart, the catcher that they gave up. Okay, he was top 20 prospect for the organization, but he was the fifth guy on their catching depth chart.
Right.
They have two guys at AAA they like in Engel and Huff, and they have two guys in the majors who are doing a great job. So they gave up catcher depth, and they gave up Bo Naylor, catcher depth.
We knew that was coming.
And they bring in a starting pitcher. Does it mean they go to a six-man rotation? Maybe. We'll see. They bring in two bats. Are either one of the guys they bring in, Joe Adell or Nathaniel Lowe? And he goes by Nathaniel. He doesn't go by Nate.
Mm-hmm.
They bring in Nathaniel Lowe. Is either guy going to be an everyday starter? Maybe Adell. Does each guy seem to thrive in what should be a platoon situation? Yeah, that's, I'm not crazy about all the platooning, but Adell is really good against left-handed pitching, and Lowe is really good against right-handed pitching. And the word is that Rhys Hoskins, who survived, will stay in a platoon at first base with Lowe. They just swapped out Kyle Manzardo for Nathaniel Lowe.
Petey Halpin survived.
Petey Halpin survived for now. David Fry did not.
No.
David struggled all year long. Is Joe Adell better than David Fry?
Yes.
Yep. And so you're gonna put him in the lineup most every day. Chris Antonetti, the president of baseball operations, chatted with the media and talked in general about all these moves.
Pair these three moves, being able to add Craig Yoho and Blake Perkins earlier this week, and then even going back to the Patty Bailey deal earlier this year, we feel like we have really fortified our team and are in a position to play competitive baseball for the balance of the season and give ourselves a chance to win another American League Central.
That's the idea, right, Andy?
I'm just looking at the depth chart. How many of these guys? How many of these guys weren't here to start the season or weren't here at the end of the regular season last year? Bailey's new. Lowe's new. Bazana is new, right? Ramirez has been here, and we're glad to have him back. Rocchio is here. Martinez is another guy like that. Quan is Adele and DeLauder. I mean, both. So you look at what they've done to the starting lineup, or at least the suggested starting lineup, and it's I don't know. I feel like, just thinking about knowing Chris over the years, this was in some ways probably a little tested his strength, his willpower. They normally don't have days like they did yesterday. They just don't.
No.
That's not the team that we're used to seeing. That's a team where you're always like, they're sitting out like I was reading The Athletic this morning, and they were like, the Guardians were ho-hum. But ESPN, I'm reading, they're like, A+, great moves. And I didn't think that this is anything but ho-hum for the Guardians. I mean, they're making an effort, and you wonder why. And I came up with 3 reasons why this morning this might have happened.
Okay.
So, one,
the list.
They're being aggressive because we know we're looking at a lockout or a strike at the end of the season.
Some type of labor unrest.
Yeah, labor unrest. So that was one of the reasons. 2, and as I've said for a while, maybe an ownership change, not at the end of this year, but the end of next year, may give this team some motivation. And the 3rd is, the American League is wide open. I do feel like with Skubal going to the Dodgers, that this thing is pretty much over. I can't, unless the Padres give them a run for their money, I just don't see anyone getting past the Dodgers.
Well, you wouldn't think so, but you never know. They've won 2 straight.
They've got like 8 starters.
Yeah, they do. They are deep in starting pitching.
Even with guys hurt in their regular rotation.
They're deep in everything.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily mean you go out and you win a 7-game series. You would think so.
No.
But you got to play the game, and who knows what happens on any given baseball game.
That's true. I kind of felt when the Dodgers got Skubal the other day, I was like, oh, man, how can anybody top this? And then, what's Baltimore makes a big trade to Boston, so maybe it's going to be an interesting end of the season here. And I do feel like, the front office did the best they could possibly do right now to try to upgrade the team, put some new faces in the lineup, give you a bat that might be able to come through and try to give you some extra runs here. I never thought that I'd get excited about bringing in a guy that hits 239 back in the day, but for Adele, I'll be excited about that. 16 dingers, we'll take that.
Last year, 37 home runs and 98 runs batted in.
Yeah.
And, I've been talking about Joe Adele for months.
Yeah, you have.
Is he the reincarnation of Willie Mays? No, he's not. Is he a great defensive player? No, he's not. Is he a right-handed bat who can put a little fear into teams that want to throw lefties against the Guardians because they're so dominant left-handed hitting-wise? Yeah, he's that kind of guy.
Yeah.
And I want him in the lineup every day. I hope he can be. Let's see. I got to think Rhys Hoskins is going to have a better finish to the season than he's had so far.
Well, now he's got to get opportunity. Right? He's still battling in the same...
I would assume he's in the exact same spot he was before. It's just now with Nathaniel Lowe instead of Kyle Manzardo. Antonetti making all of these moves. This team changing in a really, really big way. And Chris had this thought to say about it.
Yeah, part of my job, as you know, is I always have to be mindful of we want to win games this year and we want to get to the World Series, but it's balanced against making sure we make smart decisions that keep us a competitive team and for a long time. And so we're energized and excited about the group of players we've added to the organization and the guys that we think will help us win more games this season. But we fully appreciate it comes at a cost. And that might be, we traded good prospects. I do feel fortunate that we have a very healthy and robust farm system. And we were able to make trades like this, not only have players to be able to trade, but still feel we are in a great position post-trades to have a very healthy farm system that not only will impact us this year, but for years to come.
That's Chris Antonetti, president of baseball operations for the Guardians. In all, with these 4 trades, they added 5 players. Hitters, Joe Adele, Nathaniel Lowe, Blake Perkins, who's been assigned to the minors. 2 pitchers, Foster Griffin, who will be in the rotation for the Guardians. Craig Yoho, who's already in the bullpen for the Guardians. In all, they gave up 8 players. But they gave up only 1 player, Andy, who is actually on the 26-man roster right now. and that was left-handed pitcher Will Dion, who's a young guy and was arguably the last man on the pitching staff right now.
Right.
So they gave up 8 guys. They designated one player for assignment, Juan Brito, who ends up being sent to Cincinnati for cash, as they say. They no longer say you sold a player, by the way. Now you traded him for cash.
Considerations.
Yeah.
What does that mean, though?
And it just means it's more politically correct.
Yeah, would you like to be traded for cash? Do you ever wonder what your value is out there, Jeff, like a baseball card?
I do not.
What is your cash? What's Jeff Phelps' cash
and
value?
And they demoted 2 players. And
the demotions were kind of a shocker.
Not about Fry. Manzardo stunned me. Manzardo's leading the team in home runs, Andy. They sent him down. He was leading the team in home runs, and they sent him down. Now, was he doing great? No. Was he doing better than Rhys Hoskins? Yes. However, they brought in a left-handed hitting first baseman. They didn't bring in a right-handed hitting first baseman.
No.
And I'm curious about that aspect of this, that they moved Manzardo to AAA and did not move Hoskins out of the organization. And I'm president of the Rhys Hoskins fan club.
You have been, yes.
My little meeting room is over here. I'm the only one in it most days.
That's true. If there were other
Unless
people in
somebody
there,
stumbles
they'd be,
into the room by mistake.
What would you be with other people in the room? You'd be Reese's Pieces.
That's funny.
Thank you.
And again,
I didn't even get a
he's
look
got a
at what
track,
a dad joke.
He's got a track record.
On that.
I think he's going to get better. But if you look at the team, you look at what they did, I got to give them credit, Andy, because they brought in 2 hitters who are better than what they've had. You're going to play Joe Adell most every day. Nathaniel Lowe's going to be out there a big ton of time. You put a guy who came back after 3 good years in Japan, that usually screams, oh, great, that means he can't pitch? Well, Foster Griffin is 12-3 this year, and he's not giving up runs. Like in his last 11 starts, he's given up more than 1 run twice.
His last start wasn't very good, though, I thought.
He gave up 3 runs.
Yeah.
That's just awful.
Yeah.
On our team, it might be. But
well,
maybe not.
true.
Maybe not anymore. Maybe not anymore. I'm
He
just
slots for the 3-4 starter spot. If you think about it.
well. You got to figure.
Williams is easy. That's one, right?
You got to figure it this way:
Messick.
Gavin Williams, Parker Messick, Tanner Bybee, and Foster Griffin.
Yeah.
Those are 4 starters. What are you going to do with Joey Cantillo? What are you going to do with Slade Ciccone? You could do what you did last year when you went on your great run, and that is go to a 6-man rotation. And I would let me throw out one thought as to why you might do that, and we'll get into it more a little bit later.
All right.
Other than Williams and Bybee, that means Ciccone, Cantillo, Messick are all either at or will, in the next start or so, reach or surpass the most innings they've ever pitched in a season, either in the majors or the minors. So they might want to think, you know what, we don't want to tax these 3 guys. And because of that, we're going to throw in an extra starter, which means for the rest of the season or for a little while, you give them an extra day's rest, a little more rehab time.
But you're not messing with Williams, right? Williams still starts every.
No.
Okay.
And Bybee. I'm not messing with Tanner. Not messing with Parker Messick. Those 4 guys are in your rotation. If you move anybody, it's going to be Ciccone, I would think. Perhaps Cantillo. Perhaps. But I could see a 6-man rotation, and one of the reasons why, 3 guys really approaching the most innings they've ever thrown in a season, and it's still only early April. What do you think, folks? We heard people calling and complaining like crazy that this team wasn't going to do anything. They didn't care. They weren't going to make an effort, blah, 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 blah. Well, they did. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin. He's back, and Phelps here on The Fan. Todd Monken's press conference coming up in the noon hour. You'll hear the head coach of the Browns right here on The Fan.
today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Guardians are starting a series against the Mets tonight. And they'll have new guys. They'll have guys that aren't there anymore. And that'll be a little different. And what does Stephen Vogt do with it all? Platoons it, I'm sure. Welcome back to Basket of Phelps.
No.
Andy's back. You didn't shave much on your trip, huh?
Why should I? I don't vacation.
You look good. I'm telling you, grow
I'm going to shave for the people on YouTube?
Grow the beard.
Man.
Grow
no
the
way.
beard.
Jeff, man, we're only like 8 minutes away from hearing the next name of Cleveland sports team.
Hey, the word that's been rumbled around and all the hints say sirens.
Hear the call?
Sirens, yeah.
What'd you think of the other names that were out there? They were kind of...
Rockers? That was a good one.
I liked the Rockers. I thought the Rockers was a good name. There were other possibilities. I saw Daryl was tweeting some stuff yesterday too, but the Novas, the Cleveland Novas, the Riveteers, the Cleveland Crown, nope. Cleveland Founders, nope.
Sandpipers.
Nope.
Oh, wait a minute. That was baseball.
Cleveland Racers, like where does that come from?
The Cleveland Guardians, who picked a new name, busy yesterday. Now, we just talked a little in general about it there in the last segment. I'm impressed with what they did. And if you'd love to chime in, we'd love to hear from you. 216-474-0092, number to call us. Meredith Kane behind the glass. Let's talk about the hitting that they acquired and the reason for acquiring hitting.
Okay.
We could get real specific. Let's just put it this way. The Guardians' offense has been among the worst in Major League Baseball this year. Can we just leave it at that?
Yeah.
And there have been a couple of key spots where they've had issues. So what did they do? They went out and they picked up 2 bats yesterday, experienced guys who have had some success and are not exactly what you would call at this point all-star caliber players. Joe Adell, big year last year, was a 10th overall pick in the draft, one of the top prospects in Major League Baseball for a period of time. Never really reached that until last year when he had the 37 homers and the 98 runs batted in. This year, he's not doing as well, but he still has 16 homers and over 60 runs batted in. This is Chris Antonetti on acquiring Joe Adell.
An athletic right-handed hitting outfielder with tremendous power. He's been exceptionally productive against left-handed pitching and has had pretty consistent production against right-handers as well. And we think there's an opportunity for him to be even a little bit more consistent against righties and continue the success he's had against left-handed pitching. A very good complement to our lineup. We'll be able to play probably some combination of right field and DH at bats.
I think where you said great compliment to the lineup, to me, that's it. Against lefties, hitting .303, against righties, .214. His OPS against left-handed pitching, .910, which is through the roof. Against righties, it's .593. Career-wise, a little bit better than that, but it's an upgrade. It's the best power bat right-handed guy they have now.
They made the right. I feel good about that. Just give me your general overall. Are they a more competitive team today?
Yes.
Than they were before? And the answer is yes. So
but
the front office did what they need. I still don't know the financial ramifications, and I don't know if
they're spending about $4 million more.
Okay.
Cost them about $4 million. Well, let's hear more on it.
It doesn't seem like that's that insane amount of money.
Oh, absolutely not. More on Adell, what he brings to the lineup.
I think his calling card has been power. That is probably where his production comes from more than kind of on base and batting average. So we'll continue to work with him. We do think there's an opportunity for him to be a little bit more consistent, especially against righties, but he's done a lot of damage against left-handed pitching, and we're hoping he adds an element of power to our lineup.
Jokes online. There have been some folks who said, I think it was ESPN wrote, something about, and the coaching in Cleveland, could help Adell, blah, blah, blah. And everybody said, have you seen the hitting in Cleveland? So that was interesting. That's that situation. But Adell will be in the lineup, I would think, most every day. And we'll see how it goes. All I know is he's dangerous. He can hit it hard. He can hit it out. And between Chase DeLauder and Joe Adell, You're going to have right field, and I would think, Andy, DH taken care of. And if I'm the Guardians, I'm certainly not platooning DeLauder, and I wouldn't platoon Adele either. You know, as Chris just said, we think we can help him against right-handed pitching. Well, he's the kind of guy who can change the game with one swing, and I would leave him in the lineup. I'm not platooning him, and if that means I have to sit Angel Martinez a little bit, maybe that's what I do. Adele's been almost exclusively a right fielder, so he's played a little center, very very little in the last year, and he's not played a ton of left, but he could. He has. So I would think between DeLauder and Adele, there's your right fielder and there's your DH.
Sure, why wouldn't you? I agree with that. And then you should feel good about the rest of your outfield. I feel good down the stretch here. I just don't know, what it means as far as like trying to win a World Series. I'm not going to go that far, but get to the playoffs first. Let's surpass the White Sox, and then move from there. I feel like offensively they're a better team today than they were yesterday, and that should have been the goal. It always feels like the goal it should be every year, yet somehow, some way, we always feel unfulfilled after trade deadline day, and I don't feel that way. I feel like they went out and did what they needed to do. I don't know that these kind of moves, I don't know that makes the front office comfortable, especially to watch a lot of prospects go somewhere else. But you heard what Chris said in the beginning of the show, that Chris said, hey, we were fortunate because we were in a situation where we did have prospects that we could trade out to teams that might be willing to send some of these guys back. How many times, like when I looked at I'm just, one of the trades yesterday was for 4 minor leaguers. How many times have the Guardians been on the other side of that trade?
Yeah.
It feels like year after year, it's like, well, they signed this guy because they can't sign, or they made that deal because they couldn't afford to keep that guy down the road. So what'd they do? They went out and tried to bring in 4 minor leaguers, and let's see how many of these guys actually get to the bigs. And then you get all excited about someone who never really turns into anything you thought they were going to be.
The other move late, Nathaniel Lowe coming in, and we just saw him playing for the Reds against the Guardians. And this guy in his career has been a real solid hitter. He's won a Gold Glove. He won a Silver Slugger Award. He was part of a 2023 World Series team with Texas. And these are his home run totals since 2021. 18, 27, 17, 16, 18, 16, and 12 this year. So the guy's a proven major league hitter. He'll step in and he will play first base against left-handers. It looks like a straight platoon. Here's Antonetti on Nathaniel Lowe.
Will get the bulk of the at-bats against right-handed pitching at first base. Nate's been a consistent professional bat throughout his career against righties. He's been very productive again this year, and we think, again, he helps lengthen and deepen our lineup.
He's been silly good against righties. 286 this year with an 885 OPS. So think about it. If you're going to go platoon there, Andy, 885 against OPS. This year, his OPS against left-handed pitching is 203. Rhys Hoskins, warm up, baby, because you're facing lefties.
I can't believe you didn't.
In his career, Lowe's been a lot better than that against lefties, but this year it's been awful.
Yeah, are we calling him Nathaniel or calling him Nate?
Well, he called him Nate. Matt Underwood in the telecast the other day said that Nathaniel Lowe's mother called somebody and complained and said his name is not Nate, his name is Nathaniel. And Matt said, call him Nathaniel.
He needs to call his mom.
When Mama Lowe gets fired up, baby.
Yeah, Mama Lowe needs to know
with Nathaniel.
That the boss just called him Nate, and we can go along with that as long as the paychecks are clearing. It doesn't matter what you call him.
His name's Nathaniel. Mom says. Maddie, thanks for that tidbit the other day.
Yeah, Nathaniel, meet Mitchell Trubisky. Don't call him Mitch.
Yeah, well. So what did they do at first base? You had Kyle Manzardo there. He was leading the team in home runs. You send him down, Antonetti on first base moving forward.
Again, I'll leave Voter to make up the lineup, but in the conversations that we've had over the last few days, I would expect that that's how that will shake out, that Nate will get the bulk of the reps there against right-handed pitching, and Rhys will get the bulk of the reps against lefties. But again, how exactly that plays out and on which dates, those are decisions Voter will make.
again, as president
And the
of,
computer.
in the computer, as president of the Rhys Hoskins fan club, I can't help but think that he's going to be better moving forward because he's just been atrocious. That said, yesterday, Jake Volnick, who filled in for you, and we had fun working together.
Yeah.
We talked about the platoon at first base, how it really didn't work. And it didn't do either one of these guys any good. It didn't help Kyle. It got Kyle sent down.
No.
And it got Rhys Hoskins hitting like 178. So, it hasn't worked. Will it work any better with Nathaniel Lowe? I don't know. I just can't imagine that Hoskins is going to continue to be that bad, personally, because his track record as a major league hitter is much better than that.
He tends to hit better later in the year, too. If you go back and look at his numbers, his July numbers and August numbers are better.
Well, keep our fingers crossed that that's the case. But if you suddenly have a guy who's a professional hitter in Nathaniel Lowe at first base and a guy who has a track record, is it possible that Hoskins has just lost it? Yeah, it's possible. I sure hope not. I'm president of his fan club. If he can find it, you're pretty solid there at first base. And, are you going to pinch hit for your cleanup hitters, your first baseman during the game? Well, he did it all season long. Maybe he'll continue to do it. Or you can leave one of those guys on the bench and use them as a late inning pinch hit or something like that. But the thing here that was, I think, the biggest eye-opener of all was Manzardo being sent down. Here's Chris Antonetti on that move.
Yeah, it was a really hard decision. We continue to believe that Manzo's going to be a really productive major league hitter. And as we touched on, the other day, he's demonstrated the ability to impact games and help carry the team. But this year, it just hasn't been as consistent as it's been in the past. And we felt this was an opportunity to, complement our group and try to improve the roster a bit, at least for the time being. But we still believe Manzo's not only a big part of our future, but still will impact us at some point this year.
One thing here, Andy, that I think is critical and hasn't been touched on enough, generally, overall, the Guardians have been pretty healthy this year.
Especially pitching.
Well, I know Jose was just out. I know that. And we know that DeLauder was out for a little while, and Martinez. Okay, that Black Saturday still haunts them. Other than that, like, for instance, Manzardo's been there. Hoskins has been there. The catchers have been good. The pitching has been, they've used the same five guys except for one game in a doubleheader when they brought up Logan Allen. If by chance anybody gets hurt, they now have more depth than they've ever had. And if you have to, you bring Kyle Manzardo back up. I mean, the dude hit 27 home runs last year, Andy. He showed he can hit.
I can see him coming back up and sticking for the rest of the season.
I can
Easy.
too,
Like,
but only
it's
probably
kind of like
if somebody gets hurt.
But they had to stash him away.
Don't you think?
Isn't that what it feels like?
Well,
like, let's stash him away here for a minute.
But now he's sitting down there with Ralphie Velasquez, who is the number 1 or 2 prospect in the organization. They kept Velasquez. They kept Hanau. So there's depth. Manzardo's going to be sitting there looking at the guy who's going to be the starting first baseman, you would think, next year if he's ready to go. And Nathaniel Lowe is a free agent at the end of the year. I would think he's not back.
So and maybe he's looking at Hoskins' spot for next year then.
Who, Manzardo?
Yeah.
Well, they're not. If they bring up Velasquez, that's 2 left-handed hitting first basemen. So I would think Manzardo's a candidate to be moved in the offseason.
Yeah.
Or a candidate
candidate
to be the DH, against right-handed pitching, something like that. But I wouldn't think that Lowe is a long-term guy because his contract's up at the end of the year. He's a rental. And so is the guy we're going to talk about next. We want your phone calls, 216-474-0092. We'll hear from you coming up. And we'll also talk about a guy who spent 3 years in Japan to salvage a career. And it looks like he's done just that next on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody.
franchise about to announce the nickname and team colors and all that fun stuff at an event at Rocket Arena this morning. Team set to make its debut in time for the 2028 season. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Coming up at 11, we're going to talk Browns with Mary Kay Cabot. They were in pads for the first time yesterday. That means it's almost like football. Mary Kay coming up at 11. Todd Monken's press conference in the noon hour right around 12:50. But we're going to talk to Anthony Castrovins from MLB.com at 12:20. I'm Jeff Phelps. Andy Baskin's back, baby.
You know, Jeff, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10, our show from 10 to 2, and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to the channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
We're going to talk about Foster Griffin, the pitcher they picked up in just a second. But Jeff in University Heights called 216-474-0092. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, good morning, Jeff. Good morning, Andy. And yes, I want to talk about Foster Griffin. Hey, I love it. I mean, I would take Foster Brooks if he could pitch. So
I'll drink to that.
I
guess you would. But anyway, I love what they've done. You address needs now. I mean, right to your point, Jeff, these guys aren't all-stars, but the glaring truth is this, that Joe Adele is now your leading home run hitter on the team, and I believe he'd be second in RBIs, only behind DeLauder. So right now at 16 and 62, it's very plausible that he could finish the season 25 and 100. That's only 9 home runs and 38 RBIs for the last 2 months of the year. And it upgrades your lineup. And, you know, I'll deal with the splits that he struggles against right-hand pitching. I can deal with that. And Manzardo probably needed to go down. I said this a few weeks ago, that one of the best things that probably could happen to him is that he will go down to Columbus, and maybe when he comes back, he can do like Rocchio did last year when he got sent down and came back. So the one thing about the pitching rotation, do you guys think that they're going to go to a 6-man rotation, or do you think Cicconi's going to the pen?
That's a good question, Jeff. And we're going to hear what Chris Antonetti has to say about that in a second here. I would think the success of their 6-man rotation last year might make them go that way this year, Andy. And maybe not right now, but maybe in September. You know, the issue you have there is you want to keep, you know, this team has had these 5 guys start every game but one this year. You know, and they've looked fairly strong. Would throwing in a 6th starter, you know, throw them off, or would it benefit them? That's something that they're going to have to determine.
I think you got to look at the off days they have, and that's how you figure it out too. I think that's got to go into the map.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm looking ahead 14, 15, 16. 17th is that, you know, Monday, the 17th is an off Monday. So they do have a couple Mondays there. They get a couple days where they're looking at taking off too. So those off days play into whether you're going to do a 6-man rotation.
So you've got games for each of the next 17 days?
Looking at, yes. So
maybe you go 6-man until then or something?
After yesterday, yeah. So they were, what were you looking at? August? Oh, you're looking at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
only
9,
in this
10.
situation.
10, you're off Monday on the 10th. So you're going for 6 more days.
Wouldn't you think, though? Only in this situation would you even think about taking Ciccone out of the rotation or Cantillo? They've both been at the very. I think Cantillo has come on this year, and I think Ciccone has been okay at worst.
I don't have a huge problem with letting these guys come in and eat up some innings in the bullpen too. If you want to,
if you need
you
it,
could let Gavin Williams just go. Hey, just give us your best 5 innings out there or 6 innings out there, and if you're, let's see where you are pitch wise. Maybe we pull it back just a little bit. Maybe you You use some of that Andrew Miller kind of thought, oh, we'll use him here, we'll use him there kind of thing.
We'll see. Foster Griffin made the All-Star team this year, and who knows? The guy was in Japan for 3 years, former first-round pick of Kansas City, hadn't pitched very much in the major leagues, just a few games actually, before he ended up going to Japan. And then he was great in Japan, threw a lot of innings, and you might think, well, that was in Japan. Well, take a look at all the Japanese pitchers, Japanese guys who have come over to the States and have been terrific. He learned something over there. He throws like 7 different pitches, and he attacks lefties different than he attacks righties using different pitches and a different approach in getting those guys out. Here's Antonetti on just picking up Foster Griffin.
In Foster, we feel we're acquiring a starting pitcher that's been one of the best starters in baseball this year. He was an all-star. He's been really consistent and really productive from the beginning of the season, and feel like he will really fortify our rotation. He's got a very deep pitch mix with 7 pitches that he mixes very well, keeps hitters off balance. So we think he can really help out our rotation.
That's all well and good. It sounds great. He's 12-3. He's been really good this year for the Nationals. But I want to quickly follow that up with this. As we talked about, they've had the same 5 guys start every game but one this year. So why'd they go get another starting pitcher? Here's Antonetti on that.
We were determined to explore every opportunity to improve the team. And we're aggressive in the starting pitcher market, and we feel we were able to bring a starter in Foster that's going to help make us better. So that was the primary motivation behind it.
Does that tell you anything?
Yeah.
Made the team better.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to argue with bringing in a guy who has a record of 12-3 and all of the other numbers to back it up. He is also a free agent at the end of the year.
That's the interesting part.
Yeah.
Like they're doing rentals.
Well, they did rentals, but gave up 5 prospects for them. That to me is one of the things that we really have to think about here. The guys and who knows, the young guys they gave up could end up becoming fine major league players, and you hope so for their sake. Let's just go ahead and admit that. But they gave up Will Dion, who we saw a little bit of this year, made his major league debut this year. The top guy going to Washington in this deal, probably Josh Hartle, who is a 6'6", 23-year-old left-handed starter. He was a 3rd-round pick of the Pirates out of Wake Forest. In Akron this year, 19 starts, 4-4, 3.86 ERA. And he might be the most intriguing guy going to Washington in this deal. They also sent a young right-handed reliever, 22-year-old guy, and I'm sure I'm going to butcher his name, Candelas Verquez. He's 22. His name is Candelas, I believe. And he has a high strikeout rate, and he just got called up to Akron from Lake County. So he's in Double-A. That means he might not be too far away. And an outfielder, Nick Mitchell, who's 22, spent all the season in Akron, 240. He's not a power hitter. In other words, you have Petey Alpin, you have Stephen Kwan, you have Nick Mitchell. How many non-power hitting outfielders with a good glove does this team need? Apparently, they decided one less,
right?
Because they moved Nick Mitchell, and so that to me is it's like, okay, you picked up a guy to help you. You have a surplus of guys, and these weren't even the upper echelon guys in the farm system, and that was my hope, Andy. Don't trade any of your top prospects, because the organization's kind of trying to change the way it does business and developing power-hitting prospects. They didn't trade any of those guys, and I love it. It doesn't mean Josh Hartle couldn't become a good major league starter. I hope he does, and I hope Foster Griffin really likes it here. And most major league teams are scared off by the fact that he's had one good season in the majors, and maybe he could sign and stick around here.
See what he does.
You never know.
Although if he gets hot during the playoffs, you probably won't. Keep him around,
but you never know. But if you get into the playoffs, see, you just mentioned the playoff word. That's fabulous.
Well, I don't know how you can't. I mean, you got to believe that the team believes they're going to the playoffs.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Antonetti, on the possibility now, you have Foster Griffin here, and you have 5 guys who have started every game but one on a 6-man rotation.
We're still working through that. Obviously, a lot to process. Most of these transactions came together today, and a couple of them very late in the day. So we've had preliminary conversations with Carl and Voter, but we'll take some time over the next day or two to work through that.
You trust him here? I do.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the front office put themselves out of their comfort level on this. I think they made moves. Although, I mean, it's a comfort level to a point. Did they get rid of any? Like, I don't feel like they didn't give away anybody with like true street cred on the major league roster, and they didn't give away.
They gave up one guy who was on the major league roster,
and they didn't give away any guys that are kind of teetering on the edge of major league street cred.
None of their top 15 prospects, none of them, and no power hitting, big time hitting prospect. No disrespect to Nick Mitchell or Bo Naylor,
right?
So. Let's see. I'm
kind of happy for Bo to get another shot somewhere else. I mean,
but he's already been assigned to AAA. They have catchers in Milwaukee. He's more of a long-term play by the Brewers.
He'll still have a chance somewhere else.
Yes, he will.
It wasn't working.
Yes,
here,
he will.
So.
And Blake Perkins now. You traded Nick Mitchell off the AA roster. Blake Perkins is a similar type of player. Good glove, can play the outfield, and not going to give you much power. So. You already got one of those back. You could afford to give another one up. And we'll see. But tonight, will Joe Adell be there? Jeff mentioned that in his last update. Possibility. Foster Griffin is expected. I guess his normal turn in the rotation would be Wednesday. We'll see what they do there. I think it's also Joey Cantillo's next turn. They have some figuring out to do. You can be sure Stephen Vogt's press conference will be highly listened to before the game today, Andy, and it should be. I got to give these guys a ton of credit because they're going for it. And isn't that what we want to see? Anthony's in Cleveland Heights. Hello, Anthony.
Hey, guys. I wanted to sort of make a bigger picture comment here, regardless, leaving aside the tactics of, how you're going to integrate these players. There's an idea in maybe that bubbles up among Cleveland fans that they finally they just did something, or that they woke up and decided to make a trade here. And I want to refute that idea. Antonetti said in the offseason, we're going to trust the young guys. We're not going to block their development. And if we need to make a trade at the trade deadline, we're going to do that. This team, better than any of the organizations in this city, has a plan, and they stick to it. And because, people complain, why aren't they doing anything? Why aren't they spending any money? Hoskins cost $1 million, and I told people it was a reasonable risk. It's $1 million. Now, if you think that this team has the capacity to make the trades they made, if they went out and got some $10 or $15 million a year player who didn't work out, you're mistaking yourself. They keep their investments low, they're powder dry, and they wait until things open up, like Andy said about the division or the league being down, and said, we got a shot here. We have the flexibility in our payroll, and we can make some trades. So I think it needs to be said that this is not impromptu decision making. This organization has never operated in that way. They always plan and stick to the plan. And the last thing I want to say is I want to point out something about the Cavs. And
not talking Cavs, Anthony. Thanks.
Thank you, though.
And going to break. We're going to talk more baseball coming up in the noon hour. Anthony Castrovince, Cleveland guy, MLB.com columnist. Anthony's going to join us at 12:20. Coming up next, Mary Kay Cabot, PlainDealerCleveland.com. Browns are wearing pads, Andy. It's like football. Woohoo! Mary Kay next.
minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
We're your home for complete Browns coverage all year long. Andrew Berry.
Todd's awesome. I think Todd, the best way to describe him is he is old school discipline with new school relationships and football.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
More baseball talk coming up in the noon hour. Anthony Castrovins from MLB.com is going to join us. Anxious to talk to Anthony as the Guardians shook it up, baby. 4 trades. 4 trades before the trade deadline. Yes, that was the Cleveland Guardians making 4 trades before the trade deadline.
Yeah, we know that team.
I'm Jeff Phelps. That's Andy Baskin. He's back. He's refreshed.
Come on, dude. The Sirens.
The Cleveland Sirens. Mary Kay Cabot's going to join us in the middle. Sirens, human-like beings with alluring voices. They appear in little, like, Greek mythology type of stuff.
Yeah.
Or a siren can also be used as a slang term for a woman considered both very attractive and...
Just so you know, their color scheme is light bluish, which psychologically does nothing other than calm.
It's very attractive.
Lowers stress.
And dangerous.
It relaxes the mind. Come on, man. Could they have done a better name than that, Sirens?
Come
I'm sorry.
on, don't complain.
There's nothing intimidating about
The Cleveland Sirens.
Nothing.
Let's go to our own Cleveland Siren, shall we? She's on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. She's both very attractive and dangerous. She's Mary Kay Cabot, who covers the Browns for the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. Hello, Mary Kay.
Hi, Mary Kay.
Wow, that is lofty praise there. Thank you. I'll take it.
You're welcome. Cleveland Sirens. Okay, that's our new WNBA team name. Hey, the Cleveland Browns were wearing football pads yesterday, Mary Kay.
That's intimidating.
Glory be. How'd they look?
You know, it really is kind of fun when the pads go on because then it starts to resemble a little bit more like real football. I mean, we're not quite there yet, but to see the pads come on, it really does kind of give whole new meaning to practice. So as we get going here, I think we'll see more and more, just intensity on the offensive and defensive lines. We'll see some very cool things between the defensive backs and the receivers. So it's football time.
Casey Concepcion yesterday got a little banged up on the shoulder. Thoughts and outlook?
Well, fortunately for him, it turned out to be nothing serious. Now, will he sit out today? I don't know about that yet. It's still a little early for that kind of info. But it looked like he was in a lot of pain when he first went down hard on the shoulder. And then I watched him after practice, standing there talking to his fiance and talking to Dylan Gabriel, and he seemed pretty good after that. He didn't go straight in for treatment, and he didn't seem to be in any excruciating pain shortly after that happened. So the prognosis looks good, and I think people are safe to still put him on their fantasy team.
Mary Kay, a big deal when they put on pads is usually the offensive line. How has it looked so far in camp? What do you think as far as what's the starting 5 looking like, and how were they in pads?
Well, it's a work in progress, that offensive line. It's a work in progress, and it's going to be that for a little while. The thing that I'm seeing right now with the offensive line is the fact that they're going up against a really good veteran defense. And Jared Verse, I mean, he is a beast. He really is a load to try to handle. So anybody that's going against him is finding out very quickly just how powerful and explosive he really is. And he's on a mission right now. He's got, a chip on his shoulder, and he really has something to prove. So I do think that, that they're giving them all they can handle right now. But, they're coming around. They're figuring it out. Sometimes we see Dewan at left tackle. Sometimes we see Spencer Fano at left tackle. We've got different guys working at center, right guard. So it's not a set line yet. And once they get set, then they'll have a better chance of trying to perform a little bit better.
All right, $1 million question. What have you learned about the quarterback so far?
Well, once again, I think that we need to keep this in mind. Todd Monken has stated that this is not really serious evaluation time for the quarterbacks in terms of the competition. They're still in their install. The install finishes on Thursday. There's 8 installations of the offense. They are now through 5 of them. So they have 3 more of those to do. And then after that, they can start tailoring some practices to the strengths of Deshaun Watson and to the strengths of Shedeur Sanders. Right now, they're just both going out there doing the exact same thing. So once they start to showcase their strengths a little bit, then I think we'll have a better idea of how these guys are doing. The other thing that I think that has been a little detrimental to the quarterback competition is the fact that they're two-spotting a lot. And over on the far field, you'll see the second team, which includes Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston. And then on the first team field, you'll see Isaiah Bond and Jerry Jeudy. And it doesn't necessarily lend itself to getting a lot of timing and rhythm down with all of the receivers. I think Deshaun Watson has been a little bit hurt by that. I think he needs to really develop some confidence in all of the receivers, and I think they need to get going on more of their 3 wide packages and things like that. So I don't think that, that we have seen the best of what we're going to see yet. And I think at some point in the near future, I think they're going to have to start to skew towards one of the quarterbacks and give one of them more reps than the other.
All right, so when we say they're in install, what do we expect the quarterbacks to know? Are we expecting them to know these plays from seeing them in the playbook, watching them on film somewhere else, and then seeing them executed on the field? What does this really mean that we're watching install, and what should the level of expectation be for each of these quarterbacks? Maybe even Gabriel too.
Well, I mean, really, you want to be efficient, and you want the ball to go where you want to go to the right place with the football and those kinds of things. But one day they're working on 3rd and extra long. One day they're working on gap schemes. One day they're working on 3rd and medium. So it's just different installations of the whole entire offense. Once they get it all in, then Todd Monken can go back and figure out, here's what we're going to focus on. Here's the kind of team that we are, because he will adapt his offense to the personnel. And if, let's say, Shedeur starts or is QB1 for a while in practice, you might do a certain set of things a little bit differently than you would do them if Deshaun Watson is the starting quarterback. With Deshaun in there, you'll probably call some designed runs. You'll let him, I would think, in the early going, have more QB control, which is a big part of Todd Monken's offense. So basically, the install is mostly just putting all the canvas on the putting all the paint on the canvas, and then they'll turn it into a work of art a little bit later.
Mary Kay Cabot joining us. Her coverage of training camp. Read it on Cleveland.com, in the Plain Dealer, and, of course, the Orange and Brown podcast. Mary Kay, nudge, nudge, wink, wink here. Todd Monken has to know right now, at least in his mind right now, who he would start at quarterback, doesn't he? Which means to me somebody either has to lose the job or somebody has to win the job. I can't imagine that a guy with his background is sitting there thinking, gosh, I don't know which one to start.
No, I do think that right now, I think there is some uncertainty over the whole thing. I really do. I don't think that he is 100% certain about either one of the top 2 guys right now. And I think that's why the door is starting to just be open a crack to see what Dillon Gabriel is capable of. Not necessarily as QB1, but he seems to be moving up the ranks a little bit for something. Don't know the end game for that. But in terms of the top 2 guys, I think you're seeing Deshaun Watson maybe not be as productive in these practices as you would like to see at this point. Now, yesterday there were some dropped passes when he was working with the first team offense. There were penalties. There were dropped passes. It was a sloppy practice. So he hasn't really stepped up and seized the moment yet. And then Shedeur, he's making better plays and looks better in practice. But then there are also some things that, you don't necessarily see or notice right away, if maybe you're a fan out here or whatever, just in terms of the whole operation and some of those kinds of things. So I don't think he has it set in his mind yet exactly who would give them the best chance to win right now. I think both of them have to step it up in their respective areas.
I think your comment about Dillon is interesting, and it screams backup quarterback. Does the guy who loses the competition to be the starter, Mary Kay, do you think he's on the team? And if it's Deshaun, could he be cut in your estimation?
No,
Okay.
no, he's not going to be cut because of the salary and all those kinds of things. So that's not going to happen. But all of that, everything else remains to be seen.
Okay.
I mean, I guess there is a world in which, as of right now, I think Dylan Gabriel is the third quarterback on this football team. But you never know. I mean, if somebody makes the Browns an offer they can't refuse for Dylan Gabriel as well, I'm sure they would listen to that, because you also have Taylor Green, and you can just kind of decide to maybe accelerate his development a little bit and put him on the roster. They will keep 3 on the roster. We do know that, or that's what I understand. So they will have 3. And right now, like I said, I think Dylan would be one of them. But again, all of that still has to play out. And we'll know more about who 2 and 3 are going to be once we figure out who number 1 is.
Why is Shedeur Sanders a better quarterback today than he was the day they drafted him?
Well, right now he's come so far up the learning curve in just the pre-snap process, just everything that you have to do and know and see at the line of scrimmage, just in terms of adjusting things and calling audibles and sliding protections and worrying about motions and all the things that have to happen, identifying the defense and whatnot. He's gotten so much better in the operation of the actual game. But now he's going to have to do it, or moving forward, he's going to have to do it in the heat of the moment. He's going to have to do it in those split milliseconds that, you just have to play really, really fast. And you have to just be on top of everything. And it's a brand new offense for him, right? I mean, he had to learn it all last year. Now he's learning new terminology all over again. So, it's going to be incumbent upon him just to keep, just to keep at it and just to keep going, because he's come very, very, very far. Still has a little ways to go.
Mary Kay, is there a competition at safety? Is it Ronnie Hickman's job, or is Emmanuel McNeil Warren breathing down his neck?
Well, when you draft a defensive back that high, you would expect him, I think, to start. So I would think that E-Man is going to challenge for that starting job opposite Grant Delpit, and he's been looking good in practice so far. Made a really nice breakup yesterday, and he missed a lot of the off-season program. So he's just still in a little bit of catch-up mode, but he's doing a really nice job, and I think he'll be in the starting lineup.
Last question for you. Fans were out there, they've been out there twice, Friday and Saturday. How were they?
Oh, it's great to have the fans here. They're going to be out again today, and they'll be here for the next 3 days, and it's going to be a beautiful day today. It's going to be a little bit hot, but, I think it adds a little bit of juice to practice. I think it gives the players something to kind of get excited about and fired up, to be able to perform in front of their fans. So, looking forward to seeing that. But it's a packed house, and it just adds a lot of energy to the afternoon.
I'm looking forward to watching them move over to to the stadium that they're building, the high school stadium next door. I think they would do stuff in there in the preseason in the near future, right?
Not really sure how all that's going to go. I would guess that would be the case, but things are moving very quickly here in terms of all the construction and the buildings going up, and it's coming along very nicely.
Nice.
Mary Kay, enjoying your coverage. Good stuff, and keep it up. We'll continue to read and listen to you in your podcast. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary Kay.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Mary Kay Cabot, Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, joining us on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Thought her comment about Dylan Gabriel was interesting. We dig in next on Baskin and Phelps.
opener against the Panthers. And some WNBA news, Cleveland's new team officially has a name. The organization has announced this morning the team will be called the Sirens. The Cleveland Sirens will debut in the 2028 WNBA season. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
We just heard Mary Kay Cabot say, looking like some more opportunities for Dylan Gabriel out of training camp for the Browns. The heck does that mean? I'm Jeff Phelps. This is Andy Baskin. What's that mean?
It means Kevin Stefanski maybe was right. Maybe Kevin was right.
Andrew Berry's still the guy who drafted him. Remember?
I know. What does it mean, Jeff? You tell me.
That's a darn good question, isn't it? Here's this. Name me the starting quarterback of this football team. We don't have any idea, right? We don't know.
Right.
Name me the guy you have confidence in to play well at quarterback for this team. I can't give you that either.
I can't either.
And if
I know the guy that's been out on the field before and has had, NFL success.
And it's been a long while.
It's been
a long while.
A long time. Yeah.
With a lot of stuff in between.
Yeah.
Injuries off the field. We all know the deal. To me, the only thing it could possibly signify is this. If he's trending appropriately, again, to use Kevin's injury thing from the past, if he's trending in the right direction,
right?
Why couldn't he be your backup?
And
the guy who loses the starting gig isn't here.
He lost his starting gig because of an injury last year. Here's my point on this whole quarterback situation.
Shador came in and gave us some glimpses of, wow, that looks pretty good. He gave us some glimpses of, wow, that's a young guy who needs to get better.
Yeah.
As did Dylan when he played. Maybe Monken sees things differently than what all of us are thinking, and he actually thinks Dylan could play a more significant role on this team.
Here's what I'm tired of already. It's only August 4th. I get home from vacation yesterday. We sit down in the car. I turn the radio on. It's locked on. To us,
of course,
the very first thing I hear, Jeff.
You ripped off the knob.
I did. Long time ago.
Yeah.
Like 15 years
Threw
ago.
it out the window.
That's right. Rip off the knob. 92.3 The Fan. No reason to ever change the channel. I'm already, I hate to say this. I'm tired
quarterback
of
doubt?
No, it's not the doubt. I'm tired of listening to people argue about the quarterback situation without any sort of intelligence on it. And picking a player.
You've been listening to our station for the last year.
Yes. Okay. And it's not. Give me a reason why you think Deshaun Watson should be the quarterback. Give me the reason why you think Shador Sanders. And just don't. He's got this, or it's not like. I'm listening to a lot of abstract fandom, and which is great. That's what we are. Fan-based. This is why he should be the guy. And, I hear the Sanders argument about, well, his dad was I don't care about his dad, folks. I don't. It doesn't mean anything. It just means he might have a better understanding of the business of the game. I'll give him that for his father. And that would be true of any son or daughter that was going to work for their father or their mother. I'll give you that. But I don't want to hear it. I don't want to. And the other thing is like I look at it, and right now, if I was a head coach in the NFL, I would probably pick Watson over Sanders because I know he's been out there before. And by the way, my job is on the line every day when my team goes out there. So who am I going to put out there? Here's what I need to know: are the guys putting in the work that they're asked to do to make this team good? That's it. Like, come back to me, tell me Shador is in the playbook and he is working hard, or tell me that Watson is in the playbook and he's working hard and these guys, It's amazing the way they walk out of the classroom and are able to execute what the coaches want. And it's also amazing the way that the wide receivers are in sync with these guys. And the offensive line just kind of gets it with the quarterback. There are a million things that can go wrong on any given play in the NFL. I want the guy that is going to be able to go out there and read a play, make the best play, move the team down the field. And I am just tired, no matter who the quarterback is, of an offense that can't score more than 16 points a game. I don't want to. I want the defense to go out there and do their job, and I want the offense to move the ball down the field. I don't care who the quarterback is. I don't.
You said something.
I don't care. Score more than 16 freaking points a game.
Well, they did last year. 16.4.
That's great.
I can give you a reason why each one of these guys will be the starting quarterback of this team.
Okay, go ahead.
Deshaun Watson. He has the highest pedigree of any of these guys. Coming out of college, it's been a long time,
right?
And having a track record of playing at a very high level in the National Football League.
Okay.
There's the reason why.
Okay.
We can get into reasons why not to. Shedeur Sanders. Young guy who showed some things in college that looked elite and might be able to put that on a field in the National Football League. And if he can, then you might have something there. Dylan Gabriel is a coach on the field and will run the offense exactly the way the coach wants it run, and thus make all the other young guys around him comfortable in what they're doing because they know things are going to be run according to what they've been learning. And he's had a high degree of success in college as well. And Taylon Green, the most freakish athlete out of the bunch, with perhaps the highest upside of the bunch.
I just don't know. I haven't seen him play. But
I've watched
a
lot of college tape on him. He's fun to watch, which means nothing.
The tiring part is listening to people argue about who the quarterback should be based on fandom.
Yeah, well, that's
if you're doing it
that's
based
what it's
on,
been, Andy.
But if you're doing it based on fandom, root for the Browns. Root for the entire team here.
Yeah,
the quarterback that can make
Todd Monken's not a
11
fan.
guys sing, including themselves. I don't care who the starting quarterback is. I really don't. I can understand the pros and cons of wanting Shedeur. I definitely can see the pros of having Shedeur be the starting quarterback. It answers a lot of long-term questions for the franchise, and it gives you the opportunity.
If he does well.
That's right. And it gives you the opportunity to not have to draft a quarterback in the first round next year. That's the dream. That's the dream. If he goes out there and does that, lights it up, all right, man. I'm Sanders fan number one. But I just don't feel like either one of these guys is the answer. And that we're waiting for the answer to come out of next year's draft and into the dome.
Well,
and then once they get into the dome.
Don't you think that's the case, though?
Yeah.
I do. I think that's reality.
But no one wants that. You don't want to believe that about your team going into a season. You have no losses. You haven't lost a game. You won a game, but you haven't lost any games yet. So it's all about wait till next year, and next year is now because they're 0-0. And they go. And the other part of this is the way the league is built. Teams fall into winning every once in a while. They fall into a great year. They have something amazing happens to teams all the time. Next thing you know, they get to the Super Bowl or they win the Super Bowl. I don't even know what the Super Bowl is.
You don't put the
we
losses,
haven't sniffed it in our lifetime.
No.
Come close.
You don't put the losses under the L, Andy, until they actually lose games.
That's right.
Right?
So, but I'm just going to sit here. I actually think Ken said something this morning that I agree with. That the average fan doesn't really care. They just want a quarterback that can go out there and win.
Sure.
And I think that's truthful. But the problem
I would agree
is
with that.
if the voices sometimes get so loud for one side or the other that we turn this into Browns on Browns violence. Like, why would we do that? We all want this team to win. You're gonna start Shedeur Sanders won 10 games this year. That sucks. I don't want that. Come on.
Does any Does any one of these guys excite you as a potential quarterback? The one that does for me is Taylor Green, and I've mentioned that. And again, you don't draft a guy in the 6th round and think he's your guy, but it's
Jeff,
just
you are on an island for that. You know that. Like no one out there is thinking about Taylor Green.
I don't think he's the starting quarterback. I hope he makes the team, but if you look at the skill set, you look at the physique of all of these guys, you look at what they've done in college and the physical attributes that they bring to the table here. He's the only one to me that's exciting.
But shouldn't every quarterback that comes in the NFL, whether the starter or the guy who's on the practice squad, they all should have that kind of a resume going into it. They all should. What if you're the number 1 quarterback in Division III?
It's a different type.
Do you deserve to even be looked at?
Yeah, it's a different type of quarterback, though. And what I'm talking about, for instance, Dylan, from a physical standpoint, isn't going to make anybody think, "Wow, that's our guy." Mm-hmm. He's on the smaller side. He's not incredibly fast. Shedeur, not incredibly fast. Deshaun, beat up, been around. Taylor Green is 6'6" and runs like crazy. I mean, put that, for whatever it's worth. But again, all I'm talking about is, does one of these guys make you think, wow, I wonder if the only guy that does that to me is Taylor Green, and he's not going to be the starter.
No.
I would love for him to go in and blow everybody away, but that's not going to happen.
I
don't think.
I can't stand people that talk with such great confidence who have no idea what they're talking about. Whether it's on the station, whether it's a phone call, whether it's a host, whether it's a reporter, they just talk with great confidence about the
abilities and the structure of what might be ahead.
And don't even worry about letting facts get in the way on some stuff.
Facts?
And they spew things are like truth, and they dismiss people like it's the truth, and they just don't know. You know why? Because they're taking 10 darts, they're throwing them at a board, and they're seeing what sticks. We don't know. Todd Monken knows, guys.
Or at least he's trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Coming up in the noon hour, Anthony Castrovins is going to talk trade deadline with us, and the Guardians moves. 4 trades for the Guardians. Yes, the Guardians, 4 trades at the trade deadline. Castrovins from MLB.com coming up at 12:20. Todd Monken's press conference shortly after that. So Todd, right around 12:50. Headlines next on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson.
Hey, everybody. It's Andy Baskin for Bookman & Son. That's right, Bookman & Son. Bookman & Son, fine jewelers.
organization announced this morning the team will be called the Sirens. The Cleveland Sirens debut for the 2028 WNBA season. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
$12:20, Anthony Castrovent's MLB.com. We'll get the lowdown on Anthony's thinking on what the Guardians did at the trade deadline. 4 trades affecting this year's team. They're going for it. I'd love to see it. I sure hope it pays off. Wouldn't that be fun? They went for it. It pays off.
Yeah, it would be a good time. I hope so, because this has not been a typical trade deadline day for the Guardians. Yesterday wasn't. It just wasn't, right? I'm not out of my mind on this.
When they traded for Joe Adell, I think a lot of people thought that was it. And Jake and I yesterday, do you think anything more is coming? I said, yeah, I bet something else is. I didn't think it would be what they did. Going out and getting 2 more guys? Didn't think that. We'll talk more baseball, 12:20, Castrovent's. And then at 12:50, about an hour from now, Todd Monken's press conference.
And Manzardo, too. I didn't think they were going to send him down.
That was stunning. That was stunning. Castrovent's will give us his insight coming up. We haven't done this in your honor, so go ahead.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We just kind of said, it's headlines.
From the heart of America, America's newscaster, Meredith Kane, with headlines.
Gentlemen, so let's start with the big news of the day, or the biggest local news of the day. We officially have the new name for Cleveland's WNBA team. It will be the Sirens, and it looks like their color scheme is different shades of blue. I'm kind of all in on this. I wasn't initially sold, and I kind of picked up on the Sirens name with all of the Easter eggs that they've had for the past week or so, and they had their hashtag Hear the Call yesterday, and I was like, okay, that's definitely Sirens. And I don't know, after seeing the colors, the logo, and all the branding, I think I might be all in on this one. I really like it.
Okay.
Good for you.
Jeff?
Thanks.
I think I've seen similar logos in the health aisle of the grocery store.
Wow, Jeff Phelps.
Jeffrey.
Wow.
In honor of Dan Menigan, don't get fired.
Don't get fired is right. I'm going to be straight up honest with you. I think the color scheme sucks. I think the logo sucks.
Thanks,
Straight
guys.
up, man.
I'm glad I'm on an island here. I am on an island with the other Sirens here.
Couldn't you see that logo on a bar of soap?
Yes. I think the Cavaliers, the organization, do they have a name?
Rock Entertainment Group.
Okay, Rock Entertainment Group. I think they can do better. I think they've got tons of talented people over there. There's nothing.
Only one Reg.
There's nothing, especially with the way they're playing right now
Michael.
In the WNBA. I mean, you got to be a little intimidating in the WNBA. It's not an easy league.
Does this logo scream, I'm going to beat the snot out of you? Because that's the WNBA today.
No, and the color scheme, it is reminiscent of words that...
Very different shades of blue.
Yeah, but it's light blue.
I like the different shades of blue.
I think the blue is a gorgeous blue color.
In a 1950s car.
Oh, my goodness.
Again, the psychology of light blue is what it is, right?
Let's take the
It
royal
lowers
blue
stress. It slows breathing.
Honestly, it calms me down. I look at that logo and
That's
I think,
right. Calm. Serenity now.
I think I'm going to go take a bath.
I was just wondering, did they try to do a play off of the Monsters? Because I remember when the Monsters logo first came out, they did virtually the same presentation they did today. They lined everybody up. They took them into the arena. They played this really cool theme. And intimidating music, and made up this story about the Lake Erie Monster, or found someone that wrote this story about the Lake Erie Monster, and then they turned it into a thing, and then they show you the monster coming out of the water. Same thing with the Sirens. It was like simultaneous. I don't know. I just think
it does kind of feel like they're trying to play on the same theme as the Monsters, because
fine, but
water cryptids coming out of Lake Erie.
So here's the problem I have with that.
The same folks.
Yeah, but don't you want to be associated with the NBA team and not your minor league hockey team? I love hockey. No one's questioning that. But they're a minor league team. And when you're trying to tap off the minor league team rather than I'm trying to find the compatible equal to the Cavaliers, and I don't know what it would be. So
I mean, I
understand
wouldn't want them to be. I wouldn't want them to be like a female version of the Cavaliers. I would want them to be their own. I don't necessarily want that.
By golly, that's what you have.
I know, but the one hesitation I have with the name Sirens in general is just that New York Sirens are the PWHL team, so there already is a professional women's team named the Sirens. It is hockey.
Right.
It's a different color scheme, though. They're turquoise and yellow, so it's a different color scheme. But that would be my only hesitation, is that there already is a women's team in professional sports called the Sirens.
Here's the bigger
but
problem.
But that's my only trepidation with it.
Give me another name. I don't know of another name that.
Rockers was good.
So they did.
Received a text from a buddy. See you guys some other day when you're talking about anything that anyone cares about.
Wow.
Here's
it's
what I care about.
Headlines. This is what this segment is about.
Yes, and by the way, you should care.
Let's change the headline.
You should care because you now have 25 more dates of an event that's going on downtown, because they'll play 50 games next year, and you'll have 25 home games.
They'll draw well.
Yeah, I think they will too.
Despite their logo looking like it should be on a bar of soap.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll change the headline. We'll do a little bit of baseball. Tarek Skubal is set to make his debut for the Dodgers tonight.
He's going, huh?
Man.
They will be playing against the Cubs in Chicago. So that's going to be an 8 o'clock game, which I'm actually really excited about, because when I saw that he was making his debut, I was like, oh, please don't let it be a 10 o'clock game, because it is the Dodgers. But they are in Central Time. They're in Chicago. They'll be playing the Cubs. That's an 8:05 start. So, yes, Skubal already got traded, Saturday night into Sunday morning. 2 days later, he's on the mound.
It's his regular day in the rotation, though, isn't it?
I believe so,
yeah,
yes.
So it makes total sense for him to pitch. If I'm a Dodgers fan, man, first of all, I'm feeling super good already about my team that was out there. And now who was it that said, somebody on ESPN said they are now the Avengers?
Yeah, that's funny.
They
actually.
are. It's true, though.
Yeah.
They're just grabbing every superhero you can get. So
I made the joke that the Washington Nationals are collecting bullpen pieces and prospects like Infinity Stones, because I think they brought in 8 players and only one of them is MLB ready, and that would be Will Dion.
Wow.
So let's go some football. Bijan Robinson.
By the way,
yes.
Chip sent me an email. It says, "Go Sirens," with bars of soap.
Oh my goodness.
Tell me I'm wrong, Andy.
You're wrong, Jeff.
Is the bar of soap an emoji? I didn't even know.
Tell me I'm wrong.
I believe there is a bar soap emoji.
Wow.
I don't know. If either of you guys ever said that to me, I will be blocking you expeditiously.
Okay. I'm not against the team. I'm not against the league.
It's
I'm not
great to
against
have
the players.
a WNBA
I'm just
team.
not a big fan of the logo.
That's fair. That's fair. So NFL, Bijan Robinson getting paid. He got a 3-year contract extension from the Falcons, $75 million with $51 million guaranteed. So things started a little rocky for Kevin Stefanski down in Atlanta, because he had some hurt quarterbacks, but at least he's got one of his offensive weapons locked down with a lot of money.
And Kyle Pitts, they signed him up too. So Kevin will have some weapons there. Bijan Robinson, to me, is one of the great guys in the NFL. He's really, really good. And if you've ever heard him in interviews, man, does he come off as a great guy. So great. He's a tremendous running back.
Wow. He is, $2.25 million more than Saquon Barkley, and 3+ McCaffrey. Interesting.
Yeah, so this is per Ian Rappaport. It is the most money guaranteed. So it's $51 million of the 75 guaranteed. It is the most money guaranteed to a running back in a non-rookie deal in NFL history. Jeremiah Love got $53 million guaranteed, and from the Cardinals. So yeah, it's a lot of money. So and then that ends his hold-in, because he was holding in at camp. But one hold-in that is not ending, at least it doesn't look like it's ending anytime soon, is Jahmyr Gibbs. He wants his contract extension, and media tried to talk to him yesterday about the hold-in, and his only comment was, quote, "Only time will tell," when they asked him when he would return to action.
That's heavy.
Yeah.
His contract will be based on Robinson's. Now will he get more, or will he get the same, or will he get in the same neighborhood? No coincidence that the top 2 running backs in the NFL were both holding in together. I think the question was which one was going to jump first and sign.
Good call.
And last NFL story here, the Panthers, a little bit of drama with Bryce Young. He is eligible for a contract extension, but the Panthers are not in a rush to lock him down yet. Their executive vice president of football operations, Brant Tillis spoke on Monday. He said, I would say he ascended last year, and there's more room for him to ascend. His ceiling is currently unknown, and I think that's exciting for us. He's working hard to get himself out there. So their former number 1 overall pick from 2023 in no rush to give him a contract extension.
You know why? Because they're smart. Not convinced that Bryce is going to be the guy yet.
I don't know if he is or isn't. I think a lot of teams would rather, at this point, hold back than go all in right away.
If there's
it's not like
if there's any question, Andy, and I thought there was a question when they drafted Bryce Young. You know, again, and I hate to sound stereotypical on this. 5'10" quarterbacks are like, keep your fingers crossed, you know, and that's what I'm sure Carolina's doing with Bryce Young.
Here, what league is in better shape, Major League Baseball or the NFL? Who pays players based on what they think they're going to be down the road, and who pays them for what they are now and what they've done over the last couple of years? That's why that rookie contract is such just a gigantic good thing, bad thing in the NFL. It really gives them, it gives the owners a lot more leverage to be able to wait and see rather than have to pay ahead of the game.
Hey, Major League Baseball giving huge contracts to kids who have never played in the majors before, you know, and locking them up and hedging their bet, basically.
Yeah.
You know, they're walking into a casino, Andy, and they're playing black, right? And let me put it all on red, one or the other. And that's what baseball does.
What happens
with those
after
big
that?
contracts.
It comes up green, and you're like, how did that hit 0? That sucks.
Well, we've got one more contract that just broke within the last 5 minutes or so. The Ravens and wide receiver Zay Flowers have agreed to a 4-year contract extension worth $140 million. This is according to ESPN's Adam Schefter.
See, Zay's a good wide receiver, but I wouldn't put him in the top 10, maybe not even in the top 20. And that's a lot of money, man.
I like it.
Of course, Lamar Jackson needs weapons.
What are they going to look like with the new offensive coordinator?
Not like Todd Monken's offense, I'll bet.
I don't know. I wonder what they're going to look like. Maybe they're going to rely more on him than Todd did. I don't know. I like Zay Flowers, though. What was he? He was the 7th best wide receiver in the league last year. So, man, if he's getting paid that,
I don't know that he's. I like him, but I can sit here and list off guys I'd rather have. But good for him, man. Congratulations, you got paid.
Let
me be men again. You got paid.
He had 28 more yards
Jeff.
than Chris Olave. Just 28 more yards. Do you want to look at it that way if you want to judge the two contracts? Because Olave just got a new deal last week?
Yeah, he got a nice contract, too. Good for him. Good for him. Anthony Castrovince from MLB.com is going to join us coming up at 12:20. Because why? Because the Guardians just shook it up in a big, big way. Folks, are you impressed at your baseball team? Everybody complaining all season long, oh, they're not doing this, they're not doing that. They took on a little money, but that's not the point here. They shook it up, and they're going for it with this team. How's that sit with you? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
We're the only station in Cleveland where you can talk defending division champion Guardians at 6 a.m. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. And you can also listen to us on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn app.
It's Andy Baskin. He's all refreshed. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I am refreshed.
Coming up at 12:20, busy hour here. Anthony Castrovince from MLB.com is going to join us. We're going to talk some Guardians. Todd Monken, Browns head coach, 12:50. You'll hear the press conference right here. 4 trades. Players coming and going like absolute crazy. And the Guardians pulled this off without giving up top prospects. And that's not to be disrespectful to anybody who was traded. But if you look at all the top prospects in the organization list, I think Jacob Cozart was the highest, and he was about 17th. And there are a lot of catchers in the organization. They moved on from 2 of them. There are 4 of them right now between the majors and AAA. There's another young guy coming up in the minor league system, just got promoted to AA. I mean, they have a lot of catching talent. What's it say to you about ownership? What's it say about the front office that they went out on a team that's basically a 500 team with the worst offense in baseball, arguably, and made bold moves like this?
Well, first of all, I think you got to go and look at the rest of the American League. I mean, in the West, there's one team that's over 500, barely, and that's Houston. They're 2 games over 500. You're right there in the Central. You're a game over 500, but the White Sox are only, 5 games over 500? So you're still sitting 3 back.
3 up.
And then in the East, you're 3 teams over 500, Sox, Yankees, and the Rays. So being a 500 team means you're in it right now. And, despite the fact that you're in second place in the Central, you still hold the final wild card spot right now if the season ended today, with the Twins being a game behind you. So they are 100% in it. When the season ends, they should be in the playoffs. You would think so, as long as they can get better, maybe a little bit offensively.
That's a big assumption.
Jeff, I'm looking at everybody else. The hindrance that I look at when I do this all the time is that I look at the run differential for this team where they're minus 16. But there just aren't that many teams in the American League that have a positive run differential. And you're basically looking at all those teams that I said that were over 500, except for the Astros, they're minus 29, right? The Tigers are plus 63, and now they get rid of Skubal, and there's 5.5 games back. So does it mean everything? I don't know.
You okay? You need a Heimlich? I'm there for you.
It's that Desert West air
all right?
I just had, yes.
If you look at what this has done for Stephen Vogt, I do.
Wait, go back and answer that question for a second before you talk about Vogt. What does this mean about ownership? Like, to me, this means ownership's in. They're in. They want to win, and I'm good with that.
To me, it means that the ownership has confidence in the front office. And I'm sure Chris Antonetti and Mike Chernoff went to Paul Dolan and said, we think in the American League this year in this division, we're close enough that we should go for it. And Paul said, do it.
And so they're plus $4 million right off the payroll from 2 days ago, something like that?
The money's not significantly huge.
No.
But from all of the figures that I saw, it's about $4 million more is what they're spending, which Andy, in Major League Baseball is nothing.
It's nothing, but the fan base here wants to kill them for everything they do. This is the fan base that will tell you that they, this baseball team would put, quarter machines in the bathrooms if they could. You know what I'm saying? Make you go to the bathroom. I mean, you hear that all the time, but yet you're in a position now where maybe you should give them some credit. They went out and got better. At least on paper, they're better today than they were a day ago.
Here's the way the lineup
and they spent some money,
now.
a little bit. I'm not saying it was the end of the world money, but
no, I would agree with that. But I though there are a lot of moves, I'm not. Well, here, let me just lay it out for you.
Okay.
First base, Lowe instead of Manzardo.
Upgrade.
You would think so.
Yeah.
Again, Kyle hit 27 home runs last year. He's not been hitting the ball this year. And Lowe is a professional hitter and a better glove at first base. So he'll platoon with Hoskins, according to Chris Antonetti.
Okay.
Second base remains the same, Bazzana. Third base, Jose. You got to figure Jose's going to hit better than he's been hitting.
He's got, be playing.
He's back from
That's
his injury.
important,
Yeah. Rocchio's at shortstop. So nothing's changed there. Bailey and Hedges are your catchers. In the outfield.
Are we an upgraded catcher since the beginning of the season?
Yeah.
Kevin?
Yeah.
Your answer.
I wasn't even talking.
I think Chris.
But that trade was made some time ago.
But Chris considers Bailey a part of the trade window.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
I like Bailey's attitude, by the way. I like
watching him play.
I
man.
like the juice that he and Hedges bring to the game. I gotta tell you.
His arm is fantastic.
It's really good. In the outfield, you have some combination of Juan, Martinez, and DeLauder. And instead of having David Fry as a backup, you swap out Joe Adell. Well, okay, Joe's not going to be a backup.
No.
Joe's going to play, which means somebody's going to lose at bats here. And then on the bench, your bench consists of Gabe Arias and Petey Halpin for now. So if you
you've moved Martinez out of that kind of we need you every day spot.
Well, there's the question that I have, Andy, is who's going to do that? And I would think the guy who loses at bats out of this whole thing, because truly the only changes are obviously, Lowe and Adell. I think the guy who's going to get the most hurt by this is Rhys Hoskins. I think Rhys is going to lose a lot of DH opportunities.
Okay.
He's going to play first base against left-handed pitching and maybe be a pinch hitter. I would think he's the guy that's going to get hurt the most playing time wise.
All right.
Because I would assume, and you shouldn't assume, you know what that does to you. I would assume Adele's going to be in the lineup most every day. And I would also assume that Juan, Martinez, and DeLauder are in the lineup most every day. Now, Martinez better start hitting. Otherwise, you could put Adele in left, move Juan to center, or you could put Adele in center. But he's primarily been a right fielder, same with DeLauder, even though Chase has played some center field. You want to keep Chase healthy, they'll probably keep him in right. But I think Hoskins is the guy who takes the big hit in at-bats. And to be perfectly honest, Andy, he's hitting 179. Okay? And if he's going to play against left-handed pitching, he's hitting 148 against lefties. Okay. But they clearly have guys in Hoskins and in Lowe who this year have trended better. In Lowe, who trended better against lefties than he did against righties.
Do you think any point of this
so.
conversation is overrated, righty versus lefty? I think sometimes hitters are hitters. And
I think without
matter
question it's overrated, except Chris Antonetti said they're going to platoon.
I know.
You know what I mean? To me, if you can hit, you can hit. Now, Joe Adell has clearly hit better against lefties this year than he has righties. So that could scream he's not going to play sometimes. He might not DH in certain situations against right-handed pitching. But then who is?
Okay, so what does it say?
I would think maybe Hoskins, because Rhys is actually hitting better against righties, but he's not hitting well against anybody. And my one point of contention about that is, okay, well, maybe he's just been yanked in and out of the lineup so much that he's not been able to find himself. That's not going to change. In fact, that probably got worse.
Here's the other part. Does it pay? I mean, what does it say about your front office? What's it say about the lineup when you're sending their guy with the most home runs back to AAA?
That's interesting, isn't it?
And that had to be a little gut-wrenching for those guys to make that move, to say, okay, well, we want to bring these guys in, but now we've got a log jam at first base, so we're going to send Manzardo. Why are we sending Manzardo back then?
Well, because you think Nathaniel Lowe is going to hit better for you and be more productive. I mean, it's just a clear substitution, Lowe for Manzardo.
Mm-hmm.
And Kyle, though, Kyle's not playing the outfield. If you play the outfield, you might have something else to think about there. Lowe has been a first baseman DH his whole career. I think he played third for like 3 games. So he's a first baseman DH. And he's won a Gold Glove at first base. Thanks. We'll take that. But I'm curious to see if the platoon sticks at first base And I honestly think, Andy, for the platoon to stick at first base, Reese is going to have to get hot. I mean, he's hitting 148 against lefties. Why would you platoon him against lefties? He's a 148. So he's got to get better. And I mean, he's been great in his career. I hope he can do it. And if he does, then really look out for that.
Let me ask you one other question here. And when you go back and you think about it, okay, when you brought Manzardo here, do you remember when they made that trade, Aaron Savali, for Manzardo in Tampa? And there was a feeling. Remember that was this trade, right? That Antonetti had to get on the plane and explain to guys why they were taking. I'm pretty sure this was the trade.
That was it.
Oh, so
I'm not 100%.
I wonder if that plays into anything that Chris is thinking. Like, I don't think Chris. You never want to get on a plane to explain to your clubhouse that you don't think that you're tanking. But by the way, where's Savali now? Right? Like, Savali was with the Cubs. He was with the Cubs. Yeah, he got released by the A's. Like, I watched him pitch for the A's a couple of weeks ago. And then all of a sudden, so, I mean, is there something to history being said to the front office that you're a general manager, you never want to have to walk back into a clubhouse and explain to your clubhouse, hey, we're not going for it at the end of the season, or we're going to take away a guy that's really been helping us out and was pitching pretty good for us. And, instead of bringing guys in, you were letting guys like Savali go. And so there's a mental thing here, too.
Ralph's in Canton. Hello, Ralph.
Hey, Ralphie.
Hey, boo-boo.
Hey.
I think Angel has just become our utility guy. 3 positions in the outfield. I think 3 positions in the infield, and he might put some pressure on Bazzano.
Wait,
but they have Gabe Arias.
Oh, I didn't hear it. You broke up when you said that. Who was the player you said?
Angel Martinez.
Oh, Martinez. Okay.
I did forget Gabriel.
Yeah, so Arias is still there, and he does the same thing. But he doesn't play the outfield as well.
Who would you rather have up, Angel?
But they're both here now, right?
Yeah,
well,
they're both here, and Martinez is a switch hitter.
Who would be the next guy to go out? The question is, would you release Hoskins or would you send Adele or send Petey Halpin back? Probably Petey.
Well, you don't need to send it right now. You don't need to do anything.
Yeah,
your roster is fine.
I just wonder about Manzardo and the road to him coming
Ralph,
back.
Thank you.
And getting his bat back here.
Well, he's not going to.
Somebody would have to get hurt.
The way Kyle gets back here is if somebody gets hurt.
Yeah, that's it.
And it would have to be DeLauder, and he could be a left-handed DH, or it would have to be Lowe, and he'd go back to playing first base.
Or if something happened to Hoskins.
Except then you have 2 left-handed hitting first basemen.
Again, there are points I think it's overrated, but that's fine. I know.
Well, and you know what, Andy? I agree with you, but they apparently don't. Yeah. How's this all playing nationally? Anthony Castrovins gives the Cleveland perspective on the national stuff because he's a Cleveland guy, and he's a national writer for MLB.com, and he's next on Basket and Phelps.
O'Reilly Auto Parts gets you back.
called the Sirens. The Cleveland Sirens debut for the 2028 WNBA season. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Anthony Castrovins, MLB.com, coming up momentarily here on Baskin and Phelps as the Guardians pull off 3 trades yesterday, 1 over the weekend, and boom, you got a different looking baseball team as you're trying to catch the White Sox and wrap up a playoff spot in the wild card. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin.
Yo.
Gary's in North Ridgeville. Gary.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
All right.
What's up, Gary?
Hey, this thing with Manzardo, I think, it just reminds me a little bit maybe of what happened with Rocchio last year. I mean, he kind of lost his way, and I think Manzardo might be in a similar position. When he came up, I think they were grading him out to be a power hitter who also could get on base. And, I mean, that just hasn't been happening. I think that some time in Columbus might help him. I don't necessarily think that they're going to forget about him down there.
I would agree with you on that, Gary. They're not going to forget about him. But if Nathaniel Lowe comes up and hits like he is expected to hit and like he's hit in the past, where are you going to play him? That's the point. Let's go to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He covers everything in Major League Baseball for MLB.com, and he's a Cleveland guy, and he's our buddy, Anthony Castrovins. Hello, Anthony.
Hello, guys. I'm actually temporarily a Canadian.
Oh, really?
Not a Cleveland guy at the moment. Yeah.
How'd you do that?
Just out on assignment, as they say in my industry.
Very
I'm
nice.
Up in Canada.
Well,
Very nice.
That's outstanding.
And,
well, did you hear the news? The
Tell
Guardians
Mark we
made some
said hi.
trades.
Tell Mark we said hi.
Yeah, I hope that news made it across the border, right?
Mm-hmm.
It did, yeah. So did some players from here. They were active. So, just a really active trade deadline in general. Kind of not the way the winds were blowing. Just with so many teams just clustered together in the standings, you didn't know what kind of deadline it would be. But once Skubal came off the board, you saw a rash of starters get moved, and then just in general, just a lot of moving pieces yesterday. I mean, Adley Rutschman was probably the only blockbuster, but it's just always fascinating this time of year to see what teams value. How serious are they about pushing their chips to the center? And I give the Guardians a lot of credit. They protected the best elements of the top end of their farm system while still doing things that just make the major league roster make more sense, in the present tense. So that's good to see.
Did you? I look back at yesterday, and I don't know in the years that we've known you too, there weren't a lot of years like what they did yesterday, where they went out and got a starting pitcher, got help, and didn't give up a major player, I think, along the way. Did you see that? I thought yesterday was unique for this front office.
Yeah, it kind of was. I thought, and I'd have to go back and look because, your memory plays tricks on you sometimes. But, you think about, Ubaldo Jimenez or, Andrew Miller. I'm trying to remember. I feel like Andrew Miller was a day or two before the deadline. I could be wrong on that. He might have been the day of the deadline. I think it was the catcher. Why is my mind blanking on me? The catcher they were trying to get from the Brewers at the time.
Who said no? Didn't want to come.
Yeah. I think that was 2 days before. But my point being, generally deadline day, you don't see this much frantic pace from them. That's why I thought the minor trade they made with the Brewers, I didn't know if that would be the extent of it, but I thought, I think I told you guys going into the deadline, this is a tough market to get a right-handed bat. So to come out with one of those guys in Joe Dell, that was really good, I thought. And if some flexibility with him. LaCroix, thank you. Jeez. Yeah.
It was driving me nuts. That was 2016. Man, that's 10 years.
I know. It goes fast. But yeah, I just thought they had a very solid day. Will all these moves work? Probably not. But, you just have more pliability with the roster now. The roster just generally makes more sense. I think one thing I really liked about it was just signaling that, look, the status quo is just not really good enough. This team was kind of unwatchable offensively the last couple of weeks. And just in general, you don't want to make guys feel like they come up here and then they're cemented into a spot regardless how they're performing. And I'm talking about Kyle Manzardo pointedly here. Is just, you can understand why they would want to try something different there. And so they're going to try something different with Nathaniel Lowe, and, message sent to Manzardo, and here we go.
Are you surprised Rhys Hoskins is here and they've already said that he will platoon at first base?
Yeah, I mean, he was a guy who was kind of like, I would have thought Rhys Hoskins, before Manzardo. But again, I do like the signal, because you want Manzardo to be a guy for you, a dude for you. And, just plodding along at the big league level. He had a good week last week, but, you're not seeing that next step forward. So let him, recalibrate a bit and go from there. But yeah, I mean, and it could be a short-term thing. We don't know. I mean, Rhys Hoskins could be here today, on tomorrow at any point. He's a rental. So, but yeah, I did think that was unexpected. If you were to pref out which one of those guys would be more on the big league roster, I would have said Manzardo, at the end of the deadline. But here we are.
So you brought up LaCroix, and so I went back and just looked to see what he did after that 2016 season.
Yeah,
and I mean, he had he never hit more than 7 home runs for the rest of his career in a single season. And so, I mean, sometimes you hear general managers say sometimes the best trades are the ones that didn't happen. In this scenario, that was one of those scenarios, or maybe that was the case. How much credit do you give the Guardians front office for coming out of their comfort zone then yesterday?
Yeah, sometimes you have to. And I think this is a year where it makes sense. And I'm not saying like raid the farm for a team that's, struggling to keep up with the White Sox, for God's sakes. But I am saying that, like, the American League, is it as wide open as we say? I mean, maybe not. I mean, at the end of the day, like, a team like the Yankees is going to go into the playoffs, and whoever they face, I mean, they're probably going to have the deeper roster. That's just the nature of the game. But there is a little more of a feeling this year in the American League that, none of these teams, there's not like great separation from team to team. So if you can shore up your roster, it doesn't have to be superstars, but if you can just, just have a daily lineup that is a little more productive. I think I said to you guys, like, give me a stretch of league average offense for a bit.
Yeah.
And this could be a really good team, because you have like top 10 starting pitching. You've got one of the best closers in the game. This Yoho, I like saying the name, first of all. He gives them a funky look out of the bullpen. And now with Foster Griffin, I was advocating this whole time that they probably need to go out and get some starting help, as the rotation has been solid, it's been durable, but that's true until it's not. And now you got a guy who could legitimately start a playoff game for you in Foster Griffin. And again, you're giving the opponent a different look within a series with his the depth of his arsenal. So there's just moments in time where you gotta. Being aggressive doesn't necessarily mean raiding your farm system and taking on $10 million for Tarek Skubal. It just means, like, especially by their standards, like, look, we have a solid team. It could be a very good team. It's just we're missing, like, something's just not right here, where you can go in this deep of a funk offensively for this long. You're an injury away in the rotation from disaster because you don't have much on the farm. So they address that in a meaningful way.
Anthony Castrovins joining us from MLB.com. It's pretty clear Nathaniel Lowe, Rhys Hoskins, lefty-righty, despite the fact that Rhys is hitting righties terribly, or lefties terribly, whatever. That we see that platoon. Joe Adell in the outfield. You have DeLauder, you have Martinez, who you like, and you have Kwan, who you're going to start, and he's hitting well. How do you see Joe Adell fitting?
Yeah, I mean, he's what they need in terms of, just better performance from the right-hand side. And as I said, that was a really difficult thing to get in this market. He's not a perfect player. He's not the player that he was billed or expected to be when he came up to the big leagues. But I think he raises their floor. And he's a guy they've actually, they were trying to trade for this guy when he was a prospect. And as I said, like, the calculus is different on him now. He's been around a while, and we kind of know what he is. He has bursts of absolute brilliance, and then he might have a night where he robs 3 home runs at the wall in a single game, like he did earlier this year. But again, it was just about raising the floor and giving them, a better look from the right-hand side of the batter's box.
All right, let's go back to Skubal going to the Dodgers. I mean, should they just hand him the trophy? Because that was the first thing. I'm like, man, their rotation is unbelievable. And now,
if it's healthy.
Yeah, if it's healthy, that's true. Did you think that sealed the deal for LA again?
Well, it just gives them far the best percentage odds of winning the World Series. You know how the game is. You get a short series, anything can happen. But what tends to happen is the team with the most good players tends to win out over the course of that series. That's why money matters so much in baseball. That's why we get in all these payroll arguments, is because at the end of the day, it gives you that flexibility to just have good depth, on your bench, in your rotation, what have you. And yeah, I mean, they have better depth than anybody, and they have better star power than anybody. It's bonkers. Like, to think about, I know there was justifiable frustration with, like, okay, why didn't the Brewers, because the prospect haul that the Dodgers sent to the Tigers was not overwhelming. It was two top 100 guys. It was not like a top 10 guy or something like that. It was, guys who were rated a little lower. But you have to understand, like, we're talking about like 25 innings from Derek Struble down the stretch for $10 million plus prospects, and that's why the Dodgers have such an edge they have an incredible farm system despite routinely picking late in the draft. And they just have so many resources. They develop players better because they have better personnel to develop them. That helps a lot. They have the budget it's like a rounding error to take on the $10 million of contract. And the prospects, I mean, who cares? Like, if those guys, if they need to fill those spots down the line, they'll just pay for someone else in free agency. That's why it's like the inequity in this game is so absurd. And it's not like hating on the Dodgers to just say that, like, they have gamed the system beautifully. They are operating well within the rules of the system, but this is how stupid the system is, that a team can be like that much better than any other team, in terms of what they acquire. It just says it all.
Getting Foster Griffin, terrific. He's been great this year, back from Japan, reestablishing himself in the majors. If you're the Guardians, are you going 6-man rotation? And you have Cantillo, Ciccone, and Messick, who are all at or real close to, and soon will be, at the most innings they've ever thrown in a professional or any season. What would you do?
Yeah, I mean, there's a good argument for the 6-man because of what you just said and spacing out the innings, and they had great success with that down the stretch. I think that's a hard thing to do over the course of a full season, Mm-hmm. 'Cause you don't want to limit your bullpen too much, and now their bullpen is deeper with Yoho, but yeah, so I don't know. Siccone's the odd man out. It would be my first guess, but it also wouldn't surprise me if they tried the 6-man again. They had, just because of the success with it last year, and the very issue you mentioned where, these innings, this innings jump for some of these guys is going to be pretty extreme.
Thank you for making time for us today. We
Thanks,
appreciate
man.
it.
Absolutely, guys. We'll see you.
Anthony
Enjoy the
Castrovins,
poutine.
MLB.com in Toronto, covering the game he loves.
That means he's talking to Mark today.
It does.
Yeah.
Todd Monken's press conference, Browns head coach, second day in pads, coming up in a few minutes. Could be as early as 5 minutes, could be up to 10 or 15. But Todd's coming up right here on Baskin and Phelps.
When there's news that affects the Cleveland sports fan, Daryl Ryder is on top of every headline. Listen to his reports on the station with the most local sports talk in town. 92.3 The Fan, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Using chat or something to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without all the hassle, it's time to look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 full years. Visit WindowNation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. Window Nation, they're the real deal.
Deciding between a Roman burger or a hot buttered cheesesteak? Easy. Get both. Download the Mr. Hero app and get 2 sandwiches for the price of 1 with our regular BOGO offer. Plus, monthly deals, rewards points for free food, and online ordering.
I crave the hero.
Back again
in the studio.
Pooker's Design Center.
Our podcast,
whatever you want to call it. Should we start a Pooker's podcast?
Cleveland Legends. Ari, it's almost back to school time, Ari.
When it's back to school time and you have to get those kids in bed on time and woken up on time, your blinds can help.
Yeah.
Room darkening, light filtering. It will help with their sleep schedule.
And you can watch your TV during the middle of the day without sun glare, right?
Or if you're a late sleeper, you work a different shift, you need that true light blocking. We have options for that too here at Pooker's.
It's probably good for your mental health.
Absolutely. A good night's rest goes a long way.
What deals do you have?
So we have 12 months no interest financing and also 5% off when you mention the radio ad.
You guys will take care of everything and they can go just worry about back to school shopping for supplies, right?
We'll do the rest. You can reach out to us anytime, 440-234-0991. Pookers.com, or come in and see us at Berea or Broadview Heights.
And Conrad's winning streak continues. 57 consecutive years of satisfied customers.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Choice Cabinet. I love Choice Cabinet, and it's so easy to check out what they have. Go to their showroom at 4856 Richmond Road in Warrensville Heights, and I got to tell you, they will take care of you when you go there. You'll get a chance to see these fine cabinets that are crafted right here in Northeast Ohio. So check out the showroom, 4856 Richmond Road in Warrensville Heights, and you too will have Choice Cabinet in your kitchen before you know it. Choice Cabinet, choicecabinet.com.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Guardians hoping to gain some ground in the AL Central tonight when they open up a 3-game set with the Mets. Cleveland currently 3 games back from Chicago in the AL Central. Joey Cantillo will get the start. First pitch is at 6:40. Browns are back to work as training camp in Berea continues today. We'll be looking for an update on rookie Casey Concepcion. He came down hard on his shoulder in yesterday's practice, but early reports are saying the injury isn't serious. We'll also be looking to see if Carson Schlesinger is back on the field after missing the last 2 practices. Some roster news: the team announced the signing of corner Tyler Hall and waived offensive lineman Jack Conley. Tom Budkin speaking to the media ahead of practice today. You'll be hearing that press conference live right here on The Fan momentarily. And WNBA news, Cleveland's new team officially has a name. The organization has announced this morning the team will be called the Sirens. Cleveland Sirens debut in 2028 for the WNBA season. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Todd Monken's press conference coming up shortly. And, of course, all press conferences on 92.3 The Fan are brought to us by Expert Renovations. ExpertRenovationsLLC.com. I'm Jeff Phelps, my buddy Andy Baskin. Just back from vacation. Todd's coming up momentarily.
Vacay, man.
You told me something, and then you showed me video, and you're either a wild man.
No.
Brave beyond belief, or a fool? Which is it?
I'm just trying to integrate into this next generation. I think I find myself every day feeling a little bit older on some stuff, and then all of a sudden just trying to ease into situations where,
all right,
where reality kind of hits.
You're losing me. Explain.
So we were in San Francisco. We left on Sunday. Came back home.
Wonderful city.
Oh, and by the way, the red eye, when you take it back this time of year, from San Francisco, 4 hours. Nice. It was nothing. It was a nothing
that
flight.
Thing called the jet stream.
Yeah, so it was pretty cool. So, but when we first got to San Francisco, we had a rental car, and then we ended up just going around San Francisco, and we were. I think at one point we took.
Did you turn it in when you got there?
No, sat on it for a day, which I probably shouldn't have. But so we were going around town, and you could Uber, you could
tough
Lyft.
Town.
They still have taxis there too. There's a lot of one ways,
a lot of hills,
and a lot of hills. I mean, not like Pittsburgh.
You're going up and down hills.
Pittsburgh has some hills, but it's nothing compared to San Francisco. Anybody who's ever been there knows, and you can just see it. You see it on TV if you want to, the hills, and so it was nutty. So we get there and we drive right into town, and all of a sudden you see these cars driving around town. They're these just pure white cars with these like sirens on top. And I look and I said to the kids, "Oh, that's one of those I go, look who's driving that car." And they were like, "Oh my God, there's no one driving that car." And these cars drive the streets empty. And, to go get their next passenger, which is a Waymo.
In San Francisco.
In San Francisco. Wow. So this was the crazy part of it. So we leave the hotel Sunday morning, and we're trying to. And I looked at my son, who was going to grab. I think we were going to do a Lyft, or I think we were doing a Lyft or something. And he goes, "Dad, I'll just get a Lyft." I go, "Why would you do that when there's a taxi sitting here right in front of the hotel?" I go, "Let's just get the taxi." And he was like, "Okay." So I walked up. I go, "You open?" He goes, "Yeah, come on in." So we get in, and we're driving around. And so I think we took all.
With an actual human driving it?
With a human who was like, we had this great conversation with him where he was showing us some things. He drove us down Lombard, the world's most crookedest street, and that was kind of fun. And then we were on our way back. We went back to the hotel, and my son's like, "Hey, no, we're doing this." And I go, "What are we doing?" And he ordered a Waymo, which was a little more expensive than.
And what is a Waymo?
A Waymo is a self-driving car.
That's the self-driving car.
Yeah, and so, I mean, you can go online and you can check out. It is a weird feeling when you get into a car and there's no driver and the car is driving itself. I mean, the steering wheel is moving. The first thing I thought of was Total Recall. Remember in the movie Total Recall, they hop into a Johnny cab and they have like this robot sitting there and it drives you around town. Welcome to Johnny Cab, blah, 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 blah. That was the first thing I thought of when I got into it, except there's not even a robot-looking thing there. It is 100% self-driving.
And how do you tell it where to go?
It's all set up
all
before
online?
Yeah, it's all done before you get there. You've already paid for it before it gets there.
Did you go up
you
hills in this thing?
Bluetooth to get in. Dude, we did like two of the biggest hills in San Francisco where you go up. There's like a big church, which is also a school. And then
with
straight
nobody
down,
driving the car.
Nobody driving the car.
Did you go down hills with nobody driving? You did.
Up and down on those hills.
Oh, my God. Ian.
And there was no problem. And the other thing that was interesting was to watch the car merge into traffic. That it's very human. Someone's got to let you in sometimes. And so it let us, I don't know how the car did it, but it got us into traffic, and it was way more efficient. And there was no question. You knew where you were going. You knew where you were getting in. It took a little longer to get one.
Did you sit back and think, this is great? Or were you thinking the whole time, oh, my God, nobody's driving this thing?
So at first, I wasn't going to do it. And then one drove by that was empty at the time, too, which is crazy to think these cars are running around town empty. They're just empty. There's no one in them because it's going to the next spot. And you're sitting, and I look at the back of the car. It's made by Jaguar. And I'm like,
well, sure it is.
And I'm like, are you crazy? Like, Jaguar's making these cars? So to be honest with you, I don't know anybody that wants to crash a Jaguar. And so I kept saying to myself, if this company invested all this money into these cars and the cars are Jaguars, this has got to work. So I got in. And
if the label on the car had said Steve's car.
If it said Pinto on the back, no way, man. If it said Pacer on the back, no way.
Oh, come on, Pacers were great.
But go watch some of the video.
I don't think I could get in one, man. I really don't.
I tell you,
especially in a town like San Francisco.
I'm way more confident
going down a hill without a driver.
I'm telling you, I was way more confident.
I'm telling you, man.
And then the other thing is, once you got in there, it plays like this music that probably goes along with the new Cleveland Sirens. It's very relaxing. And it's just like, okay, I get it. And we were laughing.
Don't freak out. I've got this.
It really was.
It's just driving.
There's cameras all over the place on the thing too. They're looking in. They're on the sides. Like, I get it. I understand how it works. The scarier part would be to take it on the freeway because these go on the freeway too. I'm trying to figure out what cities they're into.
Oh my gosh,
look real quick, but
I got to tell you, I just couldn't do it.
There are a bunch of driverless markets now. Probably San Francisco was the first. Phoenix, L.A., Austin, Texas, Atlanta, Miami, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, Orlando, Nashville now. I got to think that Columbus will get them before Cleveland will. Would you get in one? Yes or no?
As I sit here right now, I would say the answer is no.
I think after you watch them drive for a little bit, you have more confidence that they would do it. Mayor, would you do it? Yes or no? I know you're listening, but I know she's listening. I was going to ask. I think she said no.
She's listening for time.
I asked her in the break.
I just have a hard time doing it.
It's intimidating at first because you're like, I don't know if I can do it. And then I'm like, people pay hundreds of bucks to go to amusement parks every day. But I don't think.
Yeah, but that's on a track.
Yeah, I know. So you would not do it?
I don't think I would. And to be honest, Bud, the going down the hill without a driver in San Francisco, I've been stuck on a cable car in San Francisco, going up those hills.
Mm-hmm.
And that was scary. And I could have just stepped out of it, because it was stuck.
Yeah, my question.
But I just, going down a hill, I would just think, what if that brake just,
Yeah, but the same with a human.
Yeah, I know. Well, if the human, has a health emergency, otherwise there's going to be somebody to put a foot on a brake.
Here, my fear is what happens if an animal runs in front of the car or a person runs in front of the car?
Well, they had that somewhere and somebody got killed.
But that was really, really early on in the testing of this thing. At least that's what I thought. I don't know. I didn't go back and look it up. But there was at one point someone walked in front of the car and the car stopped. We were.
Well, you were there.
It was inching. Yeah.
Now, did you freak out? It's like, there's somebody out there.
No, I didn't at all. I think once you're in the car for a minute, you kind of realize, hey, maybe this is a better idea. Especially if you're like driving somewhere far away.
I will say.
I would be super. I would never, ever, ever take one of those cars on the route that we drove from San Francisco down to from Seattle to San Francisco. Like we took Highway 1 and 101, and there is some. You want to be scared? There's some moments to be scared on some of the switchbacks where you're, hundreds of feet in the air, and the only thing between you is like 5 or 6 blades of grass and then the ocean.
All right, guys, it's time to go to Berea to hear from head coach Todd Monken. This press conference brought to you by Expert Renovations, expertrenovationsllc.com.
Situations where we got tangled up, put ourselves at risk, so the guys handle it really well.
How's KC doing, and is he going to practice?
He's doing fine. I don't know that yet. We'll see when we get out there. He's still sore. We'll see.
Ronnie was talking earlier about Rudy's ability to mix coverages and throw disguises in offenses. What's the right mix for you guys doing that, trying to confuse opposing offenses, and also leaning into the strengths of guys like Denzel and Tyson who can strap up in there?
Well, I'll start with the end. With us having the corners that we have, it does allow, you to be able to mix coverages, be able to play a ton of man. And right now we're still in the install stages, so we'll still see where we end up as we move forward in terms of how much we are able to, mix coverages. And obviously that's some of Rudy's background, and then obviously what we've done here in the past.
Todd, at the end of practice yesterday, you kind of saw the full gamut of the Shedeur experience. There was the one play where he couldn't get rid of the ball, didn't release the ball, and then the pass at the end. How do you eliminate the negative plays?
Well, you just keep practicing. You just keep playing. That's really what you do. He's still a young player, and we'd like it to happen now. We all would. And but I've been highly impressed over the last 4 months that I've been around him, how far he's come as a player, and he's only going to continue to get better. It's just, again, there's a lot to take in when you're installing. We've gotten through the spring, and then we're gone for 6 weeks. And then you start back up again in a new system. And so I think you'll continue to see his operation mechanics improve. And I think that's the biggest part right now is in and out of the huddle, getting the line of scrimmage, eliminating that anxiety, his anxiety and my anxiety.
Tylen, you obviously had Todd, you had Tylen in Baltimore. What did you kind of
anything about him when you were with your time with him there that wanted you to kind of have him be part of this team? And what have you noticed from him in camp so far? What did his role look like there? It didn't really seem like he carved out much there. What can he maybe do for you?
Well, I say this all the time about Tylen is that whatever you ask him to do, he's going to do it. He's a diligent worker. He doesn't really get enough credit. Sometimes it doesn't flash in shorts what he gives you. But I can tell you in 23 against the Rams in overtime, he returned a punt that won us the game. Against the Bengals the next year, we're down a touchdown. We threw just a quick out. He breaks 3 tackles and scores from 80 yards out. I mean, you can scroll down NFL films and try to find a punt return for 60 yards and a quick out that goes for 80. So he's just a guy that's a really plug and play at a lot of positions and has been a upper tier special teams player. So he's really valuable.
To help them, I guess, like speed up some of the processing of what they're seeing and maybe get to the reads quicker and just the mechanics of the position when the ball is in their hand.
Yeah.
I know you spend a lot of time pre-snap with those perfect play sessions you do, but just what do you do from a coaching standpoint in installation to speed up the post-snap process for these quarterbacks?
Yeah, great question. I mean, all of it's important. We two-spot our morning walks, like most teams, so we try to get as many reps as we can. When we get on the field, we try to get as many reps as we can. I mean, really, it just comes, especially with the quarterback, it's the meetings and the mental reps and then taking it on the field. They need it as much as anybody. So that's all we're trying to do is give him as many reps as he can, as many looks as he can. The problem is everything compounds. We install, they install. So for every concept we install, it's another look he has to process through, and you're adding cans, you're adding checks at the line of scrimmage. So he's working at it. It's just a matter of time. I really believe it's just a matter of time.
KT has been playing guard since the offseason. How have you seen him sort of grow and get more comfortable at that position? Because after last year, being mostly a tackle.
Yeah, I think he's more fit to be at guard. I like his toughness. I like his finish. He's a great kid. Now it's just a matter of, all right, operation, what we're doing offensively, when the ball's snapped, his ability to react to what he's seeing. But we really like KT. We really think he's got a bright future. It's just, again, he's another young player that needs reps. We just need to continue to rep, right? Whatever that is. Every day we get a chance to go out there, our guys are going to benefit.
Is it possible you and Hoff will decide on your 5 starters up front before you decide on your quarterback?
It's a great question. I don't know. I really don't. I mean, both are a work in progress. And like I say, they'll decide who starts. And I don't know when either one is going to happen. Well, I do know come the Jaguars game, but I don't know till then.
Deshaun Watson, do you need to see more completions from him? I know you're still in the installation phase, but it just seems like he's almost struggling to put a drive together or to complete as many passes as he can.
Well, we'll get a better feel for that. Once we have a little bit longer practices, we'll have move the ball sessions. Right now, the only time we're doing that is in 2 minutes. The only time you get us to try and stack plays besides just running one play after the other. Hey, it's 3rd and 4, it's 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7, right? The only time we have that in 2 minutes. And the last 2 days with him in there, we haven't functioned very well with it. Now, a lot of that has to do with the defense in terms of how well they're able to rush the passer. But I'm not concerned about any of that yet with any of the quarterbacks till we actually start working on drives. And then once we get into practices against the Bills and then the preseason games.
Todd, yesterday Jamari came out in like a knee brace, a leg brace, working on the adjust machine. Does it seem like it's going to be a long-term injury? And are any of the absences right now like long-term issues?
That's a better question for our medical staff and for Andrew. I mean, as far as I know, I come out every day and the guys that are healthy practice.
Todd, I want to ask you philosophically about the deep ball. Do you have to throw it to be a good offense? And do you have to throw it all the time? Is it something you can set up just in general? How you go about
Another really good question. I mean, you certainly have to have receivers that can go get it, either by speed or by size. And then obviously there's parts of it that come from your system that tries to take advantage of being able to throw the ball down the field. I do think you're seeing less and less in terms of balls traveling over 40 yards. I think you see 40-yard gains with catching guys and run on the move more than you see actually throwing it. You're seeing more off coverage, you're seeing safeties are deeper, you're not seeing as tight of quarters. But I do think that, I will say this, in order to be a proficient offense, you have to be explosive, however that happens, however you get that, however you gain those throws. But certainly if you don't practice them, if you don't scheme them, you're never going to have an opportunity to really take shots down the field. We were really explosive at Baltimore, but really, it really came on more catch and run. We probably had more 20 to 40 yard plays than we did actually above 40. I don't know statistically over the 3 years, and that would probably be the same way at Georgia or wherever we've been. It's hard, but we certainly need to practice it and scheme it to get good at it.
You got a little better taste of the running game yesterday for the first time. What did you think?
Work in progress. I mean, first day in pads, work in gap schemes. I thought there was, on both sides, some positives and some negatives. I'm sure if you ask Rudy, it'd be the same way. So I'm excited we get another chance today, second day of gap schemes and some of the other runs.
You know, we talked to Ronnie Hickman, and I know the Browns have done it a lot, the 3 safety package. How does that make life more challenging for an offense when you have 3 guys of that athleticism back there?
Well, I think the 3 safety package really comes into play in my mind when you can play one of those guys at nickel. You know, you really aren't playing a 3 safety package in terms of the shell part. It's who you really want in the box. And especially if you're a zone-based, maybe zone match defense, obviously the bigger safeties are not going to be an advantage matching up against a slot without having help. But they're difficult blitzers. They're going to be elite run fitters. So I'm almost in base defense. My Kyle Hamilton, if he really wanted to, he could gain 20 pounds and play will linebacker. You know, and the guy at Seattle, I'm sure the same way. So they're really playing base with a guy that's got elite athleticism and ability to blitz off the edge, which is hard because then you get matched up on a back potentially. So makes it harder in nickel to run the ball.
Todd, going back to what you were saying about explosive and the catch and run stuff, does that make a guy like KC even more valuable?
For sure. I mean, it's we don't have all day to list the ways to be explosive, but that's one of it, have explosive players. I mean, I just saw a little bit ago a guy that got $140 million that's explosive as hell. And that's why he got paid that. It's not because we were talking about Mike Evans, not Mike Evans, but in his own way, he is elite and hard to cover and explosive. And so, of course, he fits that. Be able to catch and run. You can use him in the screen game. You can use him in the RPO game. And so all of those things, his ability to route run and separate, I think is what you're looking for.
Yesterday, it looked like you guys did sort of like that fire drill session, trying to get the kicker out. It looked like maybe in Shador's time, he ran plays that maybe wouldn't have had the time to get the kicker out. And you kind of talked a little bit.
Well, we were beyond at that moment, we were beyond the fast field goal. We were really limited in terms of the amount of time you had in the red zone, right? Don't have any timeouts. The ability to make a decision of like, can I get the ball to receiver and get out of bounds, or do I have to throw it away, or does it have to go in the end zone? And those are always going to be a work in progress to make sure you understand the situation. What exactly does that word mean, that trigger word that we're telling him? Like, what is that says this cannot happen? Right? Otherwise, the half will end, the game will end, right? And that, again, that falls in the same category with all of our players. That's why you're repping it, right? Because that isn't something that comes up every day. That's different than just running pivot slam or running a screen. That's a scenario that comes up and like, okay, are we really prepared for it? Similar like the headset goes out. All right, what are you going to do? Right? You're just going to keep taking timeouts, or you better have a plan. That's part of the process of situational football.
So I guess all of that, my question would be kind of like, when you get those moments in practice, how valuable is that to use as a teachable moment for especially young guys?
100%. It doesn't matter who's out there, all of the players. Even on the hurry-up field goal, what's our exit angle? Getting on the field, making sure that we report. right? The holder, so they understand, because there's nothing better than those end of game scenarios where you nail it as a coaching staff. And there's nothing worse than when you don't, right? We all know that, right? Okay, boy, that was great execution. Holy cow, boy, that didn't look very good. Like, that's crappy ass coaching. So we just continually try to work on those scenarios.
Todd, are you guys in pads today, and what's the plan for the rest of the week with the pads? How many days can you?
Pads today, shells tomorrow, pads Thursday, helmets Friday, pads Saturday.
Going off of kind of what Spencer asked, you coached Lamar for a lot of years, knowing that he works off script a lot. How do you kind of coach against, going off script and staying on script when it comes to the quarterback and progression?
Full of really great questions. That is true. I mean, it's. I think the game has changed. I think you've got quarterbacks that have the skill set of Lamar or somewhere similar to that. They are comfortable with their ability to move and stay clean and see downfield. And you're going to see that when the pocket collapses. More guys, some guys more than others, are more comfortable in the pocket. So what are you going to do? Guys that want to escape quickly, you're training what? How to stay in the pocket. And guys that want to stay in the pocket, you're training how do you find a way to escape. You're basically working all of those areas to improve, right? Sure, we want you to hang in there, right? Be ready to distribute the ball, progress quicker, and get rid of it, 100%. So the combination of both. And Deshaun has that as well. And then we have to be really, really elite on the perimeter at our scramble rules and fight for space for our quarterbacks. That's going to come up. I don't care who you play, defensively and offensively, how we handle two-play quarterbacks.
Did you refer to some
This is Todd Monken's press conference on WKRK, FM, and HD1, Cleveland Heights, Cleveland.
As I tell the guys, we're just going to continue to work at offense and defense. There were times they jumped, we didn't take advantage of it. We didn't actually tap. Okay, well, we went to the cadence. So you're going to work that in the mornings. You're going to work on cadence. You're going to work on all of those things until you get to games, and then you're going to find out where you can be in terms of cadence, in terms of can you carry it to games without constantly 1st and 15, or defensively they're 1st and 5.
Do you have an idea yet about playtime in Chicago, or is that going to be a last-minute decision?
Well, we anticipate, I don't know how it'll go, but right now I anticipate in all the preseason games our guys will play. Now that'll be case-by-case basis, but I know that at this point our plan is everybody will dress and they're going to play.
You're good?
There's Todd. Sounds like one position group had a better day than all the others yesterday. At least they carried over to today. You know what it was?
The wide receivers?
The media.
Oh.
4 good questions, according to Todd in his evaluations.
Wait, are you keeping track of that when he says good question?
No, but he said it once to Daryl. Then he said it
that's
again.
right. I noticed it
Then
first,
he said
yeah.
it again. Then he said it again. And then when our buddy Scott Petrak, he said numerous good questions in there, or a lot of good questions. So 4 shout-outs to the assembled media for good questions.
Daryl's question was borderline football Mensa.
Oh, it was huge.
I can't remember what it's post-snap reads. He was asking about post-snap reads.
Todd said, and again, I love listening to the guys who are doing this, either players or coaches. I want to hear what they have to say. Sometimes something jumps out at you, and sometimes you hear something for an entire press conference and it doesn't. One thing that made me think today was the praise he threw at KT Leviston on the offensive line. And I thought, and he had been working with the ones, and I just kind of thought, is there a guy here who we're not thinking about who might end up in the mix of this right now? Because I think everybody, Andy, is assuming it happens when you assume.
Yes.
Spencer Fano, Zion Johnson, Elton Jenkins, Titus Howard are your starters in some way, shape, or form. And then Tevin Jenkins, or maybe Parker Brailsford, or maybe DeJuan Jones, I don't know. But KT Leviston is a guy who has been getting some reps and now getting some pub from his coach. And
this is 2 days in a row because I thought I read some stuff about him yesterday.
Well, he's 20.
Too, so
he's 26.
that's the key.
Remember,
Everybody
he was here
brought that
last
up.
year.
Yeah,
and he came in from a trade with the Rams, and he might be a guy who mixes things up a little bit up there.
But he's definitely a big boy. There's no question. 335 pounds.
Most of them tend to be. Parker Brailsford, not so much.
335, man. It's a lot of weight to carry around. Yeah, but did he talk about him because he was spurred on by the question, or did he talk about him extensively because he's trying to give you a little feel for, hey, we really like this guy and we want to see him, we expect more out of him.
He sounded very impressed.
Yeah.
For
Colin
instance,
Wall's got the same kind of deal, though, the question before.
Well, we didn't hear the names, Austin Barber, Brailsford, Zach Zinter, DeJuan Jones today.
But no one asked.
No.
That's the other problem.
Also haven't heard much about Tevin Jenkins. But you never know. So I just it's essential that this offensive line come together and come together quickly. And I think it's a huge challenge because
I do too. I think it's the biggest challenge of the team is the offensive line.
There's one group, Andy, that has to know how to play together, and that's it. It's the offensive line.
We sit here and debate quarterback all day long, but if there is no help on the offensive line, it doesn't matter who the quarterback. Otto Graham could be the quarterback. It wouldn't matter. Joe Montana could be the quarterback. It wouldn't matter. And I just think offensive line is the biggest question mark on this team.
It has
I've
to
been
come
saying
together
it for
quickly.
months.
It has to come together quickly, and it better have some depth.
The problem,
and it looks like it has some depth, but can the line come together quickly? To me, is the issue.
You can't control. Like, if you want a wide receiver to play better, I think you can actually control that way more than you could a line, right? It's just like the line has got to be in sync. And, for a wide receiver to get better, maybe he just needs to catch some extra passes after practice. That line's got to go. I don't know what they do. Go to yoga class together or something. They got to figure it out.
Go to yoga class, huh?
Figure something out there, man.
That'd be a lot of flesh in that yoga class.
We laughed about
guys.
thought partners. Those guys have to be mind partners.
Well, and that's, to me.
And we've traditionally had these offensive lines that have been tight. Like, they always seem.
Well, every offensive line usually is, isn't it?
Winning offensive lines normally are, or offensive lines with a Hall of Famer on it.
I'll give you that.
Otherwise, if you're piecemealing your offensive line, you're probably not getting a lot of wins.
It's probably true, too.
That's
why they went out and brought in so many new guys this year.
It's also one thing when you're just switching one spot. Okay, you can kind of live with that. They switched 5, kids. It really feels like they're going to switch 5 this year. So unless DeJuan Jones steps up, but where's he going to step up? Fano's ahead of him, so.
Well, yes, but think about it. Fano, Zion Johnson, Elton Jenkins, Titus Howard, Austin Barber, Parker Brailsford. That's 6 new offensive linemen that you've brought in. 6 new guys.
None of the guys that existed here before are starters either now, are expected to be starters now.
That's correct.
So that leaves you DeJuan Jones, Zach Zinter, Leviston, Whippler.
That's serious.
Yeah.
It has to work, and it has to work quickly. Todd's been very impressed with Shedeur. Impressed with his work.
It doesn't make any sense not to say you're not impressed.
You are so correct, sir.
I don't need my quarterback having second thoughts. I want him to go out there and do everything we need him to do to win. Be good at what you're good at, and then take what we give you and make it even better.
I threw this out while you were gone. To me, and Todd came out and said it, and then Andrew Berry backed him up. When do I have to name my starter? Before the first game.
Yeah.
Okay. I said this. As soon as possible, you should name your starter. because you have an offensive line that's going to have to figure it out, how to work with that quarterback. You have running backs who are going to have to figure out exactly how to work with that quarterback, and you especially have wide receivers who are going to have to figure it out. Andy, I hope somebody quickly, and if it happens even before the first preseason game, all the better, somebody comes out and just flat out wins this job, because I think it'll help the overall cohesion of the offense once they get into the start of the regular season.
I'm just trying. What do we have? August 15th is the first, so we're
less than 2 weeks.
11 days away. The Hall of Fame game is what, this week?
Thursday.
Yeah, it'll be here before you know it. So you got 11 days to figure this thing out. I don't know if necessarily that first preseason game against the Bears is that the end-all, be-all for who your starting quarterback is going to be?
No.
Do you have to know by then?
He said week 1.
Of the pre or regular?
Regular.
Yeah, so.
But see, I think that
these guys really have four chances
that
to
would
win
be
the job.
bad, and it would also mean to me that nobody has stepped up.
But here's the other thing, Jeff. How many times have you seen, like, when you know who your starting quarterback is and you don't see them at all during the preseason?
Oh, you're still going to play, guy. I mean, this team needs reps.
This team, right.
Yeah.
But I'm saying there are circumstances where you feel like you know who your starting quarterback.
We don't have those circumstances.
You think that, I think that, but what if Todd Munkins thinks, in the back of his mind, Shedeur Sanders is the guy, man. I'm not even questioning this.
Well, then good. Name him the starter.
But I want
let's get on with it.
He's a starter, but I want him to work a little bit harder.
Yeah, let's get on with it.
Let's not name him. I don't know. Give me the advantage, disadvantage of naming a starter today.
I think the advantage is you put the offense on the same page, and you know what you're working toward, you know what you're working with, and you can start to polish it up a little bit.
But in the NFL, you're going to have to use two quarterbacks, so the other guy's going to have to have the opportunity.
Sit there and get second-team reps.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know. I don't feel like that guy is on this roster just strictly based on contract situation. Should be. There shouldn't be any questions. Watson should be the starting quarterback. Shouldn't be. But you miss all that time, and you're injured, and you got other stuff going on at the beginning of the time you got here. You open the door for Shedeur. That's what happened. It's where we are. It's also why a lot of people feel like we don't have a quarterback. We just don't. Someone's got to go out and grab the job, Jeff. And
that's what I'm hoping. And I hope it happens this week. And it won't. It's Baskin and Phelps here on the Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. That's right, baseball fans. Big hits get even bigger on Dinger Tuesday, which is today on FanDuel. Customers choose their own reward every Tuesday to use on home run bets. So how will you play your game? Option number 1, I'll give you a couple options. The bet reset. That's right. Use your wager and you'll get refunded in bonus bets if your bet loses. Option number 2, a 50% profit boost. Make your bet, activate the profit boost, and if it hits, that's extra winnings at no extra cost. Make your choice, and the reward will be ready to use on your next home run bet. We're looking at what's going on. There have been tons of moves in Major League Baseball over the last couple days. Someone going to get into a situation where you're like, oh, my God, I can't wait till player X is now hitting, I don't know, in New York, right? You know the hitter and you know the ballpark and you feel good about that. So hop on in. That's why it's Dinger Tuesday. You think you know who's going to hit a home run. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to choose your reward for home run bets every Dinger Tuesday. Play ball with a home for home runs on FanDuel, official partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 92.3 The Fan.
21 plus and present in Ohio. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-MY-RESET.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Babe, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal. We got a big deal too, right, Mom? Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. I'm a Ram truck guy, and if you're looking at a new truck this month, you know a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. Because, truth be told, how I became a Ram guy was pretty simple. I headed to my Northeast Ohio Ram dealer, and I started one up, and I felt the power. And from that point on, guys, I was a Ram guy. Right? And for power, there is no comparison. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8, which I have in my Ram, the 420-horsepower Hurricane engine, or the high-output 540-horsepower Hurricane engine. And while we're on the topic, why would you or anybody else trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? People would laugh. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram with Ram's 5-link coil suspension. All it takes is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Pull into any Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today. It's that easy. And right now, the Ram truck lease deals are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Tell them Nick Wilson sent you.
Here's something most roofing companies probably won't tell you. You may not need a new roof. Jeff Phelps here, everybody. Your shingles could simply just be dried out. Roof Max can restore them. Add up to 15 years of life to your roof and save you thousands of dollars compared to replacement. Think about that. A roofing company that doesn't want to sell you a new roof. Roof Max wants to help you keep the one you already have. Before you write a great big giant check for a roof replacement, call 1-855-ROOF-MAX for a free roof assessment. 1-855-ROOF-MAX.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan Hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. This is the only radio station in town that can deliver the play-by-play of the Hall of Fame game and the Super Bowl. The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Browns are back to work as training camp in Berea continues today after Casey Concepcion came down hard on his shoulder in practice yesterday. Todd Monken told the media today he's not sure if the rookie will practice, but he is doing okay and just a little sore. Concepcion is currently dressed for practice. The head coach also said he anticipates that everyone will play in all 3 preseason games, but it's still early and will be taken on a case-by-case basis. The Browns have announced the 2026 Legends class, which will be Brian Brennan, Alex Mack, and Lou Rimkus. The Browns will induct the new Legends class on September 27th in their home opener against the Panthers. Around the AFC North, the Ravens have reportedly come to an agreement on a 4-year contract extension for wide receiver Zay Flowers. New deal worth $140 million with $108 of that guaranteed. And after a very active trade deadline yesterday, the Guardians are back in action tonight. They'll be opening up a 3-game series with the Mets over at Progressive Field. The team hoping to build off their 5-0 win over Arizona on Sunday. Joey Cantillo gets the start tonight. First pitch is at 6:40. And some WNBA news. Cleveland's new team officially has a name. The organization announced this morning the team will be called the Sirens. The Cleveland Sirens will debut for the 2028 WNBA season. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Football. Love football. Football.
Do you love football?
Football.
Nice job, John Dorsey.
Football.
Hi, John.
Football talk. Our coverage on 92.3 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
That's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps.
Football.
What is that again?
Football. Do I sound close?
Yeah, it wasn't bad, actually.
I mean,
John still lives here.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Big in the hockey community.
That's the word on the street.
Miss having him around.
He's just a dad.
You asked me a question.
Although he's still working for the Lions, isn't he?
Yeah. You asked me a question in break.
Yeah.
Ask it now.
What do you expect out of camp? And, we sit here, we talk about this in the beginning, camp battles. Me personally, I don't think there's a defensive battle on this team. Offensively, I don't.
I think there might be a little one at safety. We talked with Mary Kay about it earlier.
Okay.
Mary Kay Cabot. And just about, can Emmanuel McNeil Warren, EMAC, as he might be, or E-Man, I guess E-Man.
Knock out Ronnie Hickman?
If his name is McNeil, but his name is Emmanuel, could you not call him EMAC? But he goes E-Man. That's right. It's his nickname, whatever he wants.
What do you want to call him?
I like EMAC. That's
EMAC
cool.
War?
Yeah, I don't know.
EMAC War?
I don't know. By the way, if you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I think that's a fight. What I'm looking for out of camp,
that's a tiny fight compared to anything on offense, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. Andy, you have, tell me otherwise.
Okay.
You have probably 3 of the 11 positions on offense, maybe 4, locked up. Okay?
100%. Judy at wide receiver.
Harold Fannin at tight end.
Quinshon
Judkins as your lead running back.
Okay, and if they're going to go with a fullback, you want that? Michael Burton's got the gig because he's the only one here.
You're not going to have him on the field right away. I look at the offensive line. The only thing to me that seems, there are 2 things that seem locked in, and I say seem, so I'm only going to count it as one thing for sure. Zion Johnson appears to be your left guard.
Okay.
And Titus Howard appears to be your right tackle.
If Spencer Fano's not starting?
Well, he hasn't been so far. I would certainly assume that he is. But the offensive line is such a question mark right now as to who's going to play where and when. And, George Warhop has said, I see Dwan Jones as a starter. He said that in OTAs. He said, I don't want to talk about him as a swing tackle. I want him to be a starter. Well, where? So that's why I think there are very few yeses on the offensive line just based on position only. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I think Zion Johnson's your left guard. That one seems pretty good. I would assume Fano starts at left tackle. You would too. I would assume Titus Howard starts at right tackle. And after that, who knows? And Elton Jenkins will start somewhere. But truly, to me, those are still slight questions. So I'll go with Zion Johnson, Jerry Jeudy, Quinshon Judkins, and Harold Fannin. Other than that, that Casey Concepcion's going to play. But is he going to be kind of like your number 2 option in the offense, or is that going to be Denzel Boston? Is Denzel going to emerge as the number 1 offense option, and Jerry Jeudy becomes the number 2? I just think there's a lot of stuff to be determined in training camp, and then through the first several games of the season, which it goes back to my point from last segment, and I've made it too many times already. Man, please name your starter ASAP so that this thing so we can eliminate some of these questions and start really polishing up what this offense is supposed to be. No?
Yeah. Yes and no. I'm not. I need them to make the right decision. I don't need them to make a hurry-up decision.
Well, no, that's you're right.
At quarterback. I need them to make the right decision. Although,
do you really think it's a competition? I find it hard to believe, and I mentioned this to Mary Kay. She didn't agree with me. I find it hard to believe that Todd Monken in his mind right now doesn't think fill in the blank is my starting quarterback unless he royally screws up or unless fill in the blank just emerges and beats him out. Todd has to know that, doesn't he?
I think he's got to know his starting quarterback.
In his head, he's got a guy right now that there could be changed, but right now he has to have a guy.
I don't know how you can't. How do you be a head coach of a football team and not have one guy in your mind going, now you may not like the fact that this guy's your starting quarterback, but he is going to be your starting quarterback. You've got to,
unless something changes. And I agree with that. That's what I think completely, actually.
I'm just kind of looking at the offense too as a whole, Jeff, and I think that you're now finally in a position where the guys who are starting for you are mainly first-round draft picks, first or second-round picks, whether we did it or another team did it. And I'm just kind of glancing through all the guys. I mean, let's be honest, Shedur's the only person that's on the other side of a second-round pick to be your starter on the offense. And I think when you go back, because I tend to notice this during the playoffs more than often, I'll go back and look at teams and their rosters and their depth charts, and I'm like, man, that's the way you build an offensive line. Like, 2 guys were drafted in the first round. You got 2 guys drafted in the second. You brought in a free agent. That, to me, winning offensive lines start with guys that are drafted in the first round or first or second at the latest. Well, we have that now. And so that's one of the reasons, because we were talking about the chemistry and being able to build an offensive line that works. I mean, Zion Johnson was 15th overall pick. Elgin Johnson was a first-rounder. Tevin Jenkins was what? Tevin Jenkins was a second-round pick. Second-round pick, okay.
Of the Bears.
Yeah, Titus Howard was a first-round pick. So now, Fannon's a third-rounder. The guys on the outside looking in are Fannin, which is a great pickup in the third round, right? And then
so far, it looks like it. Yeah.
So if you look at it by the numbers, I think you can kind of say to yourself, okay, I think maybe we got this right. Maybe they got it right by where. And again, maybe you shouldn't do this by draft position, but again, why would you be a free agent? Well, maybe you're going to get more money somewhere. That's one reason why. Or the other team didn't want to give you that second contract.
Yeah.
As a first rounder. So I kind of think they built this the right way. Let's see, man. I just want to keep my fingers crossed. Because what happens if they do have a good offensive line going into this thing? Man, that'd be exciting.
What makes you think they built it the right way?
Just saying that. What I'm saying, they could have. And I say this based on, go back and look at Super Bowl teams.
Yeah.
Go back and look at teams that have made it deep into the playoffs. It's real easy to go back and say, all right, how did they do this?
But isn't it usually with guys they draft themselves?
For the most part. But I'm okay or comfortable with the fact that
highly thought of guys.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise your offensive line, it's what 4 of your 5 starters are from other teams that were drafted in the first or second round.
Well, and that goes back to our earlier conversation. You got to get it together. You got to get it together fast.
The guys that we've drafted on the offensive line, and they've drafted them later, with the exception of Spencer, right? Fano's your first-round pick, and that's it. In fact, he'll probably be your only guy starting on offense. No, Concepcion, right? Concepcion's the first round. So you'll have 2 out of the 11 that are your guys that were drafted in the first round on the offensive starters. That's it.
Okay. The 5 of the...
Go look at our defense, man. Our defense is still... Mason Graham and Denzel.
Well, 6 of the guys competing on the offensive line for playing time or spots were drafted by the Browns. It's just the guys who are sitting in the number 1 spot on most everybody's depth charts were not.
So let's go back to that original question. What do you expect out of this team at camp? What are we looking at? And are we even, let's be honest, are we looking at this team to be a team that can make the playoffs and advance in the playoffs? Because let's be
I'm not expecting that.
Normal cities do that.
Doesn't mean we can't get it.
Normal NFL cities are looking at their roster right now, unless they know their team is complete garbage, and they know they're playing for the draft next year. And maybe sometimes we should look in the mirror. But unless you know that, and the team isn't trying to hide it, you think your team has a chance to make the playoffs this year. Every team now thinks that. Can you look at the Browns roster and say to yourself, this team is a playoff team?
No. How could you?
You can't.
3 wins, 5 wins. How can you do that?
But there are teams every year.
Well, but it doesn't mean it doesn't mean they can't. Right. I mean, we all like some of the nice young talent that's been brought in, and I like the fact that they brought in some experienced offensive linemen, but experience doesn't equal good. In this case, we hope it does. But, there's a reason that every one of those veteran offensive linemen was available. Teams don't let good offensive linemen just walk out the door.
So just looking at the offense, this would be, to me, these would be wins this season. An offensive line that is cohesive, doesn't give up a ton of sacks. Now then you got to hope that your quarterback isn't trying to run out of the pocket all the time and leaves the offensive lineman hanging. But I think if you ask me what are the goals for this team, an offensive line that can be cohesive, a step-out wide receiver that you clearly know is your number 1, and if you were lucky and blessed to have your number 2 in Concepcion and Boston, to me, that's a huge win for this team down the road, no matter who the quarterback is. Can you walk out of the season with 2? I'm not asking for 3. 2 wide receivers you believe can help you down the road, because we know the teams that are super successful are going to have at least 3. We're good with 2. I would be good with 2. And then I need Fannin and Judkins to continue their upward scale of getting better. What would that be? Upward momentum?
Upward trending?
Yeah, upward trending.
Yeah, go ahead and use that.
Let's trend.
It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
The preseason storylines from Berea go beyond the quarterback competition. Rely on 92.3 The Fan's training camp coverage powered by Genesee Brewing Company. Beyond the practice field, we are the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson. Let's talk about the roof on your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer, but be forewarned, there are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. This is one of the reasons I recommend Victor's Home Solutions to my listeners. 866-VICTORS. That's 866-VICTORS. Their process begins with a free 21-point roof inspection that includes a thorough inspection of your attic. They know if the ventilation isn't right, the roof will be built on a shaky foundation. Every Victor's roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan, and that's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Money-saving discounts and financing incentives are available. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today, 866-VICTORS. That's 866-VICTORS, or book an appointment online at victors.com.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time to shop for an engagement ring. Stop in and see Josh at Bookman & Son, where jewelry shopping is made easy and comfortable. BookmanandSon.com.
Technology continues to change the way businesses communicate, collaborate, and serve their customers.
For 25 years, Extend Technologies has been designing commercial technology solutions that help organizations work smarter, from conference rooms and video conferencing to digital signage, distributed audio, surveillance, and more.
Visit the recently redesigned website to explore what's possible. Then experience the latest technology in person at the Extend Experience and Design Center. Learn more at xtendav.com.
Time matters. And at Mr. Hero, we agree. Order online, then skip the line, and enjoy all your favorites, hot and fresh. With plenty to choose from, there's always something to crave. Hungry yet? Order now at MrHero.com.
I crave a hero.
Welcome back to That Lux Life. It's your boy, Will Winmore. Today's guest, the Millionaire Ball from the new Ohio Lottery Daily Draw game, Millionaire for Life. Hey-o! So if a player matches 5 numbers and the Millionaire Ball number, they win $1 million a year for life. Hey-o! Or $100,000 a year for life if they match just 5. Hey-o! Millionaire for Life is the game. Millionaire Ball is his name. Play Ohio's newest daily draw game for your chance to win for life. Players are subject to Ohio laws and commission regulations. Play responsibly.
Woo! Northeast Ohio. Training camp is open. Head coach Mike D'Amato here on the field at Nissan in North Olmsted and I-90 Nissan. And there ain't no holdouts here. I got my team running 2-a-days to guarantee we're at the top of our game. Even my veteran quarterback and my DB, Dale Belza, is giving up naps, taking snaps, and he's even running laps. So he can 3-step drop back and give you even more money in the pocket. He can hand off up to $1,000 off the new Nissan. And my first team, bottom linebacker, is ready to cover interest rates as low as 0%. Are you kidding me? So if any other dealer is trying to blitz you, blindside you, give him one stiff arm and say, stop. Who do you think you're tackling, dummy? And head up the field and come running back to Nissan in North Olmsted on the North Olmsted Auto Mile and I-90 Nissan in Sheffield Village. Because the deals are so good. It's the 2-minute warning, so hurry in. Start drawing up your next perfect play online at BigNissan.com.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Browns are back to work as training camp in Berea continues today after Casey Concepcion came down hard on his shoulder in practice yesterday. Todd Monken said he's doing okay and is feeling a little sore. Monken also said he's not sure if the rookie will practice today, but he is dressed for practice. The head coach also said he anticipates that everyone will play in all 3 preseason games, but it's still early and will be taken on a case-by-case basis. The team announced the 2026 Legends class, which will be Brian Brennan, Alex Mack, and Lou Rimkus. The Browns will induct the new Legends class on September 27th in their home opener against the Panthers. Around the AFC North, the Ravens have reportedly come to an agreement on a 4-year contract extension for wide receiver Zay Flowers. That new deal worth $140 million with $108 million guaranteed. After a very active trade deadline, the Guardians are back in action tonight to open up a 3-game series with the Mets over at Progressive Field. The team hoping to build off that 5-0 win over Arizona from last Sunday. Joey Cantillo will get the start. First pitch is at 6:40. And the Cleveland's new WNBA team officially has a name. The organization announced this morning the team will be called the Cleveland Sirens, and they will debut for the 2028 WNBA season. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Day 2 in pads. You heard earlier Todd Monken say, and then, not in pads Wednesday, and then pads. It's like he's all decked out. He's the fashion coordinator.
Ready to roll. You know who else is very fashionable? That's Daryl Ryder.
Is he really? When did that start?
I don't know. Just ask him. Since he got a new haircut.
Okay.
I haven't seen him like 2 weeks, so I don't know what his hair is looking like, but he was very much paying attention to his hair.
Oh, yeah.
On a daily basis. But
I was too, and then it left.
I don't know what Lance's hair is going to look like either, but you can. You can find out, Lance Reisland. On the daily
left too.
Browns training camp recap. So you know where you can get those? On 92.3 The Fan's YouTube page.
Huh.
Daryl and Coach, they're going to break down the storylines from each of the day's practice. And, of course, your daily quarterback competition updates. I mean, Daryl is meticulous in what he does.
Sure.
And you can catch the recap on Overtime with Jake Volnick at 8:40. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel now. Now. Do it now. Don't wait. Get off the sofa. Go. Sofa.
Fine idea.
There's a word you don't hear very often.
Sofa. No. You don't, do you?
No, it's kind of an old word.
Davenport. Ever heard a couch called a Davenport?
Yeah, but why? Was that the maker of it?
I don't have any idea.
Did it come from Davenport?
I love looking around at what people think about certain things in the NFL, Andy.
Yes, Jeff.
I stumbled across this from a gentleman named Mike Kadlick on Sports Illustrated. I'm assuming, because Mike didn't say otherwise, that this is just his opinion.
Okay.
But by golly, it fired me up. NFL uniform rankings. Every team's 2026 look from worst to best. Okay? So the guy didn't say I polled fashion people and asked them their thoughts. I'm assuming he's just, putting this together himself.
Okay.
And as he says, so look good, feel good. With that, we're ranking all 32 uniform sets.
Oh, good.
But he didn't mention anybody else. I'm assuming it's just him.
Okay.
The worst uniforms in the National Football League, according to this guy. The team that used to be the Cleveland Rams, now the Los Angeles Rams.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I disagree with that one. I don't mind the Rams unis. They're not bad. I think their white ones are weird because they look more cream-colored than white, but I don't mind the Rams uniforms. He has them as dead last.
I'm looking at the Rams' new primary uniforms, and I think he's wrong. I like they use a different font for their numbers than anybody else in the league uses. Right? Maybe Seattle might have the same font. But
I don't know.
I totally disagree with that.
I'll quickly go through these.
I'm looking at some of the new
until
ones.
we get to some that make you think.
I can tell you the one I don't like.
Bottom last, he has the Jets or the Rams, then the Jets.
That's insane. The Jets have new jerseys too this year, and they look pretty good. I think they're clean. They're super, especially they're all new white. They have a whiteout jersey for their whiteout game.
You're going a little too in depth here.
Sorry. There's one I really want to talk about.
Arizona, he has 30th. A team whose uniforms I love, and they're top 5 to me, he has 29th, the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, I could live with them.
I like them. Well, of course you can. But I like the Panthers. I love their color scheme, and I love the way their uniforms are designed. I think they look good. But this guy doesn't like him. He has them 29th. Seattle, I think, has interesting uniforms. I like him. He has them 28th.
Some of the Seattle jerseys are the best, and some are the worst.
I'm not crazy about all the lime green ones. Those are a little rough to me. But that darker blue, that
those
whole
aren't
look,
bad. Those are okay.
I kind of like those. 27th, your Cleveland Browns. 27th.
That's ridiculous. I don't know.
Well,
the Browns jersey should be like 15 or 16 on every list.
He says if the Browns hadn't ditched the so-called cutting-edge uniforms that they wore from 2015 to 20, he said they'd likely be sitting dead last on this list. I didn't mind the Browns trying to do something different. He said...
I like the word Cleveland or Browns in the yoke, so I'm good.
Yeah, that was kind of cool.
Yeah, I like that.
He said Cleveland's return to its classic roots has certainly helped its cause in the NFL-style hierarchy, but I agree with him on this. But you can only shoot so high up the list while having brown and orange as your primary colors. We love brown and orange here in Cleveland. We get it. I don't have any issues with it. It's in our logo here at the station. But it's tough.
What do you want them to do? They can't go black.
It's tough to look good in brown and orange.
They can't go black and orange.
No, you can't do that.
It's in the bottom of the state.
By the way, I double-checked a couple of things. It said, and I always thought, from what I always saw, Paul Brown took the colors basically from the Massillon Tigers.
Or Bowling Green.
They were black and orange.
Right.
But because the Browns trained at Bowling Green when they started from 46 to 51, Paul kind of went, Massillon's orange. And these are brown and orange. Okay, great.
So I was right. It was Bowling Green.
Well, according to one thing I saw.
Yeah.
You ready for this, though?
Yeah.
There's only one college sports program in the country whose primary colors are brown and orange.
It's Bowling Green.
And that's Bowling Green. It was adopted in 1914 by BG.
Yeah.
Chosen after the university's first president spotted the color combination on a woman's decorative hat during a trolley ride.
That's why we are brown and orange.
That's why we're brown and orange.
Some lady
trolley ride
in Cleveland.
Lady's hat.
Back when we had trolleys here.
Well, my guess is it was not here because he was the president of Bowling Green.
So he's probably in Toledo or
Unless
Detroit.
he's coming to town for fun.
I don't know. Did Detroit have trolleys?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Then he's got the Colts at 26th.
Do you think people
uniform-wise.
know that we had trolleys here at one point?
The Giants are 25th. Vikings 24th. I kind of like the Vikings. Packers are traditional. They're beautiful, right?
Packers have some ugly uniforms.
23rd. Steelers are 22nd.
There's some.
I've always liked the Steelers unis. I know they're the Steelers, but I give them credit. I've always liked those.
Yeah.
The one logo on the side of the helmet's odd.
I have a new.
But I don't mind it. I think it's unique.
Favorite jersey.
Falcons are 21st. Patriots 20th. So you keep scrolling on up. The Bears are traditional. He's got them 18th. Not crazy about them.
Yeah.
I like Buffalo's uniforms.
Have you seen their new ones? The Nickel City? They're horrible.
I like them.
You like the helmet?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, my God, Jeff.
You're doing something different.
Jeff, those look like...
He's got Buffalo ranked as 17th.
The new Nickel City jersey for them, those look like...
Josh Allen told everybody to calm down, so I'm telling you to calm down.
Okay, well, they look like Boise State without it, but their helmet isn't as good as Boise State.
Got the Eagles 16, Jacksonville 15th. The Raiders, iconic uniforms, just 14th.
Who's number one?
Well, we'll get to it. He's got the Chiefs. Well, it's because you're saying, well, let's see. This color was this. I like the new Jets uniform, the iconic helmet,
Keep
blah,
going.
blah, blah.
Yeah, well.
Chiefs are 11th. Chiefs unis are boring, but they are vibrant red.
Yeah.
He's got the Dolphins at 9. Your Commanders, MK, at 8.
Okay, so...
The new uniforms of the Commanders?
The black jersey they have with the red number with the yellow trim.
And you don't mind it?
I like it. I like it a lot.
It. Oh, it's intimidating.
Yeah, I think it looks great.
Especially with a black helmet. With a black helmet,
7th.
too.
I like the Texans unis.
The Texans, all they are the old Houston Oilers jerseys.
No, they aren't.
I'm looking at them right now.
Texans?
They look like the old. That looks like an old Warren Moon jersey.
The Houston Texans?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Tennessee. Tennessee looks like that.
That's exactly right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, Houston fans get really, really bitter when they see the Tennessee Titans using old Houston Oilers stuff.
But does that not look just like a Warren Moon jersey?
He's got Tampa at 6. Bengals are 5th with the stripes on them, and the Ravens are 4th.
I hate to say it. They're probably pretty.
Cowboys are 3rd. Cowboys unis are iconic.
Yeah, what are you going to do with the Cowboys?
He's got the 49ers as 2nd. I don't know about that.
I got a buddy.
I'm in complete agreement on this. Best uniforms in the NFL. What team have I left out?
I don't know.
Your Los Angeles Chargers. I love the Chargers powder blue uniforms.
Oh, then you'll like the new Siren uniforms.
And I especially like them with the white pants.
Then you must love the Sirens.
I don't like the powder blue with the gold pants as much as the white pants, and then the gold lightning bolts down the
I
side.
think he just likes different shades of blue
And the lightning bolts up top.
a late cryptid on the jersey.
I love the lightning bolt on the helmet. I love the number on the helmet.
Powder blue
the
is
powder
a bad
blues are just
color
great, man.
for uniforms.
Not for the Los Angeles Chargers.
Don't like them. I can think of way better jerseys.
Would you be okay if the Browns wanted to change their colors one day?
Oh no,
See,
not really.
Here's the thing. I grew up a Browns fan. Love the Browns. They're my team, and I don't mind the classic brown jerseys and the white pants. I don't even mind them with the orange pants. I could go for a complete reboot on the uniforms. Like when they went to the different ones recently. And
how'd that work out for you? How'd you like the parade on that one?
I didn't think they went far enough. If they did something like what Seattle did.
Is there a neon? I guess you could go neon orange.
Well, I maybe even change the color. I mean, diminish.
Could you go to a light brown?
Diminish the brown in some way. Go to the Padres, change the Padres brown, something like that.
Could you go to a tan?
I would be wide open for just an outrageously different Browns look.
Could you do khaki?
I disagree. I like that the brown and orange is outside of like bowling green. Brown and orange is pretty unique.
It is.
To the Browns.
You know why it's unique? For a reason.
Because it doesn't mesh well?
Brown and orange.
I mean, because like if your color scheme is red, white, and blue, there's a million teams that are red and white, blue and white, red and blue. There's just so many.
I had a tan pullover with the Browns logo across the front of it. I loved it. That was like one of my favorites.
Unless you're eating candy corn, brown and orange don't go together. I mean, it's just tough. It's a tough look. I am all for the iconic look that we have now, but if they ever wanted to just completely think out of the box, like they took the classic look, tried to update it and make it a little more modern and everything when they went to those uniforms in the late 2015 to 2020. I didn't mind those, but boy, they did not go over well. And I wouldn't mind just.
What's your favorite? I know we got about a minute here. What's your favorite jersey of all time then?
Chargers.
Of all time. Mayor?
Yeah.
This is very
it doesn't
biased.
Matter what sport either.
But it's probably Virginia Tech from like the mid 2000s. I loved those uniforms. Still do.
I think Ohio State's jerseys, especially. I love the black Ohio State.
So we're both biased, is what we're saying.
Of course.
Why are we smarter after 4 hours of Basket of Phelps, brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488, Meredith.
I'm smarter because everybody agrees with me on social media, which, again, those reactions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store, that the Sirens are awesome.
That's wonderful news, and I'm happy for you and the Sirens. Glad we have a WNBA team. I really don't care what you call it, and I really don't care what your logo is.
Yeah.
Just glad we have a team. That's nice.
Yeah.
Welcome back, vacation boy. Why are you smarter?
Good to be back. I'm actually going to yield my time because I wanted to hear what Meredith would say. Would you get into a driverless Waymo the way I did?
Probably not. It makes me nervous because like it's all technology and AI. So if something goes wrong, there's no fail safe.
You done?
I'm done.
Listen, the Terminator movies were a warning, not a blueprint.
I'm smarter today because our fearless leader just loves busting Andy's chops. He says, the Ohio State jerseys and memorabilia are so good that the guy that loves it is sitting in a Washington pullover right now.
Hey, Brutus, eat it.
Oh, wait a minute.
Brutus.
Look at this on YouTube, fellas. Everyone, he's showing
Brutus.
like.
Can you combine a Washington quarter zip and an Ohio State shirt?
Yeah. So cold in here.
Well,
it's
now
freezing
that's
in
a
here.
fact. Every time I leave,
I would just be wearing Brutus if that was the case. Spoken like a true Wolverine.
Afternoon boys are coming up. Jonathan Peterlin, Nick Wilson. We'll see you tomorrow.
Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10.
Guardians Mets tonight. Maybe new guys?
Yeah. All right.
is the difference between when you do get to the postseason this year, or at least making sure you get to the postseason this year, you get at least one series for Bazana, for DeWater, then that's worth it in spades. They're making the moves to get better. They added 2 different bats that are going to have an actual impact on this team. I don't know how you can be mad at this, guys. You guys wanted to shake up this roster, shake up this team. They did it.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are back out in Berea at Browns practice, and we are back on The Fan. We got plenty to get to on today's show. That open courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, we salute the Supreme Leader, because if we did not, there would be consequences. We've got Jake Murrin, manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. I'm lying. He's actually right here engineering on site for us and producing. But as always, you guys can follow the show all 5 hours live on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And in case you didn't know, you can ring that bell, subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, except for you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. And, of course, like our videos, we desperately need to be liked around these parts. Katie Pollack on the 2020s today. It is a beautiful day out here. And I say hello to you, Jonathan Peterlin.
Hello. How's it going today?
Well, I almost called you Jonathan.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
That sounds like a very hip, like, East End New Yorker kind of name.
Oh,
my name's not Jonathan anymore. It's Jonathan.
It sounds like I'd own like some sort of fancy restaurant in like Uptown or something.
Yeah, Vanessa really enjoyed that godless show, Sex and the City. Feels like a character
like
on
the
Sex and the City.
Like the reboot or like the original?
She liked both of them, and the reboot was real. Talk about just
I
trash.
think I told you. That was basically, I had What's Going On Down There. That was the book my mom gave me when I hit puberty, and then also Sex and the City.
Not anything scrambled on Skinamax
For
at a
some
certain
reason,
time?
my mom thought it was just acceptable that at that age, Sex and the City would teach me everything I need to know.
Well.
And so that was kind of how that all worked. Samantha taught me a lot in life.
You know what? Samantha's taught a lot of people a lot in life.
You're such a Samantha.
But how we doing today?
I'm fine. It feels like we've been here for like 12 million years. I don't know if you have that same vibe that I have as well, and I'm not really sure why that is.
It might be the heat.
Is that what it is? It's really hot. We had Spencer Fano on Friday, and he kept being like, yep, waiting for that heat to come. And you're like, yeah, it's coming. Don't worry. He's like, it's pretty nice out. It's like, yeah, it's going to come, though.
I'm a little torn here because on one hand, I am driving it was a 250th anniversary Ram truck today.
Nice.
Thanks to our friends at the Brunswick Auto Mart and our friends at Ram Truck. And so I've kind of been a little bit of a king in the castle. And yet, I'm also smarting at, for the first time, what I feel are a lot of personal charges sent our way in the last 24 hours.
I don't understand it. I mean, sometimes I understand it. I'm like, all right, we take a lot of shots. You take a lot of shots. I'm just along for the ride.
Shooter's got to shoot.
And like, whatever comes our way, comes our way. I get in the car last night. I tune into Anthony, and Anthony is filling in for Jake Volnick. And all of a sudden, he's talking about how we didn't talk Guardians all last night. And we, unlike that afternoon show, we'll talk Guardians baseball while we'd spend an hour and a half talking Guardians baseball in the prime time of the show. That's fine. And then I wake up this morning and we just had a text there. Then I get in the car to go ahead and drive, and because my AirPods are just always on 92.3 The Fan.
Yeah.
And I'm listening to the midday show, and Baskin is taking shots left and right, saying that basically he doesn't want abstract quarterback thoughts, and everything on the station is just that. And what are we even doing? And it's like I guess it's one of those days we just can't buy a win.
I'm a little torn here because on one hand, I guess I'm being a homer for saying the Browns could be better than people think at 7 wins.
7 wins is somehow apparently saying something nice about the Browns.
And there's a part of me that, like, I was encouraged to call in today. Unfortunately, Ken and Lima did not inform me that they were going to sandbag me.
Okay.
So I was in the midst of a big walk today.
Yeah.
And figured my signal wasn't really going to be consistent, and I didn't want to half-ass it.
So who was encouraging you? Was it Keith?
It was. I mean, Ken did tweet at me. In fairness,
okay.
I saw that after the fact.
What did he tweet?
Just a couple people in radio who happened to hear Anthony Lima. Now their words were whine. I would never say whine about a colleague, but their words were whine about me apparently not crapping on the Browns at every chance I get.
I missed this whole Twitter brouhaha. So what did Ken tweet at you? I have no idea.
Oh, no, Ken, I don't think I can clue Ken in on this because Ken, I think, just wanted me to call in to argue with Anthony.
Okay.
Ken's kind of Switzerland in this. There's something I've in some way incensed Anthony Lima. It's been a couple months now.
Hold on, is this going to be their bit though? Is this what this is? You know how
they recap our show for us?
No, for 3 weeks. For 3 weeks, Ken did the whole I'm tired of LeBron and that decision. I don't even want to deal with it. That's fine, understandable. It was a reasonable take. It was what it was. But it was 3 weeks of their show doing that, and again, totally fine. But is that Lima all last week did the bit you're talking about right now? He kept going down the road of this show is being too optimistic. Why are we being so optimistic? Is this just what they're going to do for the next 3 weeks?
Yeah, and it's interesting. I think Lima's painted himself into a corner. I think he's just wanting everyone to know he thinks the Browns are going to suck and that Shador's a jabroni.
Okay.
And I
thought it was long established. He thought that. I didn't know that was breaking news.
If you go off recent history and you bet against the Browns and take the under, you're going to be right.
A lot of the time, you're going to be right.
Also, if you bet on incumbent favorite for the Browns quarterback spot isn't going to work out, you'd also be right.
Yes.
But I think he took umbrage. I think he thought we were subtweeting them by saying there's really only 3 thoughts on the Browns quarterback situation, or the Browns in general, and that it's a little annoying that there's not a diversity of thought.
Honestly, we can talk about the Browns and not be trying to talk about their show.
Well, what's funny about it is
that is a thing that can happen.
What's funny about it is maybe there's a little bit of guilt from Lima because we weren't subtweeting them.
No, we were just having a conversation.
Also, I don't know if you know this about
me. We'll
me.
put your name on it at any point. We have no problem with that.
I'm not much of a subtweeter.
We also kind of go out of our way to put people's names on it when we're talking about them.
So clearly, I am being a Browns homer for saying this is a 7 or 8 win team, and that while everyone is in agreement that this is the 32nd out of 32 quarterback rooms in the NFL, that there might be a player in here in the quarterback room that can go ahead and change that conversation.
There will come a day, and I think it's going to be sooner rather than later, Nick, where saying 7 wins will be looked at the way that it's supposed to be, which is, so you don't really think that team's that good, do you?
Yep.
There's going to come a day, maybe 2 years from now, maybe 3 years from now, someone at the station is going to say 7 or 8 wins, and people are going to act as if they just said the craziest thing sports talk radio has ever heard. We're not there yet. But it's wild that we're at a spot where 7 wins is acting as if you think this team is the 85 Bears.
Now, you mentioned the LeBron story that was several weeks in the making, and how weekend.
So instead of talking about the LeBron side of things, they just pivoted to the idea that they were bored with the LeBron conversation or didn't like the LeBron conversation, and that's where I wonder if this is where this quarterback conversation is going for them.
That's what's fascinating to me. It's even to Andy Baskin's charge about talking about quarterbacks in the abstract. We've actually talked about, yesterday, we talked about the fact that Deshaun, for the first time, that when Shador went against the ones on Saturday, he looked like the best quarterback. That's the first time that the guy that went against the ones looked like the best quarterback in practice. That is a development. There's nothing abstract about that. And by the way, speak more specific than that. What do you mean abstract? It's a guy that hasn't played good football in 5 years and a guy who no one will say anything balanced about the 7 games he played last year, and he's either underdrafted or a 5th-round pick.
Well, I don't know what more he wanted. I think in the context of it, he was trying to say...
More talk about self-driving cars, I think.
Well, don't worry. He'll give you the list of cities that are allowed. Oh, Jeff said no, by the way.
Oh.
Jeff was a hard stance no and would not get in the...
That's such a Jeff Phelps
the cars
move.
that drive it. As of right now, my answer is no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wait, we can also, we can just do, hey, Taylon Green. I think he's awesome. I'm buying stock in that like they do for an hour each day. We can do that conversation if you want instead.
I would like to point out, that is Jonathan Peterlin throwing the shade at the midday show. I have said nothing other than the self-driving car, which was just, what the hell was that?
What was that? I'm not sure. By the way, I'm going to help Jeff out here. He is massive. He's a massive human, Taylon Green.
Yeah.
He does just hover over every other quarterback when they're all lined up together.
You know, I will tell you, I was out there. Not a lot of small guys out there. Yeah.
Well, Quincy Williams, I told you about that.
Emmanuel Neal Warren's
yesterday.
like 6'2", 6'3". You put those shoes on. I'm going to say this right now. They got a lot of athletes out here.
He did hover over, though, and Dylan's right there, so it helps. But, he hovered over them.
But maybe it's because I came into the LeBron conversation a week into it because it began when I was on vacation.
That's right, yeah.
When I came back and people were already starting to bitch about it and say, oh, I'm tired of this already, I chuckled. Well, when Daniel Oyefusi, who did a great job with the Morning Boys today when Lima wasn't sandbagging me, Daniel Oyefusi talked about the race and how the quarterback race and how unimpressed he's been to this point.
I'm starting Shedeur Sanders. And again, I don't think any quarterback has necessarily wowed me, but I think the biggest difference through 5 practices that I can definitively say is that Shedeur Sanders is taking care of the ball and he's comfortable pushing the ball downfield. We'll see if Deshaun can, kind of pick it up over the next coming weeks and then into training camp. But one thing that I've noticed from him is he just seems like he's just a tick slow in the processing. I asked him specifically if he's still trying to reacclimate to the speed of the game, and he talked about trying to let his instincts take over. And I feel like he's just hesitating a lot. And I don't know if it's a mental thing, I don't know if it's a physical thing, but I just see him kind of hesitate a little too much, maybe not trust what he sees. And that's when we've kind of seen some of those head-scratching interceptions. But if I throw Shedeur out there, let's say tomorrow to win a game for my life, I don't know if the pre-snap is going to be perfect. I don't know if, all the situational decisions are going to be perfect, but that's kind of life with a young quarterback. But I know that he's going to be comfortable throwing the ball downfield, and he's not going to be afraid to let it rip.
All right, so what I like about this was the nuance that I was asking about. You can say the quarterbacks, by and large, have not impressed you, but differentiating where Shedeur is and where Deshaun is, you cannot say after a full week of practices now that they are in the same ballpark. There's plenty of time for Deshaun to round off the edges.
There's
here.
a lot of time left.
But let's not act like, again, all unimpressive is the same unimpressive.
Yeah, it's different. The interceptions matter. The idea that Deshaun has continued the theme that he's always had, this at least since he started practicing again with the Browns. The idea that one throw seems great, next throw seems like, where the hell was that? Like these type of things do matter in the big picture, no question about it.
Also, Dan, the one thing I will poke fun at Daniel, and he's not listening because he's out here, so hopefully he does hear that this is in fun.
Yeah.
Daniel kind of seeming over the quarterback battle to this point.
And so again, that's kind of like Monken's had this vibe the entire time. Monken's been done with it since March, it seemed like.
No, that's fine. Because he's trying to shoot down any idea of any sort of conspiracy or any sort of, drama that comes with that. That's a head coach's job. We're in the media. Why the hell would we be sick of a quarterback battle?
I think the quarterback battle is all we got, if we're being truthful about it right now. There's 4 quarterback battles across the NFL. We have one of them. It's the most important position in sports. We should care about this. But I do get the sense, like Lima, for instance, and Ken in the morning, they're not alone in this, and Daniel's not alone in this either. There is a sense of people that are getting, frustrated with the amount that we're talking about it. Allant certainly seemed to voice that last night. That's for damn sure. Like, I don't know. I don't know where that comes from.
Are they new?
I don't get it.
Allant is relatively new to the media.
He doesn't get that the
Ken and
7-month
Anthony
cycle.
Been here for about a decade now in mornings.
Maybe they feel like they don't have to as much because they've been here for so long and they're firmly entrenched. Maybe is that all that is? I don't have an understanding.
Should we talk about Star Spangled Banners and like national anthms and the performances of those?
Listen, it doesn't make sense to me.
Did
either.
Cheryl Reeves sound good? 216-474-00. It's the Zoo on 92.3 The Fan.
My vote is a no. She didn't sound good.
By the way, just to be clear, that's not meant to be a shot at Ken. All shots today taken in the morning show, unless specified at Ken, shall be assumed to be about Anthony Lima.
I'll co-sign that. Ken actually sticked up for the, that was a dime from Shedeur comment that I don't even remember making yesterday. Man, Lima was really just taking those digs.
Yeah.
He was really trying. It's really fun when he tries to take them, and instead of like you and me, how I just kind of I'll pile on for you.
Yeah.
When Ken pushes back.
Yeah.
And Ken just like, I don't know about that.
Hey. By the way, it's great to see Lima out here. Where is he? I haven't seen him yet.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's why he doesn't want to talk about it, because he hasn't seen anything.
Definitive Shedeur takes from a guy that I haven't seen at camp yet.
No, I've seen everybody out here at camp so far. I've not seen him. How about
all
that?
All of them. Interesting. 216-474-0092.
I haven't seen Baskin either, for being fair.
And Nick Wilson says, well, that's because we're talking about the quarterback in the abstract.
I
if we were talking about it not in the abstract, his ass would be out here.
And Phelps, we never expect that of him, do we?
Nope.
Man, does he know his stuff.
Woo!
At Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. It should be noted, most of the time, when shots are taken at me, I deserve every single one of them. This is the one time all 3 shows have taken shots at me. I might have, maybe one of them. I might have earned only one of them, but we want to hear from you guys today. We do have quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got Nick Shook, Cleveland's own NFL writer for NFL.com. At 3:20, we'll be talking about the Browns quarterback situation. John Fanta called in yesterday after the Guardians' big deadline. NBC Sports will talk about the Gardos, how much better they got today. A lot of Gardos love that you guys are going to hear today on this station. Albert Breer at 5:20, get what he's hearing on the Browns quarterback situation. And then Browns cornerback Denzel Ward here with us at 6 p.m. tonight. You guys want to stick through to that. But 216-474-0092. We are in the midst of a quarterback battle, but seemingly nobody wants to talk about it, or at least the morning show. Is the race shifting towards Shedeur? More on this and big predictions, not just on this show, big predictions for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dustin Fox again with Dr. Dan Zanotti from the Center for Orthopedics with the Ask the Expert segment. Dr. Dan, I always hear people talk about this thing called a frozen shoulder, or the kind of crazy term, adhesive capsulitis. What exactly does that mean?
Adhesive capsulitis or frozen shoulder is a very painful condition where your shoulder becomes stiff, difficult to move. You have trouble lifting or reaching to do activities. It usually affects people after the age of 30 or 40. Sometimes there are some other conditions associated with it that need to be addressed, like diabetes, for instance. But the bottom line is you get a very stiff and painful shoulder, which makes it difficult to reach. One of the biggest problems with frozen shoulder is it can last for many months. So patients come to see us to try to get through this process more quickly. Sometimes it takes medicines, sometimes it takes physical therapy or even injections, and occasionally even surgery. But we try to get patients back to doing the activities that they want to do sooner so they don't have to deal with this frozen shoulder for so long.
Call Dr. Dan today at 440-848-2755. That's 440-848-2755.
Everyone loves a great deal, and that's what you'll get with 000 at Ken Gailey Kia. You'll get 0% for 5 full years, 0 down or 0 payments for 90 days. New 2026 Kia Seltos LX, 119 lease per month. Sportage LX, 139 lease per month. K5 GT line, 149 lease per month. 24 months due at signing. Seltos, 37.93. Sportage, 45.43. K5, 44.61. 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. Get a great deal with 0% for 5 full years. 0 down or 0 payments for 90 days. Only at Ken Gailey Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at KenGaileyKia.com.
KMA rebates assigned to dealer. 26 Sportage APR 1667 for 1,000 financed. Advertised offers include $398 documentary fee and $50 title service fee plus tax, title, and registration with approved credit through KMF. Expires 8/31/26.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
They're on the field in Berea for training camp. Before practice, Todd Monken said he wasn't sure if Casey Concepcion would be practicing today since coming down hard on his right shoulder yesterday. But Darryl Ryder did report that Concepcion's on the field going through individual position drills. The Browns have also announced their 2026 Legends class: Brian Brennan, Alex Mack, and Lou Rimkus. Zay Flowers and the Ravens have agreed on a 4-year, $140 million extension, which includes a $100 million guaranteed. Flowers is the only Ravens wide receiver that's ever gotten to the Pro Bowl. The Guardians and Mets meet up tonight at Progressive Field. The Guards have lost 8 of their last 11 games, adding some help before last night's trade deadline to hold on to their final wild card spot. Game time tonight is 6:40. The new Cleveland WNBA team, which will tip off in 2028, announced their name today. The team will be called the Cleveland Sirens. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes at 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Are you undecided about your future and overwhelmed by the options? Well, don't worry. You're not alone. Lorain County Community College has helped thousands of students just like you find their future career. From short-term training programs to transfer options all the way to bachelor degrees, our programs are designed to set you up for future success. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Using chat or something to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without all the hassle, it's time to look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 full years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. Window Nation, they're the real deal.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan Hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH. Cents per gallon bonus.
Leave the garage door open and turn up the fan. Spend the summer with your home for Cleveland Sports Talk. 92.3 The Fan.
I think there is some uncertainty over the whole thing. I don't think that he is 100% certain about either one of the top two guys right now. And I think that's why the door is starting to just be open a crack to see what Dylan Gabriel is capable of. Not necessarily as QB1, but he seems to be moving up the ranks a little bit for something. Don't know the end game for that, but in terms of the top two guys, I think you're seeing Deshaun Watson maybe not be as productive in these practices as you would like to see at this point. Now, yesterday there were some dropped passes when he was working with the first-team offense. There were penalties, there were dropped passes. It was a sloppy practice. He hasn't really stepped up and seized the moment yet. And then Shedeur, he's making better plays and looks better in practice, but then there are also some things that you don't necessarily see or notice right away, just in terms of the whole operation and some of those kinds of things. So I don't think he has it set in his mind yet exactly who would give them the best chance to win right now. I think both of them have to step it up in their respective areas.
Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com, earlier today on Baskin and Phelps, talking about the quarterbacks and how both quarterbacks need to step up. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin out here live in Berea. Should be noted, some of the feedback coming up early as the defense is having more success here early, which has kind of been a theme of camp. But another theme of camp, beyond Deshaun Watson, maybe not having the best camp so far, as Jerry Jeudy continues to struggle with drops. So some more of the same themes we've seen here for the first first week.
Yeah, it's interesting that Denzel Boston is stealing the show, Concepcion is stealing the show, and then it's anything you hear about Jerry Jeudy is just about these drops that he continues to have.
Yeah,
like this is not going in the right direction.
I mean, I don't want it to be here because honestly, Jerry kind of comes off as like now an underdog after last year. Like, I know he's a disappointment, but once you see a guy have, like, a career low in yardage and the struggles and the frustration with the media, all that stuff, he's kind of become a little bit of a, like, I'm rooting for him to succeed. This is how you play yourself off a roster.
Well, I expected more, and listen, it's early. It's very early in this, so I'm not going to act as if all of a sudden this year is going to be a disappointment or anything. But like the excuses we got out of last season, and listen, there's a lot of things that went wrong last season, but we got a lot of excuses out of Jerry Jeudy, and so I was kind of hoping we'd have a different, more in tune Jerry Jeudy to kind of open up this camp and kind of get him, I don't know, head in the right direction. At least challenge these guys to be the number one.
Well, and what's interesting about this is a fair amount of Jerry's drops have come with Deshaun Watson, and
a lot came with Shedeur too, though. There's a reason why Shedeur stopped throwing to him.
But I'm talking about this year so far in camp.
Oh, okay.
But what I think is interesting is I buy into the perception, not because of the social media post a couple weeks back. I buy into the perception that Jerry Jeudy is in the Deshaun camp and not the Shedeur camp. Well, if Deshaun's your guy and he's fighting for a spot here and he's already struggling, you better keep your damn mitts on the ball.
Yeah, if you go back and look at like the Jerry Jeudy Deshaun Watson relationship, there's a couple good games sprinkled in there, and so maybe I always wondered if he was in that camp because he just didn't really have any when it came to with Shedeur Sanders. But it's just a bad start all the way around for Jerry Jeudy. Hopefully he gets this thing turned around, and hopefully we can have a different conversation about him.
Also Baskin very upset with you for taking that shot. I did not know if you remember.
You're the one that brought up practices.
I was the
attendance at practices.
That was a shot at Lima, and then you just full guns a-blazing at Baskin.
No, I made a Taylon Green joke, which is an obvious reference towards Phelps.
Also, I'm arguing with Anthony Alland for his shot at us yesterday.
Now, did I do a bad job in that I presented all of these at your feet as if like, hey, so as if I'm like the I don't know, the gatekeeper of it all. Like, hey, Alland took this shot. Baskin was as loose as I've ever heard Baskin. I swear to you, that man was ready to take some shots today with the quarterback competition.
Of everyone, he's the one that I'll allow it.
Oh,
if
definitely.
Baskin and Phelps take a shot at me, I
welcome to the arena.
Yeah,
like I'm happy that they. Hey, come on. Hey, have fun playing in this arena. I like this with you guys, and there's a lot of obvious built-in respect for them.
Alant getting his one hosting job a month to go ahead and crap on me, I don't care for. I've talked more Guardians in one year of life than he'll ever talk about in his entire life.
Is that right?
And I guess my thing is with Lima is he's clearly using me to further his agenda against Shedeur Sanders. And listen, I can't say like I'm clear here. I don't want to see Deshaun Watson start.
Right.
But that's because of what I've actually seen instead of I don't know, Shedeur fans were mean to me online. They say mean things to me. I can't handle it.
You think Lima's being sensitive is what you think?
Yes, I do. And listen, there is a fair conversation about what Shedeur's ceiling is, whether you think that he is being given a fair shot or whether you think he's being given too much of a shot. All those kind of things are fair, but when you start at it from the point of it's a non-starter, all right, which quarterback should we be starting from the standpoint of a non-starter with? The biggest disappointment in franchise history in Deshaun Watson, or a kid that won 3 games down the stretch and showed some playmaking ability?
Well, and so, this is Lima aside for a second. If you try to have this conversation with anybody, there's not a quarterback on this roster that's going to satisfy any of what they're discussing. They don't want to entertain Dillon Gabriel, and I agree with them, by the way. You shouldn't entertain Dillon Gabriel at this, although I did watch him make another pass 5 minutes ago that was really nice.
Yeah, Dylan Dimes is what we're calling him now.
Again, Dimes is being overused.
What about Dilly Dimes?
Obviously, we don't even know what's going to happen with Taylon Green. There's a reason Phelps keeps bringing him up, though. But, you're out of options. This is the quarterback race that we're in. The idea of going out there and getting Malik Willis was months ago. The idea of going out there and adding anybody, even like a Jacoby Brissett type, that was months ago. This is your quarterback room. This is what you have. There's no option D to play with. This is what you have.
Now, while we are talking about the Browns, and again, I'm being labeled a homer because I say they can win 7 or 8 games this year. Go ahead and throw me on the coals, guys. I'm really putting them out there, really putting the credibility on the line. But Connor Orr did his yearly exercise where he predicted every game in the NFL.
Yeah.
And what's interesting about that, there's a few things that are interesting about this. But if we were starting to say, what's the Browns' path to success look like, I would say being through the first 9 weeks of the season or first 8 weeks of the season at 4-4, I would say that you're going to end up with probably somewhere to 7 or 8 wins, right?
You would think so, yeah.
Yeah, he has them at 5 wins.
I know, yeah. And so what I like about Connor's exercise is the idea that he doesn't just do this blanketed, they'll get 5 wins, they'll get 6 wins, he legitimately puts a win-loss total for every single game. I'll tell you, Jacksonville, week 1, the Browns start off hot with a win, and so it accounts for it accurately, where you don't have an AFC North where it's 3 teams with 9 wins, and the Browns with 5. No, it accounts for every win-loss, and I think that's important in these discussions. We don't do that enough. He's got the Steelers at 6, the Browns at 5. But what I thought was interesting, Nick, is the idea that in his write-up on this, he mentions that the Browns could just as easily end up as a playoff contender, somebody that could end up
what a Browns homer, right?
While also saying they could be a 5-win team. I think that the problem with talking about this Browns team is that there's just a wide gap that could potentially exist within this roster. It's so good everywhere but the quarterback spot. If the quarterback happens to be decent, you could be that type of team that at least contends to see the postseason.
I can't believe you said that like a real homer, saying that they could have a wide swath of outcomes.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's basically it. I guess I'm just a homer in this. The guy that said 7 wins the entire time. Still well short of 500 on the season.
I look at this and I go,
count me in.
I think the thing I'm not expecting is a collapse late, which is what this would be. I mean, they go from week 9 on, they have 1 win.
Yeah.
That would just surprise me. Like, if you talk about a young team that is trying to develop their quarterback position, if anything, if they're going to struggle anywhere, I think it would be early in the season because, again, you're trying to get the offense going and you are still developing a lot of players on both sides of the ball. The one thing I actually disagree with is I would kind of call it for like a slow start and then finish in the second half of the season because I think that's what well-coached teams do.
Why does he have us beating Jacksonville week 1 is what I want to know.
I know he kind of proud of it. He calls that out in his write-up.
Well, it is. I mean, it's going to be. I think we're already 7.5-point underdogs in that game, something to that effect. They just won double-digit games last year. They're trying to build on year 2 with Gladstone and Liam Cohen. Like there's a lot Jacksonville has going for it right now.
No. What I meant was he was very proud of that idea. The only loss that he has on the schedule that I take umbrage with is coming off the bye Las Vegas. That is week 12. I
think he's accounting for Mendoza being maybe better than he will be, or at least Mendoza having the job at that point.
Oh, see, I think that's right around the time Mendoza will take over. And similar to Shador last year, who, again, made his debut against Vegas, that's in a game that you might say they should win. That's going to be a tricky one if that's his first start or second start or third start.
The Sando quarterback tiers, Kirk Cousins is in a different tier than Deshaun Watson and Shador Sanders.
I mean, Cousins wasn't bad last year.
He's in tier 3.
He's also not good last year.
I agree with you. I tend
to
think that Kirk Cousins, if it's Kirk Cousins versus Shador or Deshaun, we have the advantage in a lot of other spots in the field. Like obviously, they got advantage with Brock Bowers. They have an advantage in a couple areas. But even like offensive line for us, we have a better offensive line than they do. Theirs was the one that was worse than ours last year. I don't know what Genti's going to be. I think they'd have an advantage in the run game. They're not completely just depleted of talent. But yeah, the Browns should be competitive in that game.
I think the Raiders got their quarterback in year 1 of a rebuild, and that's tough. That is really, really tough. Even if you spot them a year for
they might do like the Patriots year 1 with Drake May thing.
But no, I don't. I would be shocked.
That was a 4-win team. No, it was a 4-win team. What do you? That's not impressive.
No, what do we? Oh, okay, I got you. Sorry.
Year 1,
logic hard.
Year 2 is where they obviously went off and everything was great. Year 1 was them passing the torch off basically 4 games in.
As I was reading the Connor Orr piece, I was like, oh, this continues to fall into the line of the 3 lines on the Browns. And you mentioned a lot of talent outside the quarterback spot, worst quarterback room in the NFL. But even with Connor talking about the easiest, one of the 5 easiest schedules in the NFL. It's like everybody agrees they could be better, but nobody's willing to say it.
Except for Colin Cowherd.
And Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin.
Here we are. Oh, it is
truth tellers, truth brokers.
Is Cowherd in the Homer clan too, or whatever we're calling this?
I don't like the word clan in whatever club we're going to use there. If we could just, maybe club would be better.
Is that right?
Yeah, I don't want.
Oh, Bill Simmons too, right? Bill Simmons, is he in our club?
He's from Boston, so he might be in a clan.
Stop it.
No, I don't mean like. I meant like the Bill Simmons clan, whatever that means. 216-474-0092. Very complicated folks from Boston there. Connor Orr.
It's a bad history.
Has the Browns at 5-12, but says they could be a wild card. Do you think the Browns could be a wild card? I think that's all I've said. I really do think, like, when I say 7 or 8 wins, like, I think they could be a team that surprises people, even if in Cleveland you and I go, how much really is 7 or 8 wins?
This to me, Nick, doesn't feel like the typical, we're just in training camp and so everything's awesome and let's have our Browns and orange sunglasses on. I'd tell you if that was the case. We've done it over a multitude of years, being like, no, you guys are getting a little too high. This team, you're playing that if game of if everything goes right. No, there's a lot of talent on this team. They're young, but there's a lot of talent on this team.
I don't think everything needs to go right for them to be a 7 or 8 win team. I think if everything goes right, I think Connor's right that this could factor into a more competitive scenario than even I can envision. 216-474-0092. Are the Browns more of a wild card than people think? When we come back, we got quick hits, and we will lead off with big news. big money around the NFL in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
How does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
The Browns and Guardians are heating up the Cleveland sports scene in August, and this is the place to talk about it. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on The Fan here. We do have Nick Shook coming up in about 40 minutes. We'll talk about your Cleveland Browns as we're live here in Berea. We give Shador, and they are on 7-on-7s right now. Shador had a really nice pass to Denzel Boston. Yeah. Ashley Bastock and Mary Kay Cabot have taken the video, so you guys can see that on their social medias. Then Dylan Gabriel came up. I can't remember who the receiver was, threw a very nice pass in kind of a crowded situation. And so I was going to come out and be like, I've seen dots, a Shadot and a Dill Dot.
A Dill Dot.
And then... Is that not what we're calling it?
I don't think so.
All right, we'll work on it. And then the very next time Dylan was up, he threw an interception. So, but again, I can give Dylan credit. He's thrown the second prettiest pass I've seen so far today.
Well, there goes the training camp storylines. Am I right, guys?
That is true. But, again, Nick Shook coming up in about 40 minutes. We will be continuing to react to the Guardians' big deadline. Want to make sure everybody knows we're talking about that in case anybody wants to fire any more shots at us for how much we did or didn't talk about the Guardians yesterday, especially if they're like a young and upcoming host at this station who we've supported and some say fostered along the way. Something like that. Just
I
something
take no claim towards Anthony Lamb.
He's dead to me as well. Yeah.
It doesn't take much for us to feel like we're over you, aren't you?
Yeah, we'll buy back in a week or two. We'll see.
Not even a week, probably an hour.
Yeah.
If we're being honest about it.
That being said, let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
Actually, I'm going to start with the Cavs here. I was going to start with the Bijan Robinson news, but let's go ahead and get various reports say the Cavs have made Nuggets restricted free agent Peyton Watson their primary focus in a potential sign-and-trade, while other reports say they have interest in Mavericks power forward P.J. Washington. I will tell you, I think these two things might be linked together. I could see the Cavs sending out Jared Allen and maybe a Max Strus and pulling back Peyton Watson and P.J. Washington, which I do think would be a very interesting change in the overall dynamics of the Cavs starting five.
I think you have to do something, and so it's interesting. Denver's in such a weird spot with their money situation that Watson's going to cost them if they end up going through with it. It could be in the I'm not joking here, hundreds of millions of dollars to just keep Watson, which is insane to think about. But that's where the penalties are, and that's where they're at right now. And so it's we might be able to get somebody that Denver really doesn't want to see go, but might have no other choice.
What I like about this is you would have a lot of size and shooting around your guard spot there. Peyton Watson's about 6'8". He was a 40% three-point shooter. P.J. Washington was a little down last year, about 32%. 2 years ago, he's at 38% from three. And then obviously, if Evan Mobley can return to the 38% as well, all of a sudden you can kind of see how that works. We'll see if it comes to fruition, but I'd really be surprised if P.J. Washington comes to Cleveland. I would be shocked if Jared Allen wasn't the guy being sent out in some form or fashion.
Yeah. All right, I want to take you to the story. So Davante Adams is telling this one, and the guy that he's talking about is Malachi Corley, obviously a member of the Browns. Last year it was the famous Dylan Gabriel bubble screen that he threw 15 feet over Corley's head, and Corley jumps and is like, you got to be kidding me, right? So I like Corley, I do, but this is a little bit of a maybe not understanding your worth while thinking you understand your worth back and forth situation that happened here with Davante Adams and getting a new number when he had joined the Jets.
When I first got to the Jets day one, I came in with my backpack and I'm looking for him. I got $17,000 cash in my backpack and I'm thinking like this ain't nothing crazy, but like certainly to give up your number as a rookie, like you ain't did shit yet. Yeah. Like it was week 6 and I think he played 4 plays at that point. I'm like you have no attachment to this right now. Right. I'll pay for your whole family to get new jerseys, whatever, because they go out and spend their money on it. however many jerseys you need me to buy, I'll do that. And how about 17,000 for the number 17? He said, it's great to have you, big bro. I can't wait to learn from you, but I'm gonna need $1 million. So I went straight to Woody and said, give me 17, bro. And he just took it off of.
There's two parts. One, the surprise you had when it was $1 million, because you're like, you got to be kidding me. And then the other part is him just being like, all right, fine. And then he just goes up to Woody Johnson's office and just makes him then give him the number, and ultimately Corley gets $0.
Yeah, listen, this is a classic case of maybe misunderstanding the market.
Yeah,
I think if he had gone to Malachi Corley and said, "What about 100,000?" He's still pushing it. You might have been able to get to 50.
Yeah, he's still going to Woody Johnson and being like, please make this right. I'm not paying $100,000.
You do just have to be pissed about missing out on that 17th. Maybe it's just me, but I'd be really upset about missing out on that 17K.
In no world was he ever getting $1 million.
Also, who in the hell walks around with a duffel bag of $17,000?
Well, he thought like, this is going to be it. I'll pay the number 17. I'll pay 17 grand. It's going to be an easy transaction. I won't have to think about it anymore, and that'll be it. And then little did he know that Corley is just an absolute Cooper.
I just never would tell anyone that, hey, this one time I was walking around with $17,000 in a duffel bag. I don't want to get robbed for the rest of my life. Also, there was another Shadat to Luke Floria that I don't know if anybody heard it out there. Literally everybody on the sidelines here, we got an audible, oh! So hopefully that makes its way back to anybody who's unimpressed about the quarterback competition so far.
All right, we like the sound of that so far.
Oh, is it my turn?
It's you.
Oh. All right, the college football coaches preseason poll is out.
ADHD's getting to you, isn't it?
Well, I just keep looking at these Shadats. And Ohio State is ranked number 1. Oregon is 2. And then Georgia, Texas, and Notre Dame round out the top 5. I know it's early. And I haven't even got my Phil Steele yet. But of those 5 teams, who are you taking over Ohio State to win a natty?
Good question. So I don't think Oregon is going to do it. I just don't.
Is that just the recency of it all?
Dan Lanning has shown me in big games. He just can't pull that off. And it's what?
I was going to say it's the new Ryan Day.
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's kind of sad because I want to like Dan Lanning a lot. I do. I constantly want to root for him. It's just not something that I can do. Round out the other ones for me.
So Oregon, Georgia, Texas, and Notre Dame.
Okay.
I really like this Notre Dame team. Like, I think 5 is sleeping on them.
People love Notre Dame. Good running back situation, good quarterback situation. I understand that.
I'm a little out on Texas.
I can't bet on Texas that way. I can't do it with Arch. And then Georgia, I don't know what Georgia is right now.
Yeah.
I like none of them is the answer.
They're in a weird spot because Georgia's still very, very good. But they just haven't cracked through over the last couple of years. They're one of those teams that was like one of the 2 teams in college football, and they've taken a step back in the playoff era. Yeah. I actually would take Oregon, and I would take Notre Dame. Beyond that, Georgia and Texas have to prove it to me.
Historically, if you look at it, the teams out of the top 6, so maybe you gave me number 6 overall, that might help us out too. Top 6.
I didn't write that one out.
Top 6 up until last year with Indiana, obviously. If you are the top 6 for the previous 20 years going into this, you were a winner of the national title. So, like it's amazing how in the preseason you tend to have this whole thing figured out in the college football world and how much it actually does play through. Again, last year being an exception with that with Indiana. I think they were preseason like number 11 or 12, somewhere around there. So maybe we're just in a different world, and now this all of a sudden doesn't have to be top 6, but for 20 years that was the case.
What I love that Notre Dame has done here, and it's been a lot under the Marcus Freeman era, but it's starting to bear fruit. They have so many second and third gen NFL players, kids on their team. I love that as part of your makeup if you're building a college roster. Really do. Omaha! This one's you.
This one's me.
Who's ADHD got them?
Me.
Yeah, this time.
It's hard out here.
It is.
I can be so focused on everything, and there's just too much action.
It's all these Shadats.
There's too much action around us.
It's left and right. You got a Shadat here, a Shadat there.
It's going on right in front of us here, too. That's a real problem for us trying to do a show, if I'm being honest about it.
I didn't need any more reason to root for Shedeur Sanders, but watching, if he's just an
Another great throw.
But if he's just an adequate quarterback this year.
I turned into Trump there. Another great throw.
The best.
The best throws.
The amount of crap that Lima will have to eat. Oh, my God, I want to be there serving him
no.
Worcestershire sauce on top.
You think it's going to happen, but if he starts to look good around week 5 or so, Lima will pivot.
Yeah.
It's not even a guessing game.
Should we start a narrative that Lima's rooting for Shedeur to fail? Because that's what he did when I doubted the James Harden thing.
No, he's really good at being like, I guess I'm just wrong about this one, and now you guys are right. He's really good at laying down and just saying that, and that's a hurdle that a lot of people just never get to, and so why it works for him so often is he can do that.
I think he's too hard in the paint on Shedeur, though.
Of that. Well, I mean, that's kind of his
bit. He spent 2 years crapping on him.
That's kind of his bit.
What else has he gone this hard in the paint about any other Cleveland sports topic?
But the Shedeur people won't let him live it down, but he's going to be able to point, and he'll turn it around. He always does. He'll be able to turn it around.
Never doubt the slippery wizard. This is where you're right. Real quick, Falcons running back Bijan Robinson, officially the highest paid running back in the NFL after agreeing to a 3-year, $75 million deal, including $51 million guaranteed with the Falcons today. Is this a better deal for Robinson or for the Falcons?
For Robinson, when you set the market, the running back market the way that he is, and there's nobody else you'd bet on than Bijan that way. Like, he's going to be such a focal point of the Stefanski offense this year. Stefanski without Bijan, I think, would be a disaster. With Bijan, it's got a chance to be maybe a little nicer than a disaster. But yeah, he's very important to the offense. This is a big deal, and setting the market that way is huge.
Here's why I think it's going to end up being the Falcons, because I think you're going to end up splitting the right amount of time here. The fact that it's a 3-year deal and swallows up that 5th-year option, you're going to be able to get out of the Bijan. So you pay him peak money, yeah. But the chances of you having a year where you just got to eat max money for a guy who's past his prime, which that's like the sweet spot for running backs, I think they're going to miss that. I think they're going to bypass that by at least a year.
Now, what does this mean for Jahmyr Gibbs? I would think he'd be next up, but is he going to get that $100,000 more than Bijan? Because Bijan's a better back than Jahmyr Gibbs is.
Yeah, Bijan actually is underrated to this point, just because the Falcons have been 500 hogwash for the entirety of his time.
Is he underrated? I thought he was just convincingly the best running back in the game.
Yeah, so okay, that's a fair point. I just think I just don't think we stand enough for Bijan Robinson. He just has so many damn wow plays in a game that it's not boring, but it's almost like I just don't think we're talking enough about him.
Yeah, Falcons have not done him any services over the past couple of years. It's very Nick Chubb with the Browns-esque before they went on the playoff run and started winning games.
Omaha! All right, we're going to get to this more. Oh, wait, I think it's your turn.
That's fine. What was the sound?
That was me stopping myself. It was a little remix there. All right, we have a name for the Cleveland WNBA team. They'll be known as the Cleveland Sirens. We're going to do this more later. Quick preview, Jonathan Peterlin's thoughts.
My thought is you keep telling me to do a topic, and then you do a topic.
Well, you paused. You can't hesitate.
You keep telling me to do a topic, and then you do a topic.
Yeah.
I don't love it.
Oh, really?
I love the color scheme. The blue is fantastic. The light blue is even better. I'm a sucker for light blue in particular.
Yeah.
Love the color scheme. I think it's I don't love the name necessarily. I'm gonna let it grow on me. You think sirens? What do you think? You think like fire sirens? You think of cop sirens? You don't necessarily think of a mythological creature.
I just watched The Odyssey, so I actually do think
good. I think that's good for a lot of people in their brain because they did just watch that.
Yeah.
I think most people think of like a fire siren, a cop siren, something like that, not necessarily a mythological creature.
I don't know. I told my kids the sirens was one like this is before we saw The Odyssey. Now again, they're big into Greek mythology. Everybody. I was the last convert on sirens, and by the way, I found my way to liking it.
Well, yeah, and I think I'll get there eventually. But as of right now, it's got to grow on me. Like a kraken, for instance, is so obviously a kraken; it can't be misinterpreted for anything. A siren can be. That's a siren alarm.
216-474-0092. When you think.
Audacy app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Wake up with the latest news from training camp and around the NFL. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's a 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
And the Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code BASE, B-A-S-E, at 923thefan.com before 4 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to 92.3 The Fan night with the Lake Erie Crushers this Friday, August 7th at Forefront Field in Avon. Nick, Ken, and Anthony all be taking over the in-game fun, including the first pitch at 7 o'clock. Get tickets at lecrushers.com. It's all brought to you by the Lake Erie Crushers and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick
when
Wilson.
we had a chance to get together a week or so ago, I shared our goal was to try to find ways to improve the team. And it is impossible to predict what opportunities will be there, and you can have the best intentions but still not be able to execute. But we were fortunate that a number of things came together, and the end result is we feel we're a better baseball team today than we were 10 days ago. And we feel we've been able to make additions that have strengthened really every aspect of the team. We've been able to add some balance to the lineup. We've added 2 hitters that both lengthen and give us a little bit more productivity. We've improved the rotation, and we've also feel we've added someone in the bullpen to strengthen that group too. So again, how it plays out, we'll have to see, but we do feel we're a better baseball team.
Guardians president of baseball operations, Chris Antonetti, after the Guardians made 4 deadline moves within the last 3 days. Of course, the flourish was the final 3 moves that were made yesterday during 2 of the 3 during the show. We do have the lineup for tonight's first game against the Mets. Joe Adell hitting second tonight. Should be noted, no Hosey in the lineup. Gabe Arias batting 7th and playing third base, but it goes Quan, Joe Adell, Chase DeLauder, then Rhys Hoskins, then Angel, then Bazana, rounding out the 1 through 6. Nick Shook, NFL.com writer, coming up in about 20 minutes. Cleveland Zone, we'll talk about that. Interesting, no Hosey tonight, though, after the day off yesterday.
Yeah, a little worried, right? I mean, the idea that you have the day off yesterday, so back-to-back days. He had not been hitting particularly good since he came back, and there's a little worry there that maybe he had something that's lingering or something didn't feel right.
It was interesting, though, to watch the switch flip for the Guardians. And, I don't think I'm talking out of turn here to say there's been a lot of skeptics about the Guardians, given their up-and-down play, especially since the injuries. The second they made those last 2 moves, I felt like everybody in baseball just bought into the Gardos.
Well, it's so much fun to see them actually make a move. Now, every team in baseball had some trade involvement yesterday, okay? Which is, it's been a while since I can think of every team being involved in some way. But the idea that the Guardians were involved in a heavy way. They had just done the Joe Adell move. I would have been happy with them. I really wasn't asking for much. But for us never seeing them make a move and do anything, the idea that they made 3 different moves, you got to be over the moon about it.
Well, and, I mean, we kind of hinted at, all right, what roster moves are they going to make to make sure the 26-man and the 40-man work? Yeah. I was not shocked they sent David Fry to Columbus, but the fact they sent out Manzardo as well, again, this team continues to prove that there's a level of aggressiveness this year. And that's just so different than what we're used to since, like, 2016, 2017.
I just think you get such a round of applause, standing ovation, if you will, just off the idea that in years past we would have seen him milk out the idea that Manzardo can't hit a baseball right now.
Yeah.
Like, they would have just taken that until the end of time. Hell, they would have used that Red Series a week ago and acted as if that was all of a sudden a rebirth of Manzardo. Yeah. And the idea that they didn't do that and they were able to just say, all right, he needs to go back down. It doesn't mean he's down forever, but for right now he needs to go back down. And they're going to do this with Lowe in particular and then Adell and make this all work. Like, it's just things they don't typically do. And when you make moves and then you do things that I typically have crushed you for and you turn around and do the opposite, I got to give you credit.
I just think what's funny about it is if you look at the moves, they're good moves. Like Nathaniel Lowe is a nice player. Joe Adell is the guy I think I'm most excited about. I think he's going to have the biggest impact. But even Forrest Griffin, like, first year, there's some signs of regression there, but that's a quality 4th or 5th starter. And then Yoho, I think, is kind of prototypical of the guys they've had success with. Mm-hmm. Like, none of those are like shocking. They're shocking because the Guardians made them. If the Yankees made them, they'd be like, oh, he'll be our 8th hitter,
Yeah,
you know?
sure, yeah.
And so I think it was so funny to me to look at the names and then look at the reaction and how much just goodwill the Guardians bought by bringing in a couple nice players, but certainly, like, they didn't trade for Mike Trout yesterday.
Well, here's why I think they got a lot of love across the board, too. You saw the Adley Rutschman deal, right? 3 out of the top 5 prospects in that system, then in the Red Sox system, then moves over. 3 out of the top 5, Nick. You make an argument that's a better haul than what the Dodgers gave the Tigers for Skubal, okay? And so part of that is the Guardians gave up no one in their farm system that they're going to have to sweat about and think like, oh, no, this is drastically changing our rankings in any sort of way. They didn't give up anyone that I'm like, this guy needs to be up now and immediately. And so, like, at that cost, how can you be upset with this?
So what's funny to me is, and again, like, I think they were good, necessary moves. I do agree with Chris Antonetti that the Guardians are a better baseball team after making these moves than they were before. I think it's inarguable. What I think is funny to me is they're still going to sink or swim off the same players. Sure. Like, I think Joe Adell can help make Chase DeLauder a little bit more menacing? Yes. Do I think moving Bazana down the lineup a little bit takes a little pressure off that young man? Of course. But in the end, like Bazana, DeLauder, and Hosey probably are going to be the guys that decide whether this lineup sinks or swims. Those other guys just kind of give a little boost to the lineup and maybe raise the floor a bit.
As it should be, though. Like, they built this around that idea. It's DeLauder, it's Bazana, and then whatever we're going to get out of an aging now Jose Ramirez, though it really shouldn't be that much of an aging conversation. We'll see if that one stays or doesn't stay. But that's like the Guardians would tell you they're happiest with that being the core, that being what they built this whole thing around, as they should.
All right, guys, I want to play Buster Olney, who was on ESPN Baseball Tonight last night. Consider him one of the guys bought in on the Guardians after the deadline.
It's a land of opportunity, and we're very different in our thoughts. I'm going to go Guardians all the way over here because we saw the Guardians reach the American League Championship Series in 2024. Wow. I love them in that spot. I think between the pitching, Jose Ramirez getting more comfortable coming back from hamate surgery. You know, Chase DeLauder has been outstanding this year. I love the depth in that pitching staff.
Who is that Richard with him?
It was passing.
Oh.
Passing was very shocked.
Oh, man, I'm sorry,
You feel bad you
Jeff.
called him a Richard? Local kid?
Yeah.
Solon High School,
Yeah.
local kid done good?
Yeah.
Living on the national stage?
I meant Richard in a good way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anybody buying that spin?
Grew up,
nailed it.
we accounted
Nick,
for.
fantastic job.
Was basically like 9 houses away from where Elise grew up.
What? Whoa! It's like he's riding a damn.
Well, because he didn't see it coming. He didn't see this coming at all with Buster Olney, and I don't think a lot of people across baseball did. But it's kind of fun that then became the narrative. And listen, they are not the best team in the American League. They are far from it, in my opinion. But if you want to tell me that the DraftKings or FanDuel, one of the sports books odds has them at 3rd, 4th, or 5th, I wouldn't say it's crazy.
I mean, I think if this lineup does come together, and I've been saying that now for about 116 games.
Yeah, so one day it might.
It could be next year. You never know. If it does come together, I think they can win a playoff series, right? And honestly, I think it can. I think almost any team that will make the playoffs this year in the AL can get to the World Series. I don't know any of what you did got you past the Dodgers or anything other than a sweep of the Dodgers because, while you made your moves, their one move was probably more consequential than all of your moves put together.
But what the Guardians have going for them is that idea that in the National League is as stacked as it is. And we're kind of almost doing like a Eastern Conference versus Western Conference NBA discussion where I'm almost getting ready to tell you going to the World Series is still fun, Nick.
Yeah.
You know, like Eastern Conference, easier path. There's a lot there. Same thing with the American League. Easier path. There's a lot there. And the West feels like it is absolutely loaded. The National League feels like it's absolutely loaded. If what the end result is this team, a very, very young team, going to the ALCS the same way the Cavs ended up in the Eastern Conference Finals, that's nothing to sneeze at.
I mean, I think this is very similar. We'll continue the NBA playoffs kind of comparison here. This is very similar to if you're coming out of the East, or in this case the AL, you just need somebody to knock the Dodgers off. Be it the Braves, the Phillies, literally any of these teams, if just somebody can knock the Dodgers off, it'll absolutely change how people feel. That's probably not going to happen until the NLCS at the very earliest, though.
Yeah, I mean, it is still baseball, though. That's the wacky and kind of insane part about this all. As well-constructed and as dominant of a team as they are, they still can be got.
I think what surprised me about the moves was the specific time where they came. Again, the Guardians were 5-10 in their last 15 games, and I think it was ESPN gave them like a 44% chance of making the playoffs.
Do you think the moves helped or hurt this this kind of realization that this team isn't good enough? I would think it helped it.
So what's tough is these are the kind of moves that I think raise your floor. But I think right now the difference between your ceiling and floor is maybe 5 games in the regular season.
I just don't think they gave up enough for me to sit here and tell you with confidence that if you'd flipped it and they went 10-5 in their last 15 instead of 5-10, that they wouldn't have done these same exact moves. You know, they just didn't give up anything that I feel like is, oh my gosh, you had to give up this guy for it. Like that wasn't the case. If the end result for Joe Adell ended up being one of your top 5 prospects or someone that we really hold on to, and I'm always of the belief, use your prospects for everyday players. That's why you have them. That's always been my philosophy with this. So I wouldn't have killed them, but it would have at least I would have looked at it and been like, oh wow, that's not something they typically do. They didn't even give up anyone really of value in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I just think we're in an interesting spot here where if you said, it really wouldn't surprise me if the most aggressive Guardians deadline per move, which is 4 significant moves, if since 2016, maybe earlier, maybe Ubaldo in 10 or 11, it just wouldn't surprise me if this was the year they didn't make the playoffs.
Oh no, that's on the table.
And I think that's what would be
on the table.
There's a part of me that does find the special comedy in that it still doesn't guarantee you a playoff spot. And I don't know it even adds 5% to your playoff chances.
It's probably around there. Yeah, I mean they could still splat right on the pavement. There's nothing they've done in the past week and a half, and watching as many shutouts and as many just scoreless games that we've seen, that tells me that this offense is going to be that much better than what we've seen so far. But it will be better, and Adell will add some pop and some power to the lineup. And again, even. I don't know. I don't know if Foster is going to be what he was in that last start against Atlanta, where he just got rocked, or he's going to be the 11 starts previously. But you are a better team today.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. We do have Nick Shook, NFL.com, coming up in just about carry the two. About 5 minutes here. We will talk about the Browns quarterback situation, obviously, but how much of a boost will the deadline be?
And by the way, Nick, it is not a failure if they don't make the playoffs and the idea that you made all these trades.
Is it because it's already a success because they made the moves?
Yes. The idea that they sat back and said, we're not good enough. It's something I just always appreciate from teams when they do. They can take an honest look in the mirror and say, we weren't going to accomplish anything as currently constructed. We need to do something. Something has to change here. It's why I've been such a big proponent of the James Harden trade. They knew they were doing nothing with Garland, so the Cavs were like, we have to do something. There's a part of me that just always appreciates when teams just don't sit on their hands and say, this is good enough, when we're watching night in, night out, and we know it's not good enough.
How much of a boost will the Guardians' deadline approach be for this team? When we come back, Nick Shook, NFL.com, NFL writer, Northeast Ohio's very own. We're going to get his take on the Browns quarterback room, whether he still sees it as Deshaun week 1, or maybe if he agrees with people have actually watched practice that Shedeur has taken, at the very least, a slight lead in the quarterback room. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at Victor's Home Solutions. A lot of you will need a new roof in the next 6 to 9 months, right? Just statistically speaking, you know what the shelf life on your roof is, and you know what a busted roof does to you. But be forewarned, there are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the roofing process, the attic ventilation. This is one of the reasons why I recommend Victor's Home Solutions to all of our listeners, because their process begins with a thorough inspection of your attic. I've had them out to my new house already, and they've given me know him as an NFL.com NFL writer. Nick Shook joins us right now. Nick, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right. Now, as I had said here, Shedeur is the only quarterback to go against the ones that has won the day now, not once but twice, and Deshaun is perceived to be behind. At what point? Because you think Deshaun's going to start week 1. At what point will you turn the tide and say maybe you think Shedeur's going to start week 1?
Well, remember how when we talked about this in the offseason, I said it felt like the Browns were setting the groundwork for them to have Deshaun Watson as their starter and that things would potentially change once they got on the field in the preseason? Well, it sure sounds like things are already changing before they even hit the preseason. And I don't think we should really be that surprised. Let's consider where Deshaun came from. He is obviously did not play football last year, so he's coming off of a year's worth of rust. He was not good the last time he played football for the Browns. So maybe we shouldn't be all that surprised that he's struggling. And good for Shedeur. Good news that he's solid, steady, because steady is really all you want. That's the baseline for quarterback in the NFL. That is the Jacoby Brissett line, is steady, controlled, and you're hearing a lot of the same things out of Arizona during their camp as well. The offense is very steady with Jacoby. If the Browns can get that out of Shedeur and Deshaun is terrible, that's still a victory in my mind, except for the fact that Deshaun still accounts for a certain chunk of your cap, which will be largely overstayed for some void years in the future years. So, look, football is one of the many beautiful sports that you can't hide once you get on the field, and you have to prove whether you're good or not. You can't continue to try to fool a fan base once those guys get on the field. And it sounds like so far, according to those who have been at camp, and I have not been at camp, but paying close attention to those who have been at camp, and I know you guys are at camp, it sounds like that Deshaun is behind.
Yeah, and so if it stays this way, let's say they give Shedeur the nod because he just stays consistent, basically. Meanwhile, Deshaun has a good throw, then a bad throw, and a good throw, and a bad throw, and is just wildly inconsistent and takes forever to go and actually throw the ball. How would you do this? You have Shedeur starting. If you have to move off of Shedeur at any point, obviously, ideally, he goes all 17. Do you go to Gabriel, or do you go back to Deshaun and then see if, something's going to look different than it looks so far in camp?
Yeah, I mean, I can't envision a scenario in which Gabriel would end up, surpassing Deshaun on the depth chart unless Deshaun is that bad.
I would have thought that too, but Gabriel's looked really solid in this camp, oddly enough.
Yeah.
And I know you're following this along as well, the same way we are, but we're here, we're seeing it. He doesn't look bad.
Right. And honestly, that's his strength. I mean, that's why he was ahead of Shedeur on the depth chart last year under Kevin Stefanski, because he got the ball out on time. The problem is that his ceiling is so low physically. The kid cannot throw the ball down because he just lacks the arm strength. He's a smaller quarterback to begin with. I would imagine that he would have to do something relatively extraordinary to, surpass Deshaun on the depth chart by week 1. But I mean, if this is a situation you guys are kind of describing, which is that everything that it seemed the Browns were planning for is not going to according to plan, then I think all bets are off. If I had to predict right now, I would still, based on what's happening right now, if everything stays the same, it would be Shedeur week 1. It would probably be Deshaun behind him. It would be Gabriel as emergency third. I just don't feel like there's that much of a long-term future for Gabriel with this team, given that he felt like a Kevin Stefanski pick, and Stefanski is no longer there. But I could be wrong as well. It's just that it's training camp, and you want to be optimistic, and it is optimism season. There's a lot of reasons to be optimistic with the Browns. I would like steady play out of Shedeur, and if you can get that out of Shedeur in this offense, that's good for this year. I still wouldn't put long-term things on it, though, either.
All right, so I have been viciously attacked, I would say ruthlessly attacked, much maligned by one half of the morning show. Not the Ken Carman part, but because I have come out and said I think the Browns can be better than maybe Vegas thinks they are. Now, I have said I think they can be a 7, maybe an 8-win team, and I reference the ease of schedule. I reference that I think they've made the spot around the quarterback a lot easier, so they've taken some of the burden off the quarterback, which I think maybe you're pointing to, and I don't expect this defense to be a gigantic step back, even though they subtracted Myles Garrett. And yet, I have been maligned as a homer, as an optimist, training camp goggles, all these sort of things. Is anything that I've said unreasonable in your opinion, sir?
Well, I think training camp goggles are very real. It's very common at this point in the process to think that the team that you're watching is going to be excellent until they're compared against somebody else. And you're not comparing them against anybody else at this point, so you have no reference point. And that's always going to be part of the process. But one thing I think you're probably overlooking, and this is something that I'm very curious to see as soon as they take the field in the preseason, judging by who they play and who they don't play. I think there's more value in playing most of these guys because of the value of the reps. The offensive line, completely rebuilt. Takes a while for an offensive line to gel. Most of your successful teams are teams that are expected to, find success in an upcoming season. One of the strengths that will be pointed to is continuity along the offensive line, because it's just really hard to learn how to play next to one guy through one camp. It doesn't happen that quickly. I think that's a big weakness that you might be overlooking there. And you can play the schedule game as well, and it's a matter of how does the NFC South perform, since that's one of the cross-conference divisions that you get this year. I think that's the worst division in football, so you have some opportunities to win some games there. How do you start in the first 2 weeks? I think Jacksonville's going to be a very good team. I think that's a week 1 loss. Can you squeeze out a win in Tampa in week 2, or are you coming back home 0-2? Under a new staff, I think that a lot of what you see in the past can no longer be used as a reference point, because this is a coach who's putting his own touch on a team and is also trying to prove himself. And so I think you're going to see more aggression from this team in the way that they approach things than you have in years past, and maybe that produces a few surprising wins early on. But I have a hard time seeing them winning 8 games. If I had to put their absolute ceiling, I could maybe say 7, but I'm comfortably sitting in the 5-win range.
Oh, comfortably in the 5
Don't
range.
go out on a limb, Nick. Like, whatever you do, don't put all that credibility on the line.
Guys. Safest comfort.
Yeah. Oh, all right. So, what do you think that range is actually? If you go, what's your low? What's your high? What kind of range are we dealing with? Because I can contend that I think the Browns have one of the widest ranges of any team in football this year.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm going to be optimistic, I could say your high is 8. Your low is probably 4. I think that they're an improved team from last year. This year, their defense is going to have to prove that they could be as good as they were in recent years without Myles Garrett, without Jim Schwartz. I'm actually pretty bullish on that side of the ball. And it's just a matter of can your offense take a step forward and be more competitive than it was last year, because even those games that they won, a lot of them was solely on the back of the defense. Pittsburgh was one of them. Green Bay was another one. So you got to be more effective on the offensive side of the ball. It starts at quarterback, and it continues with some of the other guys that you've added. I love the offseason because of what we get in terms of optimism, and you're adding talent to your team. Our team got better here, they got better there. But when you're putting a lot of that responsibility on a rebuild offensive line, on 2 rookie receivers, it's hard to project the best possible outcome without seeing it. So that's why I kind of stay in that range.
All right, Jake, our producer's here doing on-site engineering. Jake, I want this audio saved, and when the Browns win their 7th game, we're going to have Nick Shook back on,
and if they only win
so
5,
that I can berate him. Never happens.
If they only win 5, sorry, Nick.
Yeah, no, I mean that's a populist take. 5 wins is a populist take.
Hold on here. I just said your ceiling is 8. They win 7, we're still within the range here. Come on now.
I feel like you put the onions on the table, friend.
You weren't that confident. You weren't confident enough to say when they win their 9th game. We'll see, man. We'll see. I hope for the best as always.
Wait. The burden of proof is on me. I said 7 or 8 wins, sir.
Sounds like it.
The burden of proof is on Mr. 5-win over there, Nick Shook.
Well, let's just say I'm taking the median number here.
I don't do math.
As long as we're talking about things that maybe Nick Wilson is potentially overrated, is he too high on Todd Monken? And I'll say, I like the practices right now.
I will fight both of you.
They're completely different than what they used to be. For me, for my money, I've never seen the guy coach a game. But I think it's remarkable how many people have just latched onto the idea that Monken's awesome when we've never seen him actually coach yet. And that was not the idea when he landed the job.
JP likes to play a little devil's advocate, huh? I like a little contrarianism here between a couple of co-hosts here. Yeah, I'm kind of caught between, not to play the middle portion here, but when they hired him, I was like, oh, really? But I do kind of like the idea that he's a breath of fresh air to a roster that was, a locker room that rated Kevin Stefanski the lowest of any coach, according to player voting in the NFL, according to the NFLPA voting last year. So, look, Monken's a likable guy, and I think that, there's going to be some bumps along the way being a first-time coach, but he's also had a lot of time in pretty prominent roles in NFL and in college, and I think that experience is going to benefit him. If he had a better roster, not to say this is the worst roster in the league, because it's not, and it continues to improve year after year. If he had a better roster, I'd probably justify how high Nick Wilson is on Todd Monken right now. But you know what? You need an optimist in the room. And you need an optimist on August 4th, okay? Because what else are you going to do? Say, ho hum, we're going to win 2 games and be terrible this year. That's not a good way to go into a season. So, yeah, we'll see. I think I'm probably a little bit higher on him now than I was then. But, again, you never really know until they take the field and start competing against other teams.
Homer over here saying 7 wins, man. I'm basically saying Super Bowl, Super Browns
Might
over
as well,
here.
yeah.
All right, let's look across the AFC North. I thought it was interesting. Connor Orr did his, his picking every single game on the NFL schedule, and he has the Browns as a 5-win team, the Steelers as a 6-win team, and then the Bengals and Ravens into the postseason there. Do you concur with that assessment of the AFC North for 2026?
It's funny. I actually had the same exercise, and I did the same thing where I picked every game. It produced some very wild variance in records when you look at the team and then you see the win-loss total by the end of the exercise, and you're like, wait, there's no way that team only wins that many games. But I was pretty close to what Connor did. I had the Browns at 4 wins when I played the schedule game. I think they're going to win. I am starting 0-3. I think they're going to win one of those games. So I would probably lean more toward 5-12 now. And it was a pretty similar result when it came down to the Bengals and the Ravens. I think that's the top of this division right now. Steelers are a bit of an unknown. There's a little bit too much good vibes coming out of Pittsburgh right now with Mike McCarthy just being in his honeymoon era because he's back in his hometown coaching the team that he grew up rooting for. But, okay, I found my Ravens sheet here. I had the Ravens at 12-5. I had the Browns at 4-13. I'm going to adjust that to 5-12, give them one of the wins. Let's say they beat Carolina, who's been absolutely crushed by injury during camp. And then Cincinnati, I also had at 12-5. So, yeah, that's where I have them, both making the playoffs with records like that. Pittsburgh, I think, ends up kind of in that Tomlin range, even though he's not there anymore, which is near 500. I want to say I had them at 8-9 as I shuffled through some papers and struggled to find it. But I think this is a 2-team race in this division. Pittsburgh could make it kind of interesting, but I'm not as high on them as some other people are. I had them at 8-9. Yes, found the sheet now. So I'm pretty close to what Connor is.
I like the Bengals' revamped defensive line. Obviously, I like Joe Burrow. I think everyone likes Joe Burrow. What has you so high, though? I'm not there at 12 wins, but I'm not too far off. But I want to know why.
Well, first off, built into that is a healthy season out of Joe Burrow, and that's inevitably going to elevate their ceiling by a few games. I also do really like what they did on a lot of their defensive side of the ball. Their secondary, despite the fact that they couldn't stop a nosebleed and that it continued to be an issue with this team, their secondary is pretty damn strong on paper. DJ Turner had an incredible second half of last season and really elevated to the next level where he's one of the better corners in the NFL right now. He's probably one of those corners that people just don't really know about yet, but they're going to find out. But they have a ton of athletes back there. You add in Brian Cook into the mix. Dax Hill is a versatile defensive back who's also going to make a difference back there. And I think that really athleticism is the name of this defense. And I know that's so standard, so generic, but I think it's going to help them at all 3 levels. I am curious to see if this rebuilt defensive line produces at the rate that we expect them to. They have names that are recognizable, that come in with reputation. But I also know that, Shamar Stewart, Myles Murphy, both of those guys need to produce. I know Shamar was a rookie last year, didn't get to play a lot, but Murphy, he's a traits guy that they drafted that has never done anything. They went in the opposite direction with Cassius Howell, the anti-traits guy who was a third down pass rusher who is very explosive. I would love to see if he ends up filling a slightly bigger role and making a difference in that defense. Because if they can generate consistent pass rush, they have the secondary to lock it down and be a lot better. And if their defense is a lot better, we know what you get out of that offense, which is continuity, familiarity, and big playmaking ability. So that's why I'm pretty high on them. If there's a year for them to do it and get back to what they were 4 or 5 years ago, this is the year to do it. Health is always a concern. You want to stay as healthy as possible, but this is the year for them to do it.
Nick, great stuff as always. We might tease each other, but I love your work, buddy. Always great to catch up with you. Keep killing it at NFL.com.
Thanks, Nick.
Teasing is my love language, and I love you guys. So thanks for having me.
I love you too, buddy. JP?
I like you, Nick.
Look at that. A lot of love around
here. That's cool. That works.
Play hard to get. Nick Shook, NFL.com,
well,
NFL
that's a hard
writer.
thing for me, Nick. It's an ongoing bit. You need to know that now.
Saying you continue to offend our guests with your closed heart. It's okay. You'll get there one day.
It takes a lot to love.
On the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Great stuff with Nick Shook. We'll react to what he had to say about your Browns and the QB Derby in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
with their absolute ceiling, I could maybe say 7, but I'm comfortably sitting in the 5-win range.
Nick Shook, NFL.com, NFL writer in the previous segment, and it's interesting. I know that the fast start in the NFL is the quickest way to convert people, especially for anybody out there who might start getting that feeling of like, oh, maybe Shador will start. Maybe after an offseason of backing Deshaun Watson and talking about why it makes sense that Deshaun would be the starter, maybe we can get behind this idea of the plucky 5th-round pick from last year. I understand fast start is important.
Yeah.
I think this season, I just would be surprised if they shot out of the gate, given what they have to work on. I think the meat of their success makes sense to come in the middle of the season or late in the season.
So you buy a lot into the offensive line part of this convo, is what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, I mean, because think about it. The offensive line has to hit and gel. I think you are going to need your young receivers to have some acclimation time, especially if Jerry Jeudy is out to lunch. I mean, you got Fannin Jr. and Quinshon are going to have to carry the offense over the first couple weeks, and then hopefully by week 6 or 7, 7, 8, whatever, then all of a sudden maybe Denzel Boston comes around or Concepcion can break through.
No, I definitely see what you're saying. It's interesting to think about, and just even going back to Connor Orr's piece, the games he had us winning outside of Jacksonville in week 1, it was all divisional games for the most part.
Yeah.
It was all like, oh, you get that one game against the Steelers, you get that one game, and we'll have the Steelers week 4. Obviously, that's a Thursday night football game. But like you get the Steelers win, you get like one random Ravens win, and that just kind of accounts for all your wins. And it's odd to think about the timing of when it's kind of a sad game if we're being truthful about it. It's like, when are your 5 wins going to happen? Is it the beginning of the year? Is it the end of the year? If it's 5 wins, I guess it doesn't really matter when it happens.
There's a part of me that thinks the Browns' offseason has been slept on, even here in town. There's a part of me that thinks that people have been very remedial in their thoughts on the Browns, that maybe I'm just looking at that and pushing back on that too far. But anytime anybody agrees in anything at 5 wins, everybody settled on 5 wins, it's like, when is anybody ever really that right in the NFL unless somebody's blatantly tanking like the Miami Dolphins?
It's hard to be that right. But, all right, so let's just play the exercise through, because I do feel like, it's not that we've gone so far into the idea that, I've accused you of this with the Guardians before. It's like, well, if this player hits 25 home runs, and if this player hits 30 home runs, and if this player hits 25, and it's like, well, all right, that's a lot of things going right there.
Yeah.
I don't think we're doing that with this Browns team. I really don't. But let's play the potholes. Let's imagine that scenario out. If the people that are saying it's 5 wins or fewer, if they're right, what happened?
The quarterback was such an impediment to success that your defense gets worn down early and gets picked apart late, and basically you get to a point where you lose a couple close games, and it's basically tsunamis into your 2-win team at week 11, and then you just decide to pull the restrictors off to try and get the number 1 pick.
It sounds like a lot of that for yourself is specifically on the quarterback spot.
No, actually, it's the kind of reverse of it. Thank you. I do think it starts with the offensive line. If the offensive line cannot stay healthy, and specifically at center and left tackle, if you can't figure out what you're doing in the first 6 weeks at center and left tackle,
and we still don't know who the center is going to be for this year.
I think you can have the cascading waterfall. I need it to be Elton Jenkins. No offense to Brailsford.
Yes, I do too, but we don't know that yet.
Yeah, having a rookie center and a rookie left tackle is that's a lot to ask, to then have that being a really functional offensive line.
I'm trying to find the piece that happens for these people outside of just naming quarterback. And I get quarterback is such a large part of this game, but there's got to be this also went wrong, this also went wrong. I mean, there's a lot that can happen with just the quarterback stinking. I completely understand that, but it's got to be more than just, I have no faith in Shador, I have no faith in Deshaun, and so that's how we get to 3 wins, let's say. Yeah, because I think there are enough things in this team that you can count on to happen, and whether that is wide receivers, whether that is an obvious improved offensive line play.
Now we've got to have the Dylan Gabriel conversation in about 10 minutes here, but the big news coming out of basketball in Cleveland today is we finally have a WNBA team after some internet sleuths had found out that in fact the Cleveland Rockers was trademarked by someone else.
Yeah.
The Cleveland Sirens were unveiled as the WNBA's Cleveland franchise. I agree with you that I love the color scheme they came up.
The color scheme's great.
And I will tell you, I'm glad it's unique. Like, I know there's what is a siren really? Much like the Kraken, and I'm so glad you threw out the Kraken.
Yeah.
I love unique names, and I think you can build a unique brand on that. And I think that's the kind of way you get people excited about your team on top of, trying to win.
It's going to grow on me. I know it'll grow on me. It just caught me off at first. It caught me off guard at first. That's all that really was. And so do people unanimously like this?
Yeah, it is.
Is this like across the board? People seem to jive with this?
I have not seen a single person dissent on this. And
I'm on an island over here.
And on social media, by the way. On social media, where everyone has a million different opinions.
For myself, maybe I'm just not into Greek mythology enough. But you say sirens, and do your version for me. Woo, woo, woo. That's what I'm doing. I'm thinking of some sort of actual siren. I
remember which one. I thought I was going to have to go, oh, Jonathan.
That's not what I'm asking
I didn't know which siren I was supposed to do. You live in Notho.
Isn't the Greek mythology siren? Isn't that
You're
supposed
so
to be?
sexy.
I always thought the Greek mythology version of a siren was just wasn't she dangerous?
Yes.
Wasn't like the role? Was that like she lured boats near her to then basically to have
lured
them die?
stupid, thirsty men to the island where they devoured them.
Well, that's not very inviting.
So the Chicago Cubs,
not that a Kraken
very
is
inviting.
Necessarily the most.
The Detroit Tigers,
that's a baby cub.
Nothing says me more inviting than a tiger.
That's a baby cub.
Remember that time that tiger invited me and then bit my face off?
Well, what are the WNBA other teams? It's like Sparks and Storm.
The Fever.
Yeah.
I'm afraid of the Fever.
Oh, geez, really scared.
It's not 2020.
They're all very timid things. They're not very aggressive in this way.
By the way, you named the two timid one.
What do you mean? I don't know a million. I don't know any other WNBA
What about
teams.
the Liberty, huh? They're American?
Oh, the Chicago Sky. Oh, it's so dangerous.
So we have the most intimidating WNBA team name? Is that what I'm hearing?
It might be.
What about the Valkyrie?
Why does it look like a mermaid? I thought historically it didn't even look like a mermaid. I thought it was like a half human, half fish type thing. Historically.
So you just threw historically on the end? So in case you were wrong about it?
Just my understanding of it.
Your limited understanding.
It's my very limited, but it's my understanding of it.
You didn't even Google sirens just so you could brush up on your mythology? Get a little AI overview?
I thought you were the mythology guy. I thought I didn't have to brush up.
No, my children are the mythology guy. I just have never doubted what a siren is.
Half of the people listening are they're thinking of fire sirens, cop sirens, all sorts of things outside of the Greek mythology.
Everybody else read the Odyssey except you.
No, I read it. I told you I read it. I did not instinctively think.
Chicago private school, not doing you favors over
I just
here.
didn't think. I'm just like, it was very easy for me to think of an alarm instead of a half person. It's not even supposed to be a mermaid historically. It's not even supposed to be a mermaid.
Hypothetically speaking,
they Disneyfied this. They dressed this up to make sure that it could be, suitable for
it's
public
literally
consumption.
a myth.
Yeah, and historically, it was not initially a mermaid. It was not. It was a half woman, half fish thing. That was much more dangerous. Historically, when the myth was first created, that's what it was. It has evolved.
You're so well versed in Homer's literature.
It has evolved into this.
How full of crap is JP on sirens? 216-474.
There's some evolution attached to this.
Historically, how full of crap is he on this one?
I don't even know how to begin to Google this. Sirens initially not mermaid.
Sirens not woo woo woo. I think is what you're looking for.
Not mermaid is the good. Yeah. Part woman, part bird creature, rather than fishtail mermaids. How about that? Originally depicted as part woman, part bird creatures, rather than fishtail mermaids. They first appeared in Homer's Odyssey around 750 BCE.
Okay, who's saying they've got fish bodies now?
No, they did. No, I mean,
I think you're supposing the fish bodies now.
What do you mean?
You're throwing that in.
You saw the logo.
That's not. Why does that look like a fish body? That looks like a feminine figure.
It's a mermaid, is what it is. What do you mean?
It's not a mermaid.
What do you mean? Look at the logo. It's a mermaid. It's 100% a mermaid.
Historically.
What was Mackenzie's line on this that cracked me up? And she was just reporting what they had to say, but I need to read this for you guys. No, this was on Twitter. The 5 strands of hair in the logo represent the 5 players on the court and the 5 Great Lakes, tying the team's identity to both the game and the region.
Yeah.
What a stretch!
Where's that?
What a ridiculous stretch!
Yeah, where does it say mermaid in there?
Unreal. What do you mean? Look at the logo. Pull up the logo of this team and tell me that's not a mermaid.
You're just seeing mermaids everywhere you look. I don't know.
It's a mermaid.
I don't see anybody having outrage over mermaids than you right now, man.
They should have made her.
First off,
Are you saying more
there's
more
no
bird-like?
outrage. There's no outrage. I'm just depicting what it is.
You seem pretty outraged, honestly. Many people are taking this as
Zero
outrage.
outrage.
Now, calm down his voice. 216-474-0092. Did they
I'm
go?
outraged. I'm looking at a mermaid, and he's telling me it's not a mermaid.
Did they
That's what I'm
go
outraged
too
about.
mermaidy with the Sirens logo?
It's just not historically
Do you want
accurate.
a more historically accurate logo for the Sirens? It's time to have the Dylan Gabriel conversation in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Coming up today, 4:20 on Afternoon Drive, NBC Sports' John Fanta joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Get to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel to see daily Browns training camp breakdowns with Darryl Ryder and Coach Lance Reisland. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
My mouth gets me more in trouble than anybody else.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2. Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We do have John Fanta coming up at 4:20, Albert Breer at 5:20 today, and then Denzel Ward, Browns cornerback, at 6 p.m. tonight. So we got a loaded rest of the show for you. Practice is just wrapping up right now. And again, to kind of recap where we are, there's Denzel Boston. He is all a bit. Like, every once in a while you'll see like a tall receiver, and you're like, he says he's 6'4", he's 6'2". Denzel Boston is all of 6'4".
No, he's big. And the thing I like about it is that they have this big autograph line, which I think is really nice for the kids. It's supposed to be, that's great. I love that. But then it's kind of taken away from them coming over to us in our area, and Denzel Boston making sure he's coming over and basically catching all the people that weren't lined up, essentially. That's a good move.
So the big news of the day, at least in my opinion, tell me if you're wrong, and any of the people you've talked to, because once the break ends, we kind of go out and meander.
I'm gonna make this hit pretty hard. Are you ready for it?
Oh, hit it hard.
Deshaun Watson can't play football right now.
Ooh,
that's my takeaways. That's from the people I'm talking. Spencer German. The people I'm talking to are telling me that Deshaun Watson can't play football right now, and Shador's looked the best. It's not because Shador's been that great. It's because he looks better than Deshaun Watson, which is just not hard to do right now.
Yeah, I would. I'm hearing the same thing, although not from Spencer German. Although if he would like to tell me it, I will also hear from him. I mean, we've got
Can we use the term awful? Is that okay, Spencer? Can we use the term awful?
Yeah,
Spencer says he's
head.
been awful. Spencer hasn't missed a snap yet, and he says he's awful so far.
Well, and I do think that matters. Like, the whole point of Deshaun Watson was that Deshaun was supposed to be ahead of the game mentally, and all I'm hearing is he doesn't have a feel.
It's taken him forever to get the ball out.
Yes.
That's apparent to anybody. Whether you've been here for 3 snaps or 3,500, you'd see that Deshaun cannot get the ball out quick at all to save his life. And then he'll have these passes. Here's the thing. His arm doesn't look cooked. That's the funny part about this. Like, you can see.
And that was my biggest concern coming into this.
Yeah, the dead arm. People were worried about that. His arm doesn't look cooked. He's just all over the place with this ball. There's just no placement to it. And it just seems like bad decision after bad decision, which is a theme of Deshaun Watson's life, by the way. But, like, it just... Yeah, this is about as bad as it gets and about as bad as it could look for Deshaun early on.
And I didn't hear it. So I want to preface that, but there were multiple people tweeting out that Deshaun was getting boos today or hearing boos from the Browns faithful.
I did want to ask you about that. I saw that as well. I saw the quotes out there. We're doing a radio show, so we're not going to catch everything. I didn't hear any of those boos, though. I didn't hear them.
I did not either, but again, multiple media members out here have tweeted it out. Now, I want to continue to make this point, because I get a little frustrated with the Shador discourse, that Shador is maybe playing poorly, but that Deshaun's playing poorly is obfuscating Shador's play. That is not the last 4 practices now. Deshaun has gone against the ones. When he's gone against the ones, Shador's looked better against the twos.
Yeah.
And the last 2 times that Shador's gone against the ones and Deshaun's gone against the twos, Shador has looked like the better quarterback. Mm-hmm. Again, even if Shador is being adequate or average, or I heard somebody say it like a 6 out of 10, that is serviceable in the NFL for a guy that people say cannot play in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean you got to crown him, obviously. You know, there's a lot that Shador still has to do and a lot that he's got to showcase in this camp. But if the question was, are you a better football player today than Deshaun Watson? So far, he's answered that handedly.
Well, and it should be noted, again, there's a gap. Like, I've heard if Shador was a 6 today, Deshaun was a 2 or a 3.
And that might even be generous.
That is incredibly significant. And again, like, it is camp.
Well,
we're only seeing so much context, all the things you have to say.
But the tie was going to go to Shador, though. It's not even as if Deshaun had this room to work with.
Yes.
It's like, all right, it's a toss-up. This, Nick, this could not be going worse if you're Todd Monken as of right now.
Why?
I mean, the idea that Deshaun Watson, the guy that I think, and this is just me thinking, that I think they wanted to go ahead and win this battle because of the experience and because of everything else, he's nowhere close. And so maybe they'll be satisfied with Shedeur. But as of right now, like there's no way they planned this up this way.
See, I think in terms of it couldn't be going worse. I think it couldn't be going better because I think right now, in my opinion, there's a clear winner and there's a clear loser.
And that's good for me and you that wanted to see Shedeur play.
Well, but I think ambiguity is the worst thing for this because then you're trying to go ahead and prove to the locker room you've made the right choice.
I get what you're saying. You're not second-guessing your decision at all. It's obvious.
And they aren't.
You get to know it. The players know it as well. Everyone's very aware of what's going on. Oh, man, it's going to be very interesting. I can't wait to ask Denzel Ward what he thinks about going up against Deshaun Watson these days.
You know he's going to give us something good at about 6 o'clock today. But while we're talking about this, the other big standout here, or the other quarterback maybe performing beyond where people expected, has been Dillon Gabriel. And we talked about this earlier. There was a Dill Dot earlier, a Dillon Gabriel.
We got to get better branding for this.
Why? What is it? Why is it not sounding right to you?
It might be. Why do you think it's not sounding right?
I don't know. You're answering a question with a question here. What about Dill Dot doesn't hit your ears right?
It's too close to Dilbert for people, maybe.
Oh, you don't want him to think he's a fat nerd.
Yeah,
okay, all right.
We just want him to think he's tiny.
Yeah. But Dillon Gabriel has had a couple nice throws that you and I have seen here.
Yeah.
He's had a couple boo-boo throws, but it's funny, like this big conversation has blown up about Dillon Gabriel getting into the starting mix. I want a quarterback battle. So if Deshaun is faltering and Dillon Gabriel's the guy that gets to apply some pressure here to Shedeur, I'm fine with that. I want that locker room, if Shedeur wins it, whoever wins it, I want that locker room behind whoever starts week 1. And the only way you do that is if there's some applied pressure here. Right now, Deshaun is not applying any pressure.
It's going so bad for Deshaun Watson. And that's why I asked Nick Shook that question of, like, do you just go Shedeur, and then if Shedeur doesn't work, your plan B is going to be Dillon Gabriel for this season? Because it's going so poorly for Deshaun at this point, I have no idea how you confidently put him out there as the backup to Shedeur Sanders. And if we need to go to someone else, it's unequivocally going to be Deshaun, because It's not that I think Gabriel's any great. I really don't. He made some nice passes. I just don't know how you put Deshaun Watson on the field right now.
The more we see what we're seeing out of Deshaun, the more that I'm buying into the philosophy that I've had most of this offseason, that Deshaun is a patsy, that Deshaun was an implied threat but never a direct threat, is becoming truthful.
His play is suggesting that you're right on the money in that one. I tend to think it was real because I don't think you split up the first team reps with the idea that we're just going to use this to push Shedeur. But maybe this was part of it. Maybe it was.
So the reason why I think this case...
We got to call this thing soon if it continues to look as bad as it is for Deshaun. Though.
Yeah, like as soon as the end of installs on Thursday. If Deshaun's going to look like this.
If he's going to look like this, we got to call this thing.
Or at the least, we just move him over to the side and give Dillon those reps.
And get Shedeur the right amount of first-team reps, and let's get this thing all wrapped up if it's going to look like this.
But here's why Deshaun getting the first-team reps, why I think they would have done it even if they thought Deshaun was cooked, because we have a host on this station who said Shedeur has not earned anything. Remember last year, I don't recall anyone saying Dillon Gabriel didn't earn anything when Dillon Gabriel was handed the starting job in Week 5 and then looked like absolute caca in his 5 or 6 starts. Nobody said that. And he was gifted those opportunities that he got in camp when he looked like crap, by the way, because Kevin Stefanski liked Dillon Gabriel. Shedeur was not gifted anything last year and then was thrown into the fire, and people are grading his stats, not the tape, not what they thought in the real time, but they're grading his stats off of a guy who got no chance and didn't work with the first team until mid-November. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so it's funny, like, I honestly do think that the Browns have put Shedeur in the 2 spot with putting Shedeur in the 2 spot with Deshaun as the starter, to continue to knock down that narrative that Shedeur hasn't earned it. Shedeur has earned this opportunity to fight for the starting spot by what he did in the final 7 games last year, and he's clearly earning the right to start by being better than Deshaun Watson despite being put in that 2 spot.
I know, but now it matters as to how long they do drag this out. If it's as obvious as it is right now, it matters how long they drag this out. I agree with the concepts. Have Shedeur, make it seem like he earned it, make it seem as if then all the players can obviously see what's going on. Everyone that media can see what's going on. But these are pivotal reps, and this is a young Shedeur Sanders. Like we're entering year 2 with him, and he only got 7 games last year. Like every rep is going to matter for his own decision making and for his own playmaking abilities. And so the moment you know it, you have to then call it. This can't just be elongated. Let's prop up and try to make this seem like a competition when it really wasn't.
And let's just be very clear here. There is no way you can name Deshaun Watson the starter at any point this week. You can't.
Oh, no. That'll be – I mean, that's as rigged as Chauncey's poker game if that happens.
And I honestly, I think it's the kind of thing that could sink the beginning part of your season, and you can't do that.
Yeah, distrust would form immediately.
I think Todd Monken does know that.
I think so, too.
I think there was a little bit of hubris from Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry. We'll treat this season last year like like basically one big germ factory. We're going to see what lives and what doesn't, right? Mm-hmm. I think Todd Monken knows. This is a guy that's been around football for 40 years. This is a guy who knows you can't mess around with it like this.
He knows.
You just can't.
Yeah, he knows. That's why I thought Daryl had a really good question with Monken today.
Why'd you say it really good, like you were surprised by that?
That's a really good question right there. And Monken acknowledged it was a really good question. And the part that got you was I said what you do, which is actually.
Yeah.
And that's just me hanging around you with too much. That's all that is.
Everything's my fault.
So he actually had a good question today. And Monken acknowledged it. Monken was like, when it comes to getting the ball out quicker, there are things that they have to work on. All quarterbacks have to work on. And there's parts of this that Deshaun is clearly failing in.
216-474-0092. What should we do with the fact that Deshaun Watson, by all accounts out here, is not looking good? Is Deshaun solving the quarterback issue before the Browns can even solve the quarterback issue? We'll ask that of John Fanta. We'll also talk about the Guardians' red-hot deadline approach in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, back on The Fan here, live from Berea, as we have been all day. We will be all night. Albert Breer in 1 hour's time. Denzel Ward, remember him? The warden himself, fresh off the contract extension at 6 o'clock tonight. Live out here in Berea. Very excited to talk to Denzel as well. I'm now just rhyming, but it's a fun time to be talking to a true Cleveland sports fan. We have fun, but, he kills it on NBC Sports. And he joins us on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. We're talking the Gardo's deadline. We're talking Shedeur versus Deshaun. And John Fanta joins us now. John, what's up, buddy?
Hello, John.
What is happening, guys? Hope you're doing well in Berea.
Well, we are doing very well here. To sum it up, Deshaun has looked laughably bad, and the only quarterback who has quote won the day against the ones has been Shedeur on Saturday and Shedeur today. Are you ready to call the quarterback battle in favor of Shedeur? And if so, why do you hate the Browns?
I'm ready to call the quarterback battle in favor of Shedeur, and I was ready to call it in favor of Shedeur before the battle really even began, because to me, the Deshaun Watson exercise is pointless at this point, and I don't think there will ever be a point to it. I chuckled to myself when he said that people doubted him and they doubted that he would ever be back on the football field and playing. There's a difference between playing and playing the position competently and well. I think the writing's on the wall here, gentlemen. The best move for the Cleveland Browns is Shedeur Sanders, because he provides them answers. There is no more hope for Deshaun Watson to work out as a Cleveland Brown. That ship has sailed. At least with Sanders, you get an answer, and if that answer's not good, then you tank for a top-tier pick the following year.
Yeah, John, I can't stress enough to you just how bad Deshaun looks. And the arm isn't actually that miserable. He does have velocity on it. It's just all over the place, and he's so late in his decision-making, John. It's taken him 5-6 seconds to decide what he wants to do with it. It is – I can't stress enough how bad it is.
Are you surprised?
No. We've been saying
I'm surprised why he's not looking good, though.
But here's my thing. What led people to think that this was going to be any different? What has he shown in Cleveland that would lead you to believe that he's now a good quarterback, or even a decent quarterback, or even a mediocre quarterback? That's just it. If he was even decent, I'd be willing to put up with it. There is no semblance. There is no sign. There's never been a sign. But P.J. Walker was better than you. That provided all the signs that we needed to know. And P.J. Walker was bad. But bad was better than what Watson's been.
All right, John. So I've been called a homer on this station because I don't come out here and say Shedeur sucks and the Browns are going to win 5 games. I really do think that 7 wins with this schedule, with the talent they have, even with what I think most people agree is the 32nd out of 32 quarterback rooms in the NFL, I think 7 to 8 wins is quite possible, and I have them as a 7-win team right now. What's the thing that'll make or break the difference between this being a 4 or 5 win team or a 7 or 8 win team?
Well, if the rookie wide receivers are as good as everybody says that they are, and there's somebody that's competent enough to get them the football, then they could be a 7 or 8 win team, because it's an offensive league, and you got to put up points. And KC Concepcion, every review from camp when he's been on the field has been great. And Boston, the reviews have been very good. So that changes. Look, the Browns' passing attack last year was as bad as any in the NFL. If your passing attack performs against a weaker schedule, solidly enough, give this defense a chance. Give this defense a chance. The defense still looks like it's on pretty solid footing. I mean, we think it's going to be a top 5 defense in the NFL. I don't think that we're asking for that, but they've got some top 5 playmakers at their respective positions, or just shy of that. The Browns look like they've got a linebacker room and look like they've got a secondary room, knock on wood, healthy, that looks pretty good. And Jared Verse, he's saying all the right things. You guys have a first-hand account, a first-hand look. It seems like things are off to a solid start. And oh, by the way, I'm hearing a different tone from the players at camp. It sounds like that Coach Monken, has he coached a game yet? No. But the other make-or-break thing is, what's the in-game management skill set of Todd Monken? How does he manage his timeouts? Are there pre-snap penalties? Are they disciplined? I've heard there's been a lot of pre-snap penalties now, but guys, it's a first-year coach. It's training camp. I don't care about pre-snap penalties now. I really don't give a damn about pre-snap penalties in August. I care if they're being made on September 13th, September 27th, and October 1st against the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's when I care about that stuff. So it's the coaches in-game management, and it's if these receivers in game action stay healthy and are making plays. Because if those things are happening, I think the backfield looks good. I think Quinshon Judkins could have a huge year. He might be able to win him a game or two just by himself. But yeah, it's those two things. Can you throw the football, and does your coach, does he resemble a brain in in-game management skills?
John, we're going to have Denzel Ward on at 6 o'clock, and one thing I'm excited to ask him is what the conversation will be like in December around this defense. What do you think the conversation – he's going to give us a nice answer because we know that's how it's going to work. He'll say something like, we'll be the number 1 defense and everything will be awesome. What do you think that the conversation will be on Sports Talk Radio in December about this defense?
I think the conversation's going to be that Carson Schlesinger is one of the best linebackers in football, and that the Browns just hit an absolute home run getting him. I think the conversation is going to be that Jared Verse is working out. Maybe Jared, I'm not saying he's Myles Garrett level that we experienced in Cleveland, but I think there's going to be a lot of liking towards him. I think there's going to be a lot of positivity about Mason Graham and development and a leap from him. I hope that we're talking about Grant Delpit having a big-time season, and Ronnie Hickman doing the same, and Tyson Campbell look at the part. I think that we're going to be saying that this Browns defense is still a top 10 to 12 unit in football collectively, and that they were able to produce some more explosive plays. Look, I was so impressed by Schlesinger in a year 1 situation. Now, him, Denzel, Delpit, Graham, they've got playmakers. They've got guys that are a couple of guys that were real young last year that gained a lot of invaluable experience. So I think in my heart of hearts that we're going to roll around in December and say, man, this defense continues to be good, and the Browns are not in some pit of darkness. They've got some hope. You know, they might only have 5 or 6 wins in December, but I don't think it's going to be because of the defensive side of the football.
All right, John, we can switch over to the Guardians here. We know that you love the deadline approach because you called in yesterday with Little Fanta in the car making his Cleveland radio debut. Now that you've had some time to think about it, how much did the Guardians raise their ceiling or floor with the 4 moves they've made over the last 3 or 4 days?
Well, quite a bit. I mean, if Jose Ramirez can be healthy, because I don't like the sound of soreness and dealing with soreness. He hasn't looked right since he got back. And Angel Martinez has been a shell of himself since he's gotten back, and he really didn't look that good in the times before he went down. So, to me, though, guys, if they had just gotten 1 bat, I'd be sitting here saying, you know what, better ceiling, playoffs, but I don't know to what degree. When you make the moves that they made, that sends a message to your clubhouse. And the message is, we're winning the American League Central Division. We are winning this thing. Now, the Chicago White Sox, they made moves. They went out and they got arm help. And we'll see how that works out for Chicago because they needed it. But the Guardians had to get multiple bats. And not just because those multiple bats are going to help them. Joe Adell and Nathaniel Lowe, who, by the way, one of the reasons why I was so excited about this if you average them out, they're combined to be hitting about 324 with runners in scoring position and an OPS of 880. Those guys have performed when people have been on base. The Guardians have been a horrible runners in scoring position team. Need somebody to bring those guys in. This helps Chase DeLauder. This helps Travis Bazzana. There's been pressure put on guys to perform. And it feels like if they're not performing, then what's going to happen? Who's going to step up? And the answer has been no one. The Guardians, they just need an offense that's at a B-, C+ level. You know what the offense has been at the last 4 weeks? An F. It's been a total failure. It has been an absolute F. When you bring in those two bats, I think it builds confidence. I think it helps confidence. I think it boosts morale in a big way, and it sends a message to your clubhouse that you're trying to go. And this clubhouse needed a jolt. Now, Foster Griffin, that helps your Slade Ciccone problem. You know, it creates different avenues now for your staff. The bullpen needs a bridge guy. They need a length guy. So there's a variety of things that they can look at there because this bullpen is taxed, and the bullpen has not been good here recently. It really hasn't been. But, you know, the Guardians now set up that if they go into a playoff series, which I think they'll make the playoffs, whether that's wild card or if it's the division, you know, we'll see what Chicago does as things go down the stretch. I don't treat Minnesota as a legit threat to the division title. I think you look at it, and the Guardians can really say, we've got 8+ starting pitching. And in a playoff series, not just for games 1 or game 2, they now get deep into a series where they've got top-flight starters going for them. And that gives you a real shot.
All right, how wide open is the American League to you?
It's wide open. This thing is wide open. Tampa Bay.
How wide open?
How wide open?
As wide open as it's ever been. Yeah, I mean, no, it's as wide open as your guys' prom night window was with your respective dates. You know,
so
it really.
Huh?
Yeah, it's as wide open as it's as wide open as Mike Holmgren's afternoons were when he was stealing money from the Browns. The fact is that it's there for the taking. Tampa's not gotten credit for how good they've been, but the playoffs are a different monster. There's no question about that. But they're really, really good, and they're really tough at home. Caminero and Simpson and company have had, you know, just a great season. But guys, the Yankees are not the same Yankees. I know they went and got Luis Garcia, and I know they got Ramos, but they're yeah, Judge hasn't been healthy, but who's to say that things are ever going to pan out there? It is there for the Guardians to take, and the Guardians are getting elite starting pitching. They've been wasting it. They've been wasting it for weeks. Stop wasting your starting pitching performances and start getting to 4 or 5 runs. It's amazing what'll happen. And here's the thing. They only have like 4 series left on the season against teams above 500. I mean, other than a series against the Padres, 1 against the Red Sox, and 2 against the White Sox, their schedule is a joke. The front office told that clubhouse yesterday, you got to go and seize this thing.
John, let's say we get to the playoffs here, whether it's the wild card or whether it's the ALDS, you get the you jump to the second round there. Who's your game 1 starter, Gavin Williams or Parker Messick?
I'm going to go with Parker Messick in game 1, and it's nothing against Gavin. It's a great debate. I kind of like the idea of like a Messick Williams. You know, you got Bybee and Griffin there. You could break up the lefties and righties. I mean, that's a real thing that you can do. But you know, the one thing with Williams is his pitch count and being taxed and, you know, eating into a bullpen. Like Messick, I know his last start wasn't lengthy, but man, he's given them great length at times in the recent weeks, as has Bybee for that matter. I mean, Tanner's pitched his tail off here the last couple weeks too. But there's something to me about you know, it'll come down to matchups. What's an opposing team better against, a lefty or a righty? But I like Messick in that spot. You know, I love Gavin. His strikeouts have been fantastic, and you know, he took a perfect game into the 6th on Sunday. But the one thing about Gavin Williams is there have been some starts this season where you get to the 5th inning and you're like, okay, his pitch count is at 90 or his pitch count's at 87. And now are you eating into a bullpen that is susceptible to losing games. And so I side with Messick. Do you two agree or disagree?
Yeah, I agree, but I actually think the Guardians will choose Gavin Williams because of his stuff.
I think they'll choose Gavin as well.
I think they'll choose Gavin too, but I actually would go with Messick if it was my decision.
I just love the mentality of Messick. John, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you as always.
Thank you, John.
Appreciate you guys, and congrats to the Cleveland Sirens. Very excited for a WNBA team. That's awesome for Cleveland, Ohio.
John, do you think that the logo was too mermaid and not bird-like enough, not true enough to the historical take on Sirens?
It's a mermaid, right?
Yeah. No, I'm fine. I'm good with the logo. I'm good with
at any point, John, at any point, did you think to yourself that it was like a fire siren or a cop siren, or are you really into mythological creatures?
I cannot say that my mythological creature knowledge is high, although I can remember anytime you would drive out to Cedar Point, there'd be that, like, dragon in the water. Is that thing still there?
No idea.
I have no idea.
No idea. John,
have a great
good stuff.
day, guys.
Thank
you too, buddy. I have a
That's his
feeling.
way of admitting that he thought, woo, 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 woo.
No.
That's what he was thinking right there.
No, I'm sorry. You're taking a win where it's not appropriate.
I think that's a win.
We do have a little bit of news here that the Falcons' edge rusher, Jalen Walker, has torn his ACL, which would mean he's out all season. Remember, Pierce, their other standout young edge rusher, might be going to jail for spousal abuse. I do think this has significant implications on Kevin Stefanski's first year, because the reason why they were so good last year was that burgeoning defense. If you take Walker and Pierce off there, this could really spell disaster for Kevin Stefanski on top of whatever that quarterback room is.
Oh, no. I'm so sad. Oh, no.
We'll react to what John Fanta had to say about the Browns and the quarterback battle in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Join me, Andy Baskin, and 92.3 The Fan.
But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
On the road this summer? Get the most live sports talk in Ohio on 92.3 The Fan. Or binge our podcasts on the Odyssey app.
Led people to think that this was going to be any different. What has he shown in Cleveland that would lead you to believe that he's now a good quarterback, or even a decent quarterback, or even a mediocre quarterback? That's just it. If he was even decent, I'd be willing to put up with it. There is no semblance. There is no sign. There's never been a sign. When P.J. Walker was better than you, that provided all the signs that we needed to know. And P.J. Walker was bad. But bad was better than what Watson's been.
That was John Fanta, a red-hot John Fanta, talking about the quarterback position and what is shaping up to at least look like right now is a Shedeur win, and a pretty easy Shedeur win. We'll see how this bears fruit. We'll see how much patience the Browns have.
Yeah.
Now, I don't remember John being as in the pocket about this.
Okay. I'm glad you're feeling the same way I am right now.
But it is early enough that I think it's still early enough. If you want to buy Shedeur stock right now, I'm not going to say you should have gotten in earlier.
Right.
I feel it's okay if you're, I don't want to say flip-flopping, but if you're changing your tune right now.
The part I find interesting is that, so we also posted a video, obviously, on 92.3 The Fan's Twitter page, and it was us going back and forth and us making the declarative statement of Deshaun looks awful. There's no, as bluntly as I can put it, he looks bad. It doesn't look good. The Browns cannot play this guy if it looks like this. There's just no other way to look at it.
Yeah.
And Shedeur has not been necessarily the greatest quarterback, but he's looked good. He's looked significantly better than Deshaun Watson has. That's the point. And some of the responses are the same thing that John is putting out there, like, well, of course. Who thought Deshaun could even play? Wasn't this obvious to everybody? No, it was obvious to us. We got shouted down by all sorts of people telling us that Deshaun Watson was going to take this job. And, oh, my God, the amount of national people and the amount of different media members
talk to us like we were idiots
up to tell us that Deshaun Watson was going to obviously be the Deshaun Watson he was from 6 years ago. Well, guess what, guys? That's not true. And so it's a little infuriating, this I was right nature that we're in right now.
I also don't want it painted like Shedeur's not doing his job.
He's doing what he's supposed to do right now.
Like he is taking care of the football. He is making selective plays out there, and he's not like he's doing enough to win this job. And it's interesting to watch how quickly that this narrative is developing. Yesterday, I had made the point that it seems like everybody's painting the Browns quarterback position with the same broad strokes. I'm not impressed. And my response was, you don't have to be impressed. This is not built all around Shedeur or Deshaun. And so the idea that people are treating Deshaun and Shedeur in the same light, they shouldn't be. Shedeur is looking good enough. Deshaun is looking, quite frankly, awful. And again, I will continue to use phrases like it's early and context and all those.
Sure.
But everyone's so damn afraid to be wrong about this quarterback room.
This is just, I don't know how he can make up enough ground, Deshaun Watson, that is, to close the gap right now that exists between these two quarterbacks, based off of what we've seen with our own eyes and based off of us being out here. Deshaun is all over the place.
Well, I think that depends on how long they take this. If Deshaun gets another week at this, well, a week is forever in a quarterback battle. But as of right now, I don't know why you would. And listen, I'm going to be I will not call for an early close to this quarterback battle, because I want it to be clear and concise for whomever wins that job. And if that takes another week for Shedeur to do that, that is fine with me. So I'm not going to get impatient or throw a hissy fit that I got to talk about quarterbacks every day like some people are going to do. I'm not doing that. I want this to be clear and concise. At the same point, at some point, you're not helping Deshaun Watson. At some point, I think the pressure is amplifying because he did.
At this point, it doesn't really matter for Deshaun, does it?
Well, I guess. I think you can get to a point where if you ever have to go to him this year, the guy has nothing. Like
I think he's going to have nothing.
He might be playing his way out of the NFL. Like that's how bad he's looking.
How bad he's looked right now. The question,
against twos.
The question is
not
whether
against ones, against twos.
Again, how bad he's looked right now. The question is whether or not Dylan Gabriel deserves the first crack off the bench. If you have to go to that because of a Shedeur injury, then Deshaun Watson would.
And I want to make it clear
you can't put this out on the football field.
I am not doing this because I want Shedeur to win the job, and I don't want Deshaun to win the job. If Deshaun was the better quarterback, we would call it. Because I can't drown out the other voices in Cleveland. I can't. But when people are coming up to, I think there are a lot of people pulling their punches on Deshaun about how they're describing how he's looked at, but they're still saying Deshaun does not look good. He's not taking advantage of this opportunity.
Right.
We are hearing it in a much more unfiltered version off air. And if you're in the Deshaun camp, it is getting to the 11th hour.
Well, I mean, it's also, again, it's obvious. It's obvious to everyone on the football field that is playing right now. It's obvious. It's just obvious. And so, where did that Deshaun Watson hype video come from a week ago?
His camp.
I know. His camp had to have known that this is what he looks like. Does he not realize? Like, did he forget what camps actually are or what they're supposed to be or something?
I think they were trying to. They were trying to boost up the guy. I
like a last-ditch effort to no, you don't really suck right now with your decision making, and then your processing, and then your ability to get rid of the football quick. They should have had the answers.
Like the whole point.
How did he not see this coming?
Another reason why I like Monk and I'm excited about him is he does remind me of the offensive version of Jim Schwartz. Jim Schwartz, when he came here, his number one thing was, I don't want guys thinking, I want them playing. And I want them that, like, your first fall back on your natural instincts, right? Todd Monken has said very much the same thing since he took over here, right?
Yeah, well, Deshaun's instincts suck.
Well, but I think that's the point. Like, if you can't look passable in this context, I really think there are so many people that think that Shedeur's just going to be a pushover in this. If Deshaun doesn't play this year and Shedeur plays all 17 games, all 18 weeks, we're getting to the point where I'd be really surprised if Deshaun ever gets a chance in the NFL again. And I'm usually of the mind.
After what we're seeing today, I don't know how you put him out there.
And again,
I just don't know how he ever gets a chance.
This is in the moment. Things can change.
Things can change.
But man,
I'm not expecting him to, though.
Like, this is everything I thought it was going to look like, both for Shedeur and Deshaun, when we've talked about this for 7 months and we tried to warn everybody what an absolute bird-brained idea of putting too much stock into Deshaun Watson as the front runner really was.
Now, what are we going to do with Albert at 520?
I didn't think that far. I just got here.
I don't know what we're going to do with Albert at 520.
Should we talk maybe some Ohio State football?
I mean, it's just the idea that he is of that national media that basically said.
Should we upload it, or should we upfront it by saying, let me tell you how bad Deshaun looks?
We have to, right? We can't have him going in there making any statements without the newest information and the newest knowledge attached to this, right?
This feels like a job for Mac Robinson.
On the board,
yes. If you want to get a better yes tonight, you're going to go ahead and prime Albert about how bad Deshaun has looked.
When you make the phone call, be like, yeah, Deshaun has really struggled today. So we'll get you off to Jonathan and Nick. Hopefully your info's good.
Shedeur's looking good enough. Just want to make sure you know there.
Like, are NFL people talking about how bad this has been today? Is already circulating to NFL people about how bad Deshaun looked today? I'd be curious to know.
It felt like in the last 24 to 48 hours. That push for Shedeur, and we hearken back to what John Fanta said in the previous segment. That push for Shedeur is becoming, even Nick Shook, who is, again, of course, Deshaun's going to get the first rap. This is how the Browns want to design it.
He was not traditionally a Shedeur guy.
And what's weird about the pivot of this is, it's a disaster for the Browns because they didn't want it to go this way. The Browns want the best player to play. And this idea that the Browns wanted Deshaun to start never made sense to me. They want the 5th-round pick on a rookie contract to start.
Well, so that should
They just want him to earn the job instead of being gifted the job, like Dylan Gabriel was gifted the job last year.
I mean, how many people have you met in person and you say, well, I don't know that Shedeur's great, but I know it makes the most sense to give the rookie the chance? That's an ongoing theme that we've had within the quarterback discussion. I still don't think that it was all just some sort of farce or anything like that. They took it too seriously with Deshaun for me to ever believe that this was all just to motivate and push Shedeur Sanders. I just refuse to believe that because of the seriousness that they actually took Deshaun and how they presented it all. But if they call this thing in like 3 days then maybe I'll come over to your side on that. I just have a hard time with that right now.
216-474-0092.
I think they're surprised. We're always asking, like, who's surprised by this? I think the Browns are wildly surprised that Deshaun looks as bad as he does right now.
I would be surprised. I would be shocked if they're surprised. Then they've been maybe doing this whole scenario with their eyes closed.
I told you how many days ago that they use blinders with Deshaun. They always have throughout this whole exercise, throughout all the years he's been here.
But Todd Monken hasn't.
They put these blinders on. Well, Monken, I don't know that he had much
Jimmy
of a choice
has,
early
maybe
on.
Andrew has. There's no chance that Todd Monken, the maximizer, had blinders on.
Yeah, okay. Those horse blinders. He's a big horse guy.
That's true. Although he's not really. I don't even know. I feel like the whole horse narrative really fell apart.
No, once you're a horse guy, you're always a horse guy. Even if you don't actively own horses in the state that you're coaching in, because I think all his horses are horses in Kentucky now.
Yeah.
You're still a horse guy.
What if just owning a horse doesn't make you a horse guy? What if that was just a profit?
You lose too much money in horses. Nobody is just I get in for horses and not a horse guy, because there's no money unless you got a Kentucky Derby horse. You're not making money on horses.
216-474-0092. What should we do with the fact that Deshaun Watson looks unplayable and Shedeur looks serviceable right now? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
today. The team will be called the Cleveland Sirens. Coming up today at 5:20 on Afternoon Drive, Albert Breer from Monday Morning Quarterback joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Right now, I anticipate in all the preseason games our guys will play.
Training camp headlines don't take a break. Hear all the latest from Todd Monken before every practice.
Our plan is everybody will dress and they're going to play.
Right here on your radio home for Browns football. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
And Football Talk coverage on The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
Albert Breer coming up in just about 20 minutes. Denzel Ward at 6 o'clock tonight. Make sure to stay tuned as we got you locked and loaded here with Browns coverage. Nick and JP out in Berea still. Practice is wrapped up. I'm having a good day. You having a good day?
I'm having a great day.
So I pick up the Ram 1500, the 250th anniversary from Brunswick Auto Mall today.
Nice.
On Automart, excuse me. And a special thank you to them for lending me this beautiful piece of truck. So I'm already vibing on the fact that I drove that here and I'm driving that home tonight. But it was a great Shador day.
Yeah, very, very nice.
And I'm pretty excited about the Guardians. I think this is as good as it gets when it comes to sports.
Yeah.
In general, of all right, I think the football stuff is working out the way I think it's supposed to.
Good.
The Guardians have a chance here. And once again, just selfishly, I get to drive a very beautiful truck home.
There is everyone will be watching tonight on the Guardians vibe that I'm enjoying.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, I think you're right.
It's like a must-watch game tonight. And you don't get too many of those for game 115 or whatever the hell it is right now. I like that. It's going to be fun.
Let's go ahead and get to the lead here. Shador Sanders was on NFL Network earlier today and shared his view of the Browns quarterback competition.
Yeah, I have. It's been me versus myself.
Okay,
yeah.
That's how you look at it.
And even now, it's even the same way. Deshaun goes against himself every day. I go against myself every day. Dylan goes against himself every day, and Taylor does too. So, we all just battle ourselves versus, it's not each other, because it's not like we're going against each other. We're going against the defense.
Yeah.
So it's if anything, it's offense versus defense every day.
It's a good mentality to have. I would tell Shador.
How do you buy it?
No, you're right. He's wrong. I mean, in the big picture of things, yes, that's right. You're going against yourself, and if you want to do a philosophical thing, I guess we're always up against ourselves every day. We're just trying to get 1% better every day. Is that the idea? I'm going to turn into Ted Lasso on you guys. But the point is that you are going directly against Deshaun. This is a competition. It is you versus Deshaun. You have to be better than him. That's how you get the job. And as of right now, you have been markedly better than him, and you're on way to winning that job.
I think Shador and Deshaun have done a really good job at separating this battle from their personal situation, and or at least publicly they are. We don't know what's going on behind closed doors here, and I think they're doing their best to make it look like, hey, we are competing, but at the end of the day, this is one man gets the job, and that's just kind of the way it is. Unfortunately for Deshaun right now, he looks like the 5th round pick. He looks like the guy that was, who maybe Deshaun or Shador was last year, not getting any reps. He looks lost out there. And meanwhile, Shador looks good enough. And good enough is going to do for this team. Good enough, and this defense balling out this year, being a top 10 defense, that's good enough to surprise people.
That'll win the competition. That's all it takes right now. I guess, it's so one-sided at the moment. We'll see how this obviously develops and continues on. Daniel Oyefusi of ESPN, he was on the morning show today. He said he'd start Shador Sanders if the Browns had to play a game tomorrow.
I'm starting Shador Sanders. And again, I don't think any quarterback has necessarily wowed me, but I think the biggest difference through 5 practices that I can definitively say is that Shador Sanders is taking care of the ball and he's comfortable pushing the ball downfield. We'll see if Deshaun can, kind of pick it up over the next coming weeks and then into training camp. But one thing that I've noticed from him is he just seems like he's just a tick slow in the processing. I asked him specifically if he's still trying to reacclimate to the speed of the game, and he talked about trying to let his instincts take over. And I feel like he's just hesitating a lot. And I don't know if it's a mental thing, I don't know if it's a physical thing, but I just see him kind of hesitate a little too much, maybe not trust what he sees. And that's when we've kind of seen some of those head-scratching interceptions. But if I throw Shador out there, let's say tomorrow, to win a game for my life, I don't know if the pre-snap is going to be perfect. I don't know if, all the situational decisions are going to be perfect, but that's kind of life with a young quarterback. But I know that he's going to be comfortable throwing the ball downfield, and he's not going to be afraid to let it rip.
Yeah, coming into camp, we were hearing about, got to make sure that you're reading the field quick enough, making the decision quick enough, and you thought that was going to be about Shedeur. And now, 7 practices in, whatever it is, it's been about Deshaun.
Yeah, Deshaun he's not processing fast enough. The game is going too quick for him. He's not making his decisions quick enough, and so it's interesting. The amount of I told you so's that have been coming from fans after watching some of this stuff themselves. That is a cool thing about it. Like, we're out here, and obviously we get to talk about it and we get to discuss all this stuff. But we had how many hundreds of fans out here today?
Yeah,
and they all saw with their own eyes as well. And you just can't lie to that many people when they watched what went down today. It's right there in front of you.
I do think it's interesting though, and the part of the clip that we didn't play with Daniel was Daniel kind of being like, all right, let's name the starter here so we can get on with this, and he compared it to last year. And what's interesting about that to me is that's just not where I am. Maybe it's because I came in with a mentality of I expected this to take a minute. Like, I think Shedeur's comfortably in the lead. But if this is about a mental hurdle, and I think that's where we are with Deshaun. Nobody wants to say, because you can't get into his mind, the guy hasn't played good football in 5 years and his confidence is shot.
It's always been mental with him in a Browns uniform.
And so, the one thing that I'll give him,
that it was continuing to be mental.
But the one thing I'll give him is, if the light comes on, this becomes a very interesting process. I'm assuming they're going to give him at least through installs to do that, but it's interesting that people are starting to catch up, though. Shedeur is ahead in this quarterback battle.
Yeah, no question about it. I do find that fascinating, and I think you're dead on. That's the question the Browns have to ask themselves. How long can they wait for the light to go on? And if you've been betting for the light to go on for Deshaun Watson, you've been betting for years to see that light go on. But Monken's got to see it for himself. He's got to see Deshaun fall flat on his face, and it never really come together the way we all have for years on end before he officially calls it.
John Fanta of NBC Sports joined us last hour. And again, if you guys missed a second of today's show, go ahead and listen back on the free Odyssey app.
Our friends over there at Integrated Restoration.
What's the rest of the read?
Oh, no. I don't have it, but I can give you a quick read on top of it that's just as good as the rest of the read.
Let's get it.
I used Integrated Restoration.
Yeah?
When I had a problem with I told everyone about that snow dam issue I had on my ceiling. It on my roof. It went all the way down to my ceiling. I had a massive hole in my ceiling. I called up Integrated Restoration, Nick. They were fantastic. They came over. They got the job done right. They were very professionally the whole entire way. I can't recommend them high enough.
Right.
I didn't even get paid for this. I'm not unpaid advertisement for myself. I can't recommend them high enough.
I mean, they are your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
And that's what
never
they did
doubted
for me.
it.
I had a
Never
water
doubted
problem. They're an expert. They came over. They took care of the job. Bam.
By the way, teamwork makes the dream work. It took 3 of us to get that read done. Anyways, John weighed in on Deshaun Watson's poor start to training camp.
Led people to think that this was going to be any different. What has he shown in Cleveland that would lead you to believe that he's now a good quarterback, or even a decent quarterback, or even a mediocre quarterback? That's just it. If he was even decent, I'd be willing to put up with it. There is no semblance. There is no sign. There's never been a sign. When P.J. Walker was better than you, that provided all the signs that we needed to know. And P.J. Walker was bad, but bad was better than what Watson's been.
We could have used this Fanta maybe a month ago.
Yeah.
It would have been nice.
Yep.
And that rhetoric is very commonplace, it seems like now that everyone came out and saw for themselves today with their own eyes what is going on. It seems like very commonplace to be like, it was never going to work. We all knew it was never going to work. But okay.
Nick and Jonathan knew it was never going to work.
We've been telling people for months, but that's all right. That's fine. That's fine.
Hey, as long as everyone's getting on board, that's what matters.
That is,
if they were still, if there are people out there still continuing to fight, you're not welcome on the Shedeur bandwagon and the Browns going 7-10 or better bandwagon. And I'm going to give people 3 more weeks.
3 more weeks?
Should I truncate that? Should I go 2 more weeks?
We're going to start shrinking this thing down. Yeah, we're going to start shrinking this thing down. Also, we can do this as well with the idea that if you hop on the Shedeur bandwagon, it's not because you think he's going to be Joe Montana. It's not because you think he's the greatest quarterback to ever exist. You can think he's better than Deshaun while also having an understanding that you might be in the quarterback market in 2027.
No, I don't like it.
I think people
get on board or
confused.
get bent.
I think people get that confused too. Nick Shook, NFL.com, joined us today at 3:20. He talked about his expectations for the Browns this season.
The offensive line, completely rebuilt. Takes a while for an offensive line to gel. Most of your successful teams are teams that are expected to, find success in an upcoming season one of the strengths that will be pointed to is continuity along the offensive line, because it doesn't happen that quickly. I think that's a big weakness that you might be overlooking there. And you can play the schedule game as well, and it's a matter of, how does the NFC South perform? How do you start in the first 2 weeks? I think Jacksonville's going to be a very good team. I think that's a week 1 loss. Can you squeeze out a win in Tampa in week 2, or are you coming back home 0-2? Under a new staff, I think that a lot of what you see in the past can no longer be used as a reference point, because this is a coach who's, putting his own touch on a team and is also trying to prove himself. And so I think you're going to see more aggression from this team in the way that they approach things than you have in years past, and maybe that produces a few surprising wins early on. But I have a hard time seeing them winning 8 games. If I had to put their absolute ceiling, I could maybe say 7, but I'm comfortably sitting in the 5-win range.
JP, you did a great job earlier. You did a great thing, and you actually froze me up a little bit, because I've been so on the pros of why the Browns will hit the over that I haven't talked about the things that could bring it down, and that is very fair. I've been in such a fight for the idea of this cynicism that people have for this team is misplaced that I haven't addressed the downside. The downside is if the defense takes a step back and the offensive line never gets healthy and finds their rhythm, that's how you are a 5-win team this season. I don't think they're going to take a big enough step back, and I do think because you've got enough veterans there that they will find their rhythm, whether it's week 1 or week 6. But I think that's, if we start talking about the cons, I agree with Nick. Half of the equation is that offensive line never syncing up together, and then, of course, the obvious is the defense goes from the best top 5 defense to the 17th best defense.
On the defensive side of things, by the way, I need to preach to people that haven't been able to make it out to camp. Jared Verse looks exceptional.
Yeah.
There's no other way to put it.
Mason Graham as well, by the way.
Mason Graham looks great, too. I agree with that. But Jared Verse is making Spencer Fano not look like a first-round pick. Now, today actually was the first day that I thought Fano looked good.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Fano had a nice day. I talked to a couple other people as well on this, that idea that, like, Fano the first couple of days of practice was like putting his head, he put his hand on his helmet every time he got beat. And I think that draws attention to it. So it was very obvious, like, oh no, this isn't going well for you, versus beating you a lot. Today was a good day in turning that corner. But Verse, and you mentioned Graham, you got to 100% agree. Both of them have looked outstanding so far.
Yeah, and just overall, the defense, I mean, they're just, I hate to say loaded, because it's not a flawless defense. You've got some young safeties that are going to need to come up to par. I think depth at linebacker with Diabate and a couple of the other guys walking off to other teams this offseason, and even depth up the middle. But, man, their top 6 guys on the defensive line are really damn good, and your starting corners are really damn good, too.
No question about it.
All right, that is the lead. We've talked a lot of Deshaun today, a lot of Shador today, a little bit of Dylan today. Albert Breer of the MMQB will tell us what he's hearing about the Browns in camp in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
expansion WNBA team has a name. The team announced today it'll be the Cleveland Sirens, and they tip off for the 2028 season. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, Albert Breer from Monday Morning Quarterback joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Denzel Ward coming up in about 40 minutes. We'll talk to the warden about his contract extension, the new vibes in Berea. I think this is the first time I will actually have interviewed Denzel on air. I mean, meaning like live on air on the show.
Yeah, what's interesting, I was trying to think of a time. I even definitely interviewed MJ Emerson. I remember that. I'm just going through like the cornerback room. I can't think of a Denzel Ward time. But, historically, it's not that Denzel had been shy to do these things, but he had not been as out there as I feel like he has been, obviously since signing the extension, but where he's now, where he's got to be the face of the franchise in many respects.
Yeah, excited to talk to Denzel, and it's interesting. One of the names that you and I both said we were keeping an eye on, and we've talked a lot about Deshaun and how Deshaun has looked, and we'll continue to throw out the necessary things because everyone's afraid of being wrong in sports media. It's early. Things can change.
Yeah.
But like Deshaun looks really bad. Shador has looked adequate to this point. Another guy we kept an eye on is Jerry Jeudy, and Jerry has struggled with drops. He had one really nice layout play.
He had a one-handed catch.
Was that Saturday or Friday?
No. This practice here today, he had a one-handed grab that I thought was really nice. And so maybe he's starting to pick that up. Yesterday he had a couple drops, though, and it'd been a really rough camp up until this point, Nick.
We're just in a weird spot where – anything you get out of Denzel Boston's going to feel good because he was your second-round pick. If Casey Concepcion can score some touchdowns, you'll put up with if he's got 700 yards, right? Mm-hmm. Jerry's the one guy that it's like, man, you need to see something from him, and I just have no feel on what to expect with him.
I mean, I think we made the commentary yesterday about the idea that he hadn't really come up much this camp, which is the exact opposite thing you'd want if you're Jerry Jeudy, trying to erase what happened last year, which was just it was an awful year. Shador stopped throwing to him for a reason. He started making excuses publicly, and it just seemed like it was spiraling. And then it felt like, I don't know, at some point it felt like this summer things were starting to trend in the right direction. Maybe it's him going down to that camp that Deshaun had in Florida. I'm not sure, but it felt like it was going in the right direction. And so far this camp, it's just been brutal.
Yeah, and, it's funny. I know I think there are easy fall guys for this team. In fairness, I think Deshaun is an easy fall guy for this team. You get frustrated, just think of Deshaun or Jerry Jeudy, and you can vent with your friends, right?
Yeah.
For this team to be who I think they can be, 7-8 win team, competitive team, Jerry really has to factor in.
Oh, you see, I don't know that's true. I think one of the things I find interesting about this team is they're no longer dependent on Jerry Jeudy the way that they once were. I think last year that's right. I think last year they needed somebody like Jerry Jeudy, or they needed Jerry Jeudy to be the 1,000-yard receiver he was 2 years ago. This upcoming year, and maybe I'm just too quick to anoint Concepcion and Boston and continued year 2 with Harold Fannin.
Don't forget Isaiah Bond.
Yeah, Isaiah Bond. He's having a great little stretch here. I feel like they have enough guys now that if Jerry Jeudy did just kind of disappear, it almost feels like Amari Cooper in the last year he was here, and then obviously he just got shipped off to Buffalo.
Except Jerry would have disappeared
6,
for
weeks.
2 full years.
Yeah, but like that last year though, it was like week 5, 6, 7, whatever that was.
6, 7.
And it was just like, all right, we're not going to miss you. That's perfectly fine. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Just go. It's fine.
I don't even know. There's a part of me that would be surprised if anyone was a 1,000-yard receiver in this offense. Maybe Fannin's got the best chance just because who in the hell is behind him tight end-wise. Mm-hmm. I think this is going to be to me, I think you're just going to need 600 to 700 yards from Jerry Jeudy this year. and I think maybe 800 from either Concepcion or Boston, another 500. Like, that's kind of how I see the – I'd just be really shocked if one guy got like 150 targets. This feels like a spread it around and then, again, continue to emphasize the power run game.
It does feel like a spread it around, but my spreading around is my Concepcion, Boston, and Fannin trio that I'm working with right now. Judy is, if he plays like he has been, Judy will be sent to the back burner of these conversations.
We are having a little Jerry Judy conversation here. We're waiting to see if we can get Albert.
Is he ducking us because Shador's doing good and Deshaun is sucking?
No, Albert. Albert. I will listen for all those fans who would think Albert might do that.
No, he doesn't do that.
I think Albert kind of likes the smoke.
I think he does too. I think
like his inner Boston will come out a little bit. He likes to, he's going back at you and me 1 or 2 times.
I think he loves it. In fact, I'd say the most awkward that he is, or the most uncomfortable he is when he's 100% right, like he was about the Myles Garrett discussion the entire time.
Yeah, he really gets to hold that one over for a while.
I don't think he knows what to do with that, though. That's the you know what I mean?
It's a little tough to be like, hey, remember when I was right about trading the second best player in franchise history since 1999?
I could not have been more right on it, and I kept telling everybody it was going to happen and waiting for everyone to believe me, and then it happened. How about that?
So we will see if we can get Albert on here, but 216-474-0092. Where are you with the quarterback battle?
There's one thing as we're talking about the wide receivers, by the way.
Yes.
I keep seeing this conversation pop up. Is it the idea that you wouldn't be able to accurately judge Concepcion or Boston off of this season with whoever the quarterback is out there?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I love that being the ideology. And I'm the guy that says so many times about last year how it just throw it all away. You can't judge bad offensive line play, bad wide receivers, bad quarterbacks, bad everything. It was what it was. It was just an offensive suck, right? And so I give a lot of people last year a lot of the old Peterlin pass, and maybe that has to include Jerry Jeudy. Maybe it does.
The Peterlin pass.
But like the idea that people are preemptively already giving the wide receivers a Peterlin pass or any sort of pass.
The Peterlin pass.
For a season that hasn't yet even happened and quarterback play that is yet to be determined, I think is wild.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. Listen, there is a distinct relationship between quality quarterback play and quality of your wide receiver, and if you don't have a franchise quarterback, then you're going to need franchise wide receivers. But when you talk about rookie years, look at the quarterback play that Harold Fannin Jr. got last year. We came out of that season thinking, I don't know a damn thing about any of these other players. Isaiah Bond, Jerry Jeudy himself, who had, again, coming off a 1,000-yard season the year before, I knew Harold Fannin Jr. could ball out.
You knew that he could play. Yeah, exactly right. And I think just like Harold Fannin last year, we're having the same convos with Concepcion and with Boston, and the idea that very early on it's evident that they can play, and it's not going to be if Deshaun ends up playing, and we cannot stress enough how bad he looked today and how we don't think that's going to happen. But if Deshaun ends up being the starter in Week 1 and he's just throwing bad ball after bad ball after bad ball, I'm not preemptively giving them an excuse out of this. Like no, they'll be able to make plays, especially a guy like Concepcion where he does so many things after the catch. And so much of his game isn't built on more like Isaiah Bond, where it's that 50-yard pass.
Yeah, and listen, not every quarterback or not every receiver can produce without the quarterback. But again, this thing is just not built on the quarterbacks the same way that it was when you thought you had Deshaun at a franchise level, even when Baker. Like, if you want to actually make a comparison, the Browns in 2020. All right, we got to fix the offensive line. They had already had Odell. They had already had Jarvis at that point, but we're gonna see what we can do to jumpstart David Njoku. They signed Austin Hooper. We're gonna focus on the power run game. Like that philosophy that got you to 11 wins and a win over the Steelers. I think you're looking at a very similar thing because remember they really kind of pinned Baker's ears back that year.
Stefanski's 3 tight end fell in love with that idea that he needed to abandon, but he never really did.
But that's what I think
that's now found its way back. By the way,
so I think that's maybe where the disconnect is between myself and anyone who just thinks it's a 5-win team. Get over it. Let's just sim to 2027. Are people just pissed about that? Is that really what any of the disagreements that we're having about? Is that people are just mad that the Browns could slightly surprise you, and then you won't get your quarterback in 2027?
I think that's a part of it, yeah. I do. I think there's a lot of people that are playing for Arch Manning, playing for Dante Moore. I came across an Instagram feed the other day that already had Arch Manning mocked up in Browns uniforms already.
Really?
Yeah. Like, I mean, this is where a lot of the fan base is. And I understand it to a degree. I do. I understand the idea that without a franchise quarterback, you're stuck in a bad spot in the NFL. So I get that. But the idea
look
that
around
you
the
wouldn't,
NFL.
Well, but the idea that you wouldn't even think about 2026 and the development that happens is where you kind of lose me.
Like this idea that you're going to be, it's bad luck if Shedeur takes this job, or in fairness, if Deshaun takes a job, or Dylan takes the job.
Well, you know me. I'm a greedy person in life. Okay, I like to. If we're playing cards, I want to take all the action I possibly can. I want to rake in all the pot that I possibly can. I'm still living.
It
in
is
a
legal
world.
now.
I'm still not that pot. I'm still living in a world where I get to have my cake, eat it too. But I get the greediest of everyone, and I get all the winnings out of this, which is Shedeur ends up being your franchise quarterback, and then you don't have to go into the draft, and you don't have to take an Arch Manning or a Dante Moore, and you have your quarterback spot figured out and 2 first-round picks next year. Like, if you really want the ultimate dream scenario for Browns fans, that's it.
Well, and
it's not anything else. That's it.
You can still be competitive with Shedeur this year, win 7 or 8 games, and still look to draft a quarterback, even if it's not the best quarterback in that draft.
Well, but I think that's where people have a hesitation, right? They don't want to do the thing where it's
They don't want to have too many good quarterbacks?
No, let's take a quarterback at 15 and 15th overall or 12th overall or 13th overall. They want, as hard as it is to scout and put together quarterbacks and which ones are going to be good, they want to make sure the Browns at least have their pick of the litter.
Listen, last year at this time, the Browns were selling you on Kenny Pickett. They were selling you on Dylan Gabriel. And I watched both quarterbacks, and I didn't see it. And when I say didn't see it, I mean they didn't look like passable. Even worse than that, though, I looked and said, you're light in the wide receiver room, you're counting on 2 tackles to be healthy, and you don't have enough depth on the offensive line. I don't see it. Maybe this is where I'm being overly optimistic. You can at least see you've got depth on the offensive line. You just need to pick the right 5 guys, and they need to come together. You do have your 3 or 4 guys in that wide receiver room that I think can start. Fannin, if Fannin gets hurt, that could be a real problem because you have no depth at tight end. You even have depth at running back.
I know.
The difference between this year and last year is they were selling something, and then when you really looked at it, you're like, no, potentially maybe. That's not really the only potential maybe here for me. That I think is a leap is what are you going to do at quarterback?
So, but people have bought into that part of the team. I wholeheartedly do believe that. Even the people that think that's a 5-win team, they're not stupid. They can look around and see all the talent on this roster, and they can see the places outside of quarterback that look pretty good. I think the difference in this is that not everyone is Coach Riz that is saying we need to win because you get into a losing culture it's impossible to get out of. So they look at a 7-win season and say to themselves, what does that do for me?
216-474-0092. At the risk of doing this in the middle of training camp when we're all a little more likely to see it, do you see the path to success? And by success, I'm talking about competition, competitiveness from the Cleveland Browns. I see it on the offense in a way that I didn't see it a year before. And the other big thing we mentioned here is just the fact that I do have a faith in Todd Monken as the offensive head coach here. I don't think we're going to get Albert in this segment, so we'll see if we can get him at 5:40 and continue on with this conversation about the Browns' quarterback spot in the offense in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Fan.
Denzel Ward, Browns cornerback, in just about 20 minutes' time here. Nick and JP back out in Berea on the Fan. The media's piling on now. RG3 saying it's time to label Shedeur as the starter, stop wasting time, and then he's referencing a single play from practice.
Is that what he's doing now? I see Emmanuel Acho is saying, giving his warning to Deshaun Watson that he's essentially blowing the starting job, and he needs to get his act together because Shedeur can easily take it.
Can we get anybody I respect in the media to do this?
Oh no, is that not good that we're also in this camp?
That's you start to look at your bedfellows and you start to wonder here.
This is your Bill Simmons, Colin Cowherd take all over, right? It's like, hold on, Bill Simmons, Colin Cowherd, they're the contrarians, and they're the only ones that are saying 8 wins, 7 wins, and having belief in this Browns team. And then if we're doing such a thing, you are the company that you keep. Now, I tend to think keeping company with Cowherd and Simmons is a good thing, but that's neither here nor there.
I'd like to keep financial company with them.
I mean, they both have really successful careers.
Yeah.
Long time.
Yeah.
Cowherd's on the Mount Rushmore of radio personalities, in my opinion. Bill he's Bill Simmons. So anyway, when it comes to Acho and RG3, though, you never want to be on the side of Acho.
All right, so this brings up a good point. Who's the media member that because I think we've been on this, so I think it's just these guys coming to our side, right? You and I have been out ahead of this. Yeah. And the Shedeur, listen, it should be noted, Shedeur and Deshaun are just furthering our talking points. Shedeur looking good enough, and Deshaun, quite frankly, looking lost.
Well, and here's what I'll credit RG3 and Emmanuel Acho on, is that most of the time with national members, there's like a sometimes 24-hour, sometimes 48-hour like refresh period where they had to hit the refresh page and figure out what exactly is going on. Mm-hmm. These two clearly have been talking to people.
All right, now, who's the media member that we're going to feel like we're in safe haven when they come out and say, guys, I think they should just start Shedeur?
Peter Schrager.
Ooh, P. Schrags. You know we love us some P. Schrags.
He's not
here.
A hot take artist.
Mm-hmm.
He is a
but he's very well connected.
Very well connected.
Informed opinion, as you were.
Always informed. Doesn't call a race early by any stretch of the measure.
You had that one on lock, by the way. That was quick.
And you forced me to do that. You forced me to come up with an answer. I always come up with an answer. And
is there another one? Can you give me a second one? I feel like putting the whole media down to 2 people is.
You give me your number one, and then we.
I don't have one. Yeah,
not a single person.
No, nobody's opinion means more to me than my opinion.
That's a good way to.
And
look
I don't
at
mean that in a narcissistic
that's
way.
Why, oh, really? Because there's another way you can look at that line.
Yeah, very humble way.
Yeah,
big humility, team humility.
Some say
Nick
that's why you've made it in this industry. By the way, it's that line of thinking. If you're a struggling sports radio host out there and you're wondering to yourself, why haven't I cracked through? That's why.
So I guess what I really mean by that is, as I deflect, is nothing can overcome what I'm seeing with my eyes.
Right.
Last year, when you and I were talking about how bad Dylan Gabriel looked and how Shedeur was looking actually really nice in like limited opportunities, and Joe Flacco looked like a real quarterback, and Kenny Pickett looked lost with his tiny baby hands, we had people out there. What I can only assume is taking it directly from the Browns, saying Kenny Pickett looks good, Dylan Gabriel's ahead of schedule, right?
Yeah,
so,
and reason why we called shenanigans on that was why. We were sitting here talking to Bernie Kosar at this very table that we're doing right now, interviewing Bernie while watching Dylan Gabriel miss pass after pass after pass.
Well, but I think my lesson last year was I want to know what everybody's hearing, because that is informed speculation. But if I'm seeing what I'm seeing with my own eyes here, and you're seeing it, and then people that we really like and respect that are out here are saying the same things, this isn't exactly some thought vacuum. This isn't, we're not doing this in some vacuum, or it's not just a bunch of people convincing it. No, it's what you're seeing.
I know, but I guess the reason why I would throw Schrager in there and anybody else, and why it's almost going to be like I need the national media to wake up and kind of pay attention to what's happening here, is because although we can look at it and see what's happening, the blinders that this Browns organization has worries me. And the idea that they constantly put their thumb on the scale for the result that they want, no matter what's happening. And this was evidenced by Dylan Gabriel last year. The idea that they kept throwing him out there and kept throwing him in our face and saying, he's better. And I kept saying, no, he's not. He's not better. What are you seeing? And so that's the part that worries me. When the national guys start to trickle in, though, it tells me that the Browns have their eyes awoke to this. They see what's happening. And that's really the game I'm playing right now, Nick, is a simple one. I'm waiting for the Browns to play catch up to what they already know and what is already happening on the field.
Here's the thing. Here's where last year part of my lack of trust in the quarterback thing is what was being said did not match my eyes, and it was also I think Kevin was lost in the sauce. To me, why I feel like there's real momentum in the quarterback room is I don't think Todd Monken is going to play these games. I really do. I think Todd is an incredibly honest human being. I think that honesty and that just pragmatic approach to football is what this organization has been missing. You can think your way out.
I mean, he said a lot of nice things about Deshaun Watson today.
Well, yeah, I think, but again, there's a difference between what he says publicly and what he's actually saying behind closed doors. There's no way right now Todd Monken is being like, but what about that one pass from Deshaun Watson?
I mean, he's got no reason to go for it the same way that Andrew Berry and Jimmy Haslam do. Jimmy Haslam and Andrew Berry are invested into the idea that as of right now, that is the biggest mistake either one have made in their professional careers.
Mm-hmm.
So they're heavily invested in Deshaun finding the fountain of youth and turning back the clock. Monken doesn't have that same investment.
Yeah.
He doesn't. So like that's something that I would hope he'd be the voice of reason in all this, and he would step up and say, I got to call it exactly how I see it. I got to look at it exactly the way that it is. There's no way he's not seeing what's out there on the field. He knows exactly how this is going right now, and how it's going is Deshaun Watson looks awful at football.
I just think a lot of people are getting hip to this from a fan base. Like we got the prosecutor on Twitter tweeting at us saying, I don't know why they don't just call this and start giving Sanders as many reps as possible to prepare for the season. So we've been, again, ahead of this. We both have thought Shedeur was going to start. We both have been saying Shedeur looks good, Deshaun looks lost. So now everyone's caught up. I think within the next 24 to 48 hours, I think if this continues and Deshaun looks lost, the light doesn't come on, and Shedeur continues to merely look adequate, I think you're going to start to get this groundswell of support of people saying, why are we wasting time going off the ones and twos here?
Yeah.
Give Shedeur the ones and let's see what this kid can do.
I hope so.
I think that's where we are as soon as the end of installation on Thursday.
I hope so. It's just
the question will be, will the Browns be?
Well, and that's it. That's what it always goes back to with me. It's like, will the Browns get on the page that they're supposed to? Will they get on board with what looks obvious at the current moment, or are they going to extend it out? And maybe for them, they'll say, well, we got to see in preseason games. You know, because sometimes guys are gamers, right? And I would never make the argument that Deshaun Watson's a gamer. But these guys are at the poker table, and they're playing with nothing as far as their hand is concerned. And so they're going to try to make something out of nothing here. Maybe that's just what they're hoping. I really don't know. Do you extend this out to, if it continues to go this way, do you extend it out to give them the Bears preseason game on the 15th?
No, not if we're talking about splitting reps. Because so much of what I find to be a very false conversation with people who want to compare Dylan Gabriel last year and Joe Flacco and Shedeur is Shedeur was never given a chance to come close to getting right despite succeeding in his minimal reps against the fourth team, right?
Right.
And so by the time you actually got around to Shedeur, the fact that guy got you 3 wins in 7 games is a miracle. He should have been worse than he actually played last year.
Agreed.
So every single rep counts for him. In a way, it just doesn't for Deshaun. And honestly, I would say the same thing about Dylan Gabriel, although I don't think Dylan's really factoring in on this job. So if it's obvious that Deshaun's just he doesn't have it, he's not there, he's not going to be there, at least until maybe sometime when the pressure's off in the middle of the season, right? If that's obvious right now, why not throw it all behind Shedeur? And again, if the point is he's got to get his cadence right, how do you get the cadence right? Practice.
To practice it, exactly.
Going out there and doing things time and time and time
Which is
again.
another thing Monken himself said today. We do this all the time with radio. The kid just needs reps. He just needs to get behind the mic. Same thing Monken said today when it came to Shedeur and Deshaun Watson. Like it's all about reps. It's all about making sure they get enough opportunities.
Now, I do want to point out, every time I say the Browns, and we've got a lot of folks here.
Yeah, people turn around and look.
Yeah, oh, they're talking to me.
I'm not sure what
and it's
happened
like you
there.
are in a Browns. you've got your little brown shirt on.
Why do they think they're chomps all of a sudden? I don't understand how this works.
I actually kind of like the idea.
Or are they surprised that we're talking?
That anyone they're surprised we're here.
Yeah, they're like, I thought I was by myself.
We're also surprised that we're still here at 6 o'clock and nobody has.
Nice irrigation system they have out here, though.
I will say the sprinklers don't get enough credit out here in Berea.
They've done a nice job rotating.
Yeah,
I've really enjoyed watching them get to work.
I know we've had some grounds crew guys retire over the last couple of
They
years.
got the shout out a few days ago.
They have pulled off a seamless transition to the current grounds crew.
We also call this the Munkin effect.
Oh, he helped ease the transition there?
Well, like Stefanski's lawn didn't look like this. That's all I'll
fair.
say about
Many
that.
people have said it.
Yeah, his lawn didn't look like this.
But, no, I like the idea that anyone that puts on a brown shirt while in Berea thinks themselves ubiquitous with the Browns.
I don't think that's it. I really think they just didn't hear us talking.
It has been Stepford Wife-esque.
Yeah, but then we got loud, and then all of a sudden they heard us talking, and they said, "What's going on over there?"
So the coincidence
did someone
here
die?
is,
oh no, people are just doing a radio show.
So the coincidence is every time I say the Browns, that somebody in Browns regalia looks back. That's that exact Pavlovian response.
Is that right? Yeah.
That's the coincidence. It's the greatest coincidence I've ever seen.
I'm calling it how I see it right now.
I'll tell you right now, if I was even like, the grounds crew, they get guys come out here and they like throw like seed onto the field after practice.
They're doing the same thing like you when you go to the golf course, for instance, and then you gotta patch up your divot.
I would think myself ubiquitous with the Browns if I had one of those. I'm like, yeah,
right?
Who are these interlopers that are out here with their big fancy equipment? Talking about my team, talking about me personally.
It's almost like a how dare you.
Yeah.
How dare you occupy the space that I'm in right now? This is supposed to be my
And they've
time.
got a point.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Now, I do want to say, so I've mentioned I've had such a great day today. There's one thing we haven't talked about yet, and we got Denzel Ward coming up in about 10 minutes here.
Yeah.
But so I went for a walk before I went to go to the Brunswick Auto Mart today.
Yeah.
And the bathrooms are full, so I had to change outside next to the car.
Like at the Brunswick Auto Mart?
No. At the park that I went to and walked.
Okay.
So I'm hot and sweaty. I pull off my kind of Guardians beater shirt, and I threw on this nice shirt that I'm wearing now. But as I am putting it on, I heard and I'm not kidding you on this, an elderly woman say, "That's a lot of man."
Oh, jeez.
Now, I don't think it was like in a sexy way. I think it was a nice way, an older way of saying that I'm fat.
Yeah.
And
how naked did you get in this parking lot?
Just tarps. Just tops here, okay? Not bottoms.
Tarps completely off? Or
I'm
you got
not
like an undershirt happening?
No undershirt. I'm not an undershirt guy, not in this weather.
How about you?
And then, so I heard her say this to her husband, and they were walking back, and they had gotten coffee, and they were getting ready to go for a walk.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh, that's funny. So I thought we were going to engage, and I was like, hi, how we doing today? I mean, 10,000. I mean, they glared through me.
Well, she knew she talked crap about you.
Or maybe the husband got jealous. Maybe she was saying it in a lustful way.
Is that right?
Maybe that 85-year-old woman who might have weighed 93 pounds, maybe he got the old temper flaring from.
That's a nice read for yourself.
Yeah, that's a generous look.
Yeah, but I do feel like she's oh dang, I talk crap about you.
Yeah.
But at 85, I mean, who cares? Speak as loud as you want.
My great-grandpa Winfield used to say, "Oh hell, I'm old." It's a great philosophy of just what are they going to do? I'm old.
Covers everything up.
He started that when he was like 50, I guess, though. So I think he really got some use out of that one. When we come back, Browns cornerback Denzel Ward on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at Universal Windows Direct. I can't believe we're already saying this. Feels like the end of summer. I know it's not, but you can understand how we cascade downhill from here. Late summer becomes early fall. Early fall becomes winter. Like that in Ohio. I clicked my fingers to let you know how quickly that it was. And guys, before you know it, it becomes a real inconvenience if you've got old and drafty windows. Because now not only are your windows in the summer not keeping that heat out, you know they're not keeping that cool out in that frigid temperature in the winter or in late fall. And that's why right now Universal Windows Direct has got an offer that is hard to beat. Because right now when you buy 4 windows, you get 4 windows free. And to make it even easier, you'll get 48 months of 0% interest financing, same as cash. So if you've been living with drafty windows, Guys, it's time to do something about it. Call 216-243-6648 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, 48
training camp coverage powered by Expert Renovations and Consumer Tire. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back out in Berea here. It is a beautiful day. We got the Browns practice on, and of course, it is our esteemed pleasure. We've been talking about it all day to be joined. He's a Pro Bowler. I feel comfortable in saying lifer Brown now. Cornerback Denzel Ward joining us now in Berea. Denzel, welcome to the show.
Thank you guys for having me.
Well, it's great to have you here. I guess we can start with the very obvious. Congratulations on the contract extension.
Thank you.
You know, it's funny. I think in every walk of life, how you are perceived is tied to how you are maybe paid or, from that side of things. So how important was it to you now at 29 to get another opportunity from the Browns to kind of prove that not only are you one of the best corners in the NFL, but now you're the highest paid corner in the NFL as well?
Yeah, it meant a lot. I mean, I've been playing, I feel, at a very high level as the number one corner. And, I felt just appreciative the Browns were able to pay me and what I felt what I was deserving of. But just got to continue to work hard and continue to show why I got paid like that and why I'm still that number one guy here.
I thought it was interesting in your press conference to celebrate it. You did kind of stop short, and you're like, well, I mean, I'm here, but I don't know that I'm here forever. I'm here right now. You've been through obviously rookie deals, you've been through extensions, you've been through coaching turnovers, you've been through a lot here. How has your perception of the business of football changed throughout these years?
Yeah, and that's the reason I say, I mean, you just never know what could happen. Like, I could still get traded, anybody get traded. That's just the business of the NFL. Guys come and go, and anything can happen on any given day. And so when you know that, it's easier to move through it, and but wherever I'm at, whatever I'm doing, that's what I'm focused on and what I'm doing.
Denzel, I'm going to shock you here. I've never been the highest paid corner in the NFL. So obviously that process of getting a new contract, there's got to be some anxiety there. When did you first realize that not only, were you going to get this contract extension, but that you were going to get, really what you're worth?
Yeah, it was just a bunch of talks really all off season and up until the point where it got signed. So it went on for quite a while, honestly, until we were able to get something done.
How has your leadership changed over the years? Yeah, I think a lot of fans are kind of wondering about that. Miles is gone. We've seen a lot of different turnover here, and they're looking to you. You're the guy that every fan has the jersey of now. You're the center of the team in many ways, and with that leadership comes as well.
Yeah, I think over the years I've become more vocal. I think before I was just trying to be more watch what I do, and I'm gonna go do the right thing and make plays and everything. But just becoming more vocal and more helpful for all the players around, and just still leading by example. But I would say that way.
All right, you got a new head coach here. Just what are your first kind of observations here about kind of the newness of Todd Monken in his first year as Browns head coach?
Yeah, I'm loving him as a new head coach. Practices are definitely tougher, and I think he has a good scheme in for the offense, and just the way he's rallying the entire team has been fun. And, I'm enjoying and looking forward to see what we could do together.
When we're talking about this defense, and defense in particular in December, what do you hope the conversation is that we're having?
The best, number one. That's always the goal, to be a number one. Help our offense and special teams as best as we can to put them in position to score, and but to be the number one defense.
So you do have a new defensive coordinator here, Mike Rutenberg. Obviously, a lot of love for Jim Schwartz in this building. What are the things you noticed that stand out as maybe the differences between Jim and Mike Rutenberg?
I wouldn't say the differences, but I'll just say Coach Rutenberg, he's a great coach, and I'm enjoying his plays that he has in. Is some exciting plays. I think we're going to make a lot of plays in and get hands on the ball, so I'm looking forward to that.
You like having a guy that maybe focused on the secondary coming up as a coach? You like that a little
definitely.
bit?
I like that a lot.
Is he as excitable as people say? I mean, basically got the nickname Rudy for a reason.
No, definitely feel his energy and charisma throughout the building, and he's a good guy to be around.
We got Denzel Ward here live in Berea. And obviously, Denzel, there's been a lot of talk about it. I loved what Jimmy Haslam said the other day, take the over from what Vegas is saying. How do you manage what the perception is outside of the building with what you guys are trying to build and what is now basically a new era of Browns football?
Yeah, we just got to focus on everyone that's here and our goals and what we're looking to do. You can't focus too much on the outside pressure. I mean, it doesn't really do anything for you. So I would say just focus on what you got to focus on.
It should be noticed that these two guys right here, we believe you're going to be better than everybody's saying. We think people are sleeping on you. Just remember, December, you guys are in a great spot. Nick and Jonathan. If you just want to shout that out in December, social media, in front of a microphone.
Like Nick and Jonathan always believe.
Yeah.
Nobody else would,
Yeah.
but
And
those
if you,
guys.
If you specifically want to say, like, Lima and Ken didn't, would definitely appreciate that as well.
I got you.
Or just a who after Lima and Ken.
Right.
That works as well. No big deal. All right, we do got to ask you about quarterbacks. And it's funny, we had Spencer Fano on the other day, and it's like, I can't ask about quarterbacks. Like, he's not his back is to the play every time it's happening. But you go up against these guys every single day, and you've seen snaps now with the alternating ones. What does Shedeur bring into this camp so far? What does Deshaun bring into this camp?
I think they're both bringing just a competitive nature. They're both competing, trying to win that number one spot. And the defense, we're trying to make it hard on both of those guys as much as we can, just to get them ready, get ourselves ready, and I think that's the goal.
Which one has challenged you the most?
Which one has challenged me the most? I'm not sure. I mean, they both bring their own, competitive nature, and just the fact that they're a quarterback, they're going to throw the ball to the receiver, so it's always a challenge going against both guys. But just going out there competing, getting each other better right now.
So what do you see as the difference, though? Like, when you go to Deshaun, like, what we see is the difference between, like, competing against Deshaun versus Shedeur, just stylistically.
Yeah, I'm not sure right now. I'm not sure. I got to, do a few more practices, and I'll be able to have a better answer for you.
All right, I'm going to crack you on this one then, okay? What is the difference between Deshaun this year as opposed to years past? Because you've done a lot of practices with Deshaun throughout the years. What is different about him this year?
What's different about him this year?
You can't say he's married.
I don't know. We got to play some more football. I mean, we just getting started, so it's hard to say. It's still early. So it's still early in camp, so everybody's still practicing, learning, and growing. So we just got to wait and see.
So I'm very excited about a lot of the young guys you have here. I've been chided because I said I really like Rocket Sanders like a week ago, and nobody's letting me live it down here.
Well, we asked him, like, which of his 29 carries did you enjoy the most? I don't know.
And it was the third. The third carry to me was his best carry last year. What, from your standpoint, being a guy that you're the old head in that locker room, what are the young guys that you want to say, hey, these guys are the guys that Browns fans should pay attention to?
Let's see. I would say E-Man on the safety position.
What do you make of that nickname, E-Man, by the way?
I like it. I love it. That's a great,
that one's definitely
great
caught
name.
on.
Yeah.
We were going to do an EMW thing.
Yeah, we were trying to help that branding, but apparently
EMW
he doesn't need our help.
It could have been real branding.
Yeah, I would say him, and on the offensive side, I'll say Denzel, Boston, and KC.
Which one is giving you harder times here, Denzel or KC?
They both are two different body types and bring their own different kind of competitiveness to them. I don't know who I would say giving me a harder time. I'm more so giving them the hard time right now. But I don't know. We gotta see.
I always love when players on other teams talk about players that they admire or that they just hate going up against. And when Jamar Chase, a guy that's seen as a top 3 wide receiver at his worst on any given year, says you're the toughest guy he goes against. Who are the toughest guys you go against? Who are the guys that when you go up, if I have one bad play, it's going to be all over SportsCenter or all over TikTok?
Well, I think that guy you just said, Jamar Chase, is going up against him. Like you say, he's capable of putting up big plays and scoring for that team. Knows it's going to be a hard matchup every time we go against him.
Zay Flowers got an extension like a half hour ago, so he got paid. So he'll be taking him a lot. Does he enter your conversation there too?
Yeah, he's definitely tough. He's quick. He's very quick and tough to kind of keep up with, especially with Lamar Jackson back there running around. But yeah, he's definitely a tough matchup as well.
What's a style of receiver that even if they're not a big name yet, or maybe they're kind of an unheralded player, what's a style of receiver that you just think to yourself, man, I'm gonna have a day on Sunday?
It's not really any specific style. I feel like my body type and my skill set, I'm able to kind of match up with big guys, fast guys, like pretty much everyone. So it hasn't been one just body type where specifically that just gives me problems. It's just the different players and what they bring to the table, and if they're able to utilize that on game day.
You mentioned EMW, obviously, but who's a player on the defense that you just feel like we don't talk enough about, that we feel like should get more recognition?
Tyson Campbell. He's definitely a guy that's coming on big. He had a great year last year and continued to play well, and he's a great corner for us.
So it's interesting. Jared Verse has this infectious energy. We were listening to a piece of sound from him the other day, and I was like, I need him to slow down. I'm trying to catch all the things he's sending out there. Spencer Fano, who we've talked about, it seems like over the last couple of years, you guys have really started to push to this new identity, new energy. Is that refreshing at 29 to be able to have like a new breath of energy? And again, guys who are seemingly all about ball in this building?
Yeah, it's fun. It's exciting. Got a great group of young guys that came in, and looking forward to continue to compete with them and get a wins.
All right, Denzel, it is great to meet you here. Great to talk to you again. Congrats. We wish you health and good luck this season. Can't wait to see you guys really upset the apple cart and teach all those nobodies they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Thank you, guys.
What a nice young man that Denzel Ward is. And I get to say that because he's still here. As he's walking off, I get to butter him up a little bit more.
Well, and the young part, you are 11 years older than him. And
Thank you for reminding me of that.
Well, it was Andrew Barry's. Well, I think some people are like, Andrew Barry made a point of emphasis to be like, when is 29 considered old? If 29's old, I got a real problem on my hands. But that is part of the discussion with the cornerback getting paid as much money as he is. It's like, is he old? No, he's not old.
I just realized I'm not gonna throw a specific name out there because it could be any show in Cleveland.
Sure.
I did just model myself after one of the older shows on Cleveland radio somewhere. Could be anywhere. Certainly not 10 to 2 here. That's not what I'm. But they call everybody young men, and I feel like I don't know if I've been inceptioned by Jeff Phelps. Maybe that's my inner Woodridge coming out.
Well,
but
we'll find out. Do you love Taylon Green, or do you just like Taylon Green?
I merely admire his size and stature.
Okay, then you're not turning into Jeff Phelps. I think you're okay.
All right. Also, out on Joe Milton these days. No, I really, like Denzel's just such a nice guy, and obviously he's not the most verbose guy in the world. But I mean, I think you're hearing a lot of the same things, especially with the praise of many people are calling EMW, but some are calling E-Man.
E-Man is what everyone is. Yeah, EMW didn't stick. E-Man is what people are going by.
Yet. It didn't stick yet.
People don't like it. People don't want the EMW. They want E-Man.
People know enough about it to know they don't like it.
I don't like E-Man. I'm on the record on this. I like EMW. I don't like E-Man, but here we are.
Now, what else stood out to you about what Denzel had to say?
No, I mean, just the idea that, first off, he would not answer anything about Deshaun or Shedeur.
Yeah, stay away. That's a smart call.
It was pro moves on his behalf in that regard. I did like you trying to instigate the Jamar Chase and Denzel Ward rivalry. Jamar will speak on it. Denzel didn't seem like he wanted to.
No, that one, I really was hoping we'd get a good soundbite out of that. Great stuff with Denzel Ward there. When we come back, Tears for Fears, quarterback talk in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Your morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on the Fan. It is getting late in Berea.
Yeah.
And the way the tent is set up and the where the sun is setting, as I forget how to speak the English language, two things are happening. One, it is just roasting the ever-loving dickens out of my computer.
Yeah.
And the way that this is, the sun is encroaching. We might be in a situation with our legs and maybe our bottom halves here in the next 20 minutes. The clock is ticking on the southern region of our bodies right now.
Okay, not good, because as I've told you before, I need like 7 things of protection before I can even step out in the sun these days.
Yeah.
My bug
Now, just
spray,
be clear, you're talking about sunscreen. You're not talking about
Sunscreen.
other kinds of protection.
It's really just bug spray and sunscreen.
Okay.
Because
no
if not,
guns, no condoms.
No, actually, both really unnecessary at this point in life for me.
Good for you.
Yeah, thanks.
Good for you. What a win we got over here.
Incredibly unnecessary at this point in life.
It'd be weird if you put one of those on right now. But
Yeah,
no,
which
I mean
one's the weirdest?
we are. It's so funny because because it was so foggy the other day on Friday. It was like the first 3 hours of the day, beautiful sun just like it is now, and then the final 2 hours were overcast.
Yeah.
I forgot the only downside of sitting here one of the downsides of sitting here till 7 is at some point Stanley Steamers show up in your drawers.
Listen, I'm going to take whatever this is right now. I'll take it because the sun could just be blaring in our eyes, and that would be incredibly annoying.
That is fair. Always look at the bright side of life. Eric Idle sang it.
Glass half full type of guy. That's all this is.
That many people say that about
That's
you.
all they say about
now,
me.
I always like to point out that you've been trying to spin this yarn that you're confused by the Cleveland Sirens WNBA team name. Not one person today has come to your defense.
Listen, sometimes you have to live on an island, and that's fine. I'm all right with it. I just,
Not one person thought, woo, woo, woo.
There definitely are more people that thought that it was just
where
like
are
the
they?
woo, 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 woo. No one's having the conversations.
No one's having the
Who's
conversation.
discussing WNBA team names? Nobody's doing
The
this.
entirety of Cleveland. It's unanimous success.
And here's the thing. Nobody wants to look like an idiot on Twitter being like, nobody thought it might be like the woo, 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 woo thing.
So you just thought you'd look like an idiot on air?
Well, that's fine. We open
Are
ourselves.
you spinning this to this is a courageous take by you?
We open ourselves up to that all the time. I didn't know everyone was so big on Greek mythology all of a sudden.
Literally,
didn't
the
know.
Odyssey just came out. It's $1 billion movie.
That's great. It's been out for like 3 weeks. It doesn't mean everyone in the world's seen it.
Literally,
I still haven't seen it.
Literally, everybody in the
haven't
world.
Seen it. Why do you have to like everyone's seen that movie?
Because you're the only person that hasn't seen it.
I'm the only person that hasn't seen that movie?
Yes. No. I actually think your 3-year-old and 1-year-old daughters have seen it.
They've seen
you
it?
just haven't.
I haven't seen it. And historically...
So, again...
Siren's not accurate. It's not accurate. It's supposed to be a half person, half like, what I say?
Half bird.
Half bird thing?
Yeah.
Instead we got a mermaid.
So if the Sirens logo was half bird instead of half mermaid... You would just be like, I clearly would have seen it.
Oh, that would be a bad decision. It would just be an objectively uglier mascot. Like, you have to go for what you have to go for.
You got to sex it up a little bit in the WNBA.
I'm kind of shocked that this many people. I love the color scheme. I think is great. The color scheme is fantastic. I love any blue, any light blue. I think always works. I just think it's kind of. I didn't know we had 100% approval rate on this one. I'm happy it's not the Rockers. Can I add that in the mix too?
Why were you happy it's not the Rockers?
Just to upset as many people as possible. I'm happy,
me specifically?
I'm happy that it's not the Rockers. I like that they're forging their new path. I did think the whole line on it was a little ridiculous. The 5 strands of hair in the logo represent the 5 players in the court in the 5 Great Lakes, tying the team's identity to both the game and the region.
You know,
that is the biggest bunch of crap I've ever heard in my life.
Do you know, like, every logo has those flourishes
and
now?
That's what they're going for.
So they shouldn't do it because it's the Cleveland Sirens?
Think about what a stretch that is. The 5 strands of hair represent the 5 players on the court and the 5 Great Lakes.
Are there 5 players on the court?
That's an insane stretch.
Answer the question. Are there 5 players?
The game. No, but that's
Are
not
there 5 players on the court?
That's not uniquely Cleveland. That's basketball.
What about the Great
Basketball has
Lakes?
5 players. That's uniquely Cleveland. They could have stopped at that. Sorry, I'm sorry. I did. I hit you. I didn't mean to. That
like a judo
That's
chop.
the part. Are you impressed? Okay. That's the part that they should have hung on to. The 5 strands of hair representing the 5, Great Lakes. Like that's what they should have gone with.
I feel like
not the 5 players on the court.
I really wish I would have known before the show.
We got a football in our design because we play football. Thanks.
I really wish.
Thank you.
I wish I would have known before today's show.
What are the odds
that the Cleveland Sirens would undo JP?
I can't believe this is getting like universal praise as a team name. I'm shocked by it.
So I got to give Ben Axelrod credit for this. He said there's room to zag for anyone who wants to zag. Are you just officially taking the zag lane here?
I didn't know there was room to zag. I thought we were having an open conversation about it. I saw WNBA team name. I thought, that's all it is. It's going to grow on me. I'm sure it's going to grow on me.
I think this is the first step to you being a big Cleveland Sirens fan.
Go Sirens, go.
And about
how lame that sounded. Go Sirens.
And 3 years from now, when your oldest daughter is 6 and you take her to her first WNBA game, you're going to be like, those 5 strands of hair represent the 5 players on the court, and I'm going to be there to judo chop your ass back.
Yeah. She'll be like, wow, really? Is that like a unique to Cleveland thing? They let 5 players on the court? No, Charlotte. That's every team. Every team gets those 5 players.
That's when all of a sudden you're going to be like Ken with his sons. You're just going to be very dismissive and insulting.
Well,
you think, Charlotte?
She's going to get a photo with Caitlin Clark, and then Caitlin Clark's going to get injured.
When Caitlin has forced her way out of Indiana?
Yeah, she's naturally coming to Cleveland, right?
Oh, no, I was thinking L.A. It's always L.A. or New York.
I just assume.
No matter what basketball, someone's forcing their way out of a small market.
So she'll take a photo with my daughter, and then she'll get injured the next day, and we'll have a J-Ram situation all over.
Did you see the picture of Kelsey Plum and the Arizona State, Molly Miller, the Arizona State women's head coach?
No.
So it was, so obviously Kelsey Plum just got dealt to Phoenix. And that Molly Miller's the Arizona State head coach. So it's like they're buddies, I guess. And it's like it's a cute picture of the two, and the internet could not be trusted on it.
Well, what part was untrustworthy?
No. They just got real randy real quick about it. They're like, oh, they're sleeping together. It's like, well, that does happen in the WNBA, but I don't think that's what's happening here.
I guess
you just can't beat the allegations on a photo if it involves a WNBA player. I think.
I guess wasn't Kelsey Plum? She was with athletes before. That doesn't mean she
Darren
can also
Waller.
be. Yeah, Darren Waller.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean she can also then turn around and play for the other team. I guess.
That's true. She is playing for the other team.
Play for both teams.
Yeah, the Phoenix Mercury. That's the team
teams.
she's playing with now.
All right. Well, I haven't looked into Molly Miller at all. I have no idea. I haven't seen the photo.
Oh, the internet is going to bonk you with a horny stick on that one, friend.
Why? I mean,
she's attractive.
Is that what
that was
is?
explanatory? But
it doesn't mean I have to get bonked with a horny stick. All right, I'm gonna get bonked with a horny stick. All right,
and that is you just taught Daryl Ryder how to flip flop to a new level. You finish the sentence, the picture comes up, and you go, all right, I think I am going to go
telling
ahead.
everybody that's an objectively good-looking human right there.
Yeah.
Catch Daryl Ryder and Coach Riz in their daily Browns training camp recaps on the Fans YouTube page. Daryl and Coach Riz breaking down the storylines from each day's practice, and of course, your daily quarterback competition updates. And you can catch the recap each night on Overtime with Jake Volnick at 8:40. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now.
So we've been talking about quarterbacks most of the day. I don't know if you guys have heard about this. Have you seen about this? Shador looks adequate. Deshaun looks sadaquate.
Sadaquate? That's what we're going with? Sadaquate?
I didn't say it was good. Sometimes you got to stick and move. However, the other big quarterback conversation today around football is Mike Sando's quarterback tiers.
Which, by the way, after today feels like an exercise in futility almost.
Okay, how so?
Because the idea is that we would do this, and we do the quarterback tiers on the idea that, like, maybe there's one quarterback that's better than the other, but ultimately it's going to, this is going to be a real race between the two of them to find out which one is going to take this job. If the race doesn't feel like as much of a race anymore, then it really doesn't matter the Deshaun Watson portion of this. Like, I am starting to remove any semblance of Deshaun Watson convos in my head.
So I actually agree with you, not for the reasoning that you're saying, but like people reacted that he had Shedeur 35th and Deshaun 31st.
Yeah, and in tier 4, by the way.
Guys, where did you expect them to be?
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair response.
And so there's kind of a Captain Obvious to me why I'm done with the quarterback tiers. Our Lamar Jackson fell out of tier 1, which I get. I mean, there was the playoff disappointment. There was the, he was not the same guy. His head coach got fired. I get.
Yeah.
But I just think it's incredibly disingenuous and shows some sort of bias with the voters that Lamar falls out of goes to the second tier, and Pat Mahomes gets 49 out of 50 tier 1 votes and is voted as the best quarterback in the NFL.
Well, shouldn't Joe Burrow take more flack in this discussion?
Well, no, but here's the thing. Pat Mahomes statistically has not been good or great for 2 years.
3 years.
And he was hurt last year, and they went 6-9.
Right.
So what the hell are we doing? How can he be the best quarterback? Like, how is Josh Allen
he still played in the Super Bowl 2 years ago?
Yeah, but this is
the
recency bias should go here.
A lot of that was on the backs of the defense. I mean, he put together a Hall of Fame career already. He doesn't. 1 year doesn't erase that. If you're Mahomes.
Well, it doesn't erase it. But should he be the best quarterback in the NFL? No, he hasn't played like it in 3 years.
He has not won league MVP. That's obviously gone to Stafford last year and Josh Allen the couple years prior. But if you're telling me that Patrick Mahomes is not on the top 4 players you'd want if there was one game on the line for the fate of the universe, I think you're just wrong.
No, I'm sorry. I think if the whole spirit of this is who's the best quarterback in the NFL, and do these guys belong? If Lamar Jackson doesn't belong in tier 1, neither does Mahomes. And by the way, I don't think neither does Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow.
Well, I thought Joe Burrow's that's an okay criticism to have. Joe Burrow may not belong in this list anymore.
Meaning tier 1s?
Yeah.
I was trying to make, yeah.
We're in agreement on Joe Burrow. And by the way, Joe Burrow, statistically, it's not like he had a bad couple years. It can't all just be stats. The idea that he hasn't made the playoffs in 3 years does matter to this conversation. I don't want to make it too much into a regular season win-loss convo. But the idea that we would just take Mahomes off, I think Mahomes has earned through the body of work that he has 1 year where it ends with an injury. And a year, by the way, Nick, I think we have to account for this. It's not as if he had playmakers left and right around him. A bad offensive line, an aged Travis Kelce. You got wide receivers that are there that aren't any good. No semblance of a running game. You could make an argument.
Of a elite. If you're the best quarterback in the NFL, shouldn't you be elevating?
I would make the argument he did elevate. That's the point. I would make the argument that he doesn't get enough credit. Yeah, but it's not just a win-loss record with the regular season for how we judge a quarterback. I'd make an argument what he was able to do and what that offense was able to do amidst a bad season with bad players around him. You put any other you put Josh Allen in that situation, I don't know that he gets to 6 wins.
If you haven't played statistically good football in 3 seasons and you were objectively bad last year and your team was bad, I'm cool if you're playing statistically bad football but you're winning and in the Super Bowl. I'll give you the old Peterlin pass. I'm not doing
that. He did that 2 years ago.
If nothing is going well.
They just put so many of his resources on the defensive side of the ball, and they kept taking away
but the whole point of Mahomes is the best quarterback in the NFL should make up for what's not around him.
And he had. Up until last year, he had. Now, I do wonder if this is going to be something we have to worry about with Mahomes long term. I do wonder about that, but I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt for this year because I don't think last year was. I don't think it was all on him. 1, and number 2, I do think that he's going to get right back to form.
I'm out on Sandoz quarterback tiers. These voters.
Where would you have Mahomes in this list? By the way,
tier 2. So by the way, you want to put him at the beginning.
So is it just Allen, Stafford, and Lamar in tier 1? Is it just those 3 then, and we start tier 2 at number 4?
No, there would only be two quarterbacks in the top tier. It would be Stafford, and it would be Josh Allen.
Okay.
And if you wanted to put Justin Herbert in the first tier, I wouldn't, but I at least understand that because statistically he was good enough last year. But yeah, I'd probably just have 2 quarterbacks in tier 1, and then you have 15 quarterbacks in tier 2?
It's funny because my argument is with Herbert is the idea that he hasn't won a playoff game yet. I can't use so much of a don't count the regular season win losses, but it matters what you do in the postseason. But I do that, and I do that with Herbert. Herbert belongs, I think, where he's at. I think he belongs in tier 2. I think that's the fine spot for him. I'm just shocked that tier 2 has as many people as it does.
Yeah, I think
17 quarterbacks in tier 2.
All right, so
17 is what we go up to. So 13 quarterbacks in tier 2.
I do want to make it clear that I am out on quarterback tiers because it seems like the voters, not Mike Sando. Mike does a great job at kind of putting this all together, but the voters are talking out their ass with it, and there's a lot of double standards here. But I say that to say, a year from now, there should not be 13 quarterbacks in Tier 2. There just shouldn't be.
It's just so many. At some point, you have to have a cutoff.
Like
I think
you've got
the
at least to
theme-
have one or two of the young guys move up, and then you've got to have some part of that middle class, 16, 17, 18, fall down into Tier 3.
I think the theme of this year's quarterback tiers, though, is the idea that the football's middle class and really that stretch from 5 to 17, it's never been better to be one of those quarterbacks. You can do a lot more with those type of guys than what you typically could.
This also goes back to the idea of, to people saying the Browns have the 32nd ranked quarterback room in the NFL, which, again, I can't fight you on today. Shedeur doesn't have to be the 8th best quarterback in the NFL for them to be competitive next year. He needs to be about 20. You get to 20, and the Browns defense continues to be where they are, and that offensive line gels, and all of a sudden you're winning some damn football games.
Sam Darnold won the Super Bowl last year. He is 14th in this list, tied with Baker Mayfield.
That's actually the biggest surprise. He's had 2 really good years where he's gotten playoff wins. The idea he didn't jump up, and I'm not talking about tier.
Well, no, but it's
tier
because of the
one.
idea. Like Darnold won the Super Bowl last year and is at 14th. Jalen Hurts won the Super Bowl 2 years ago and is at 17th.
Well, he really did stink last year.
Yeah, it wasn't good for him.
216-474-0092. Should Lamar Jackson no longer be considered a Tier 1 quarterback when we come back? What are we going to do? That's right, in case you missed it on 92.3 The Fan.
consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey Browns fans, this is Denzel Ward. Keep up with the latest football news every 20 minutes with exclusive 2020 reports on the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of the show. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. If you missed a moment of today's show, you can watch us all the way back on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Of course, subscribe, ring that bell. Except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. And, of course, like our videos. We desperately need to be liked and loved by you guys. And, of course, you can listen back to the full 5 hours with a chapter feature on the free Odyssey app. It's free. What more could you want? We want to say big thanks to our guest today, Nick Shook at 320. We sparred a little bit. We mixed it up a little bit. We chopped it up a bit, but good stuff with Nick on the Browns quarterback position. I felt a little bit of that movement towards Shador from Nick Shook today at 420. John Fanta said this Watson thing is over, and everybody knew it was over.
What would you expect?
Just don't listen to John from like 4 weeks ago. And also some good Gardo's deadline talk there. No Albert today. We might see if we can get him on tomorrow, but great show with Denzel Ward at 6 o'clock today. And again, listen back, like our videos and whatnot. Let's go and get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, I figure since we didn't have Albert, we can use some reporting from Albert in other spots. Albert reporting today that Aaron Donald is nearing a potential return. And the idea here, though, would be the Rams have been working closely with the two-time Defensive Player of the Year, but Donald wouldn't necessarily commit to it or come to the Rams until basically after their training camp at Loyola Marymount is finished through Thursday.
So basically wants to wait till he gets through all the hard parts of camp and then sign?
Essentially, but he would be doing it at some point then in camp, probably next week more than anything else.
I don't know who that is, but we just got waved at.
Did they wave to us or did you wave first?
Oh, no, he waved first and then I waved back.
Oh, I thought you waved first.
No. I got the wave back. I just want to know who that is, though, because I'm so damn blind with this sun roasting my chestnuts. I can't see anything.
I can't see a thing right now.
I'm just going to say it's Munkin. It's not, but I think Munkin just could be Phil Dawson. He's got a beautiful dome. Look at that dome.
He's a bald guy for sure.
Well, okay, we didn't need to say it like that. That was some judgment. Look at the way the sun just gleams off that beautiful dome. He just waxed that thing.
You think so?
I think so.
Look at that. Is that freshly shaven?
Good God. Well, no, because you don't shave, you don't shorn it, and then
it's not
and
a
then
two-step,
wax
it's not
it.
a two-step approach.
I think you got to shave it, let it sit for a couple hours.
Who's waxing it? Why are you talking like waxing is the thing that like all bald people do all the time?
What do you do? What do you do to a cue ball? You wax it.
Yeah, I know. Their head's not a cue ball.
Okay, but
they're not.
okay, do you polish it? What's the right word?
Pocket here.
Do you polish it? What do you do here?
I don't think you shave it and that's it. You don't do anything else.
I think you
let that baby go on that
Put a little
giraffe.
shinola on that thing.
For why? So we can see you from the moon? So like when we're all the way over here, we're like, oh, there goes,
you're proud.
there goes bald guy.
Because you're proud. Okay, the way you keep saying it, that guy dapped us up.
I'd spot that dome a mile away.
Great. You see how confident he got there? That guy's never coming on the show.
That guy walks like he doesn't care at all what we have to say.
He's got big, bold energy what he's got.
He definitely does.
So what were you saying?
So Boston College fired their longtime men's basketball broadcasters because their new coach, Luke Murray, didn't want anyone tied to the old staff. Is this one of the weakest things you've ever heard? Yeah, a new basketball coach, he fires everybody related to Boston College basketball that ever existed and also goes for the broadcasters as well.
I'm going to say Luke Murray doesn't make it as a head coach.
I think so, too.
This is a people's business, and you're coaching at Boston College, Luke. You're not. It's not UConn anymore. It's not Kentucky.
It's still D1. It's high D1.
Yeah, when was the last time Boston College was good at basketball?
Like 10 years ago.
All right.
They were fine.
Been a decade. Fine, exactly.
Who was that kid they had that had like the Sour Patch Kids hair? He had like this like red hair.
I think his name was Jim.
Dye red hair. He looked like a Sour Patch Kid. I got to look him up.
Mike, that's who it was. All right. A.J. Epinesa was almost a Cleveland Brown. If we remember back in March, the Browns agreed to terms with him. Then there was a medical issue, a failed physical. And so he was asked about that today as he's since signed with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
And he was asked about, what happened with that not finalized contract. He said, Cleveland, it was a weird situation. I don't necessarily want to go back and talk on that. I'll just leave that in the past and be happy that I'm not a Brown and I'm an Eagle. Asked if he's healthy, very healthy, feeling good and happy to be here. I was really excited about A.J. Epinesa about 6 months ago. Now I think he's kind of a knob.
Well, I mean, can you blame him, though? I mean, he ended up on the Eagles.
But you failed a physical. What can the
spot.
Browns? You think this is a Max Crosby situation?
No, but I think he's looking at it like a unanswered prayers type situation. Like it worked out for him. He didn't intend for this to happen, but obviously after it happened and all went down, playing with the Eagles, he feels like it's a better opportunity than playing for the Browns.
Enjoy those 2.5 sacks in Philadelphia. I'm sure they're much more fun than they would have been in Cleveland.
Philadelphia's got a chance to actually compete.
Yeah, and he'll be like the 5th edge rusher on a team that can actually compete.
I don't know that he would have been that much better here, if we're being honest.
Would have been a really nice 4th or 5th edge rusher.
I mean, it just is what it is. Josh Allen asked about his Super Bowl, or lack thereof, Super Bowl appearances. He says, you knock enough at the door, it's going to open at some point.
That's not really how doors work. Yeah, those doors can stay closed.
I'm knocking. I think he just thinks that if I play long enough, eventually I'll crack through. Eventually I'll find my way to the Super Bowl. Is that the idea here?
That's going to be a real sad thing when he's the next Jim Kelly. I actually even want to say that because I really like Jim Kelly.
And Jim Kelly went to 4 Super Bowls.
Yeah, went to 4 of them.
He didn't win any of them, but he went to 4 of them.
Actually, historically, I think Jim Kelly's one of the most underrated guys in NFL history now.
You know, we went to Ellicottville for our vacation a couple months ago, whatever that was, and we went to the library because you do with young kids sometimes. You're like, all right, let's go check it out. Plus, Ellicottville, believe it or not, doesn't have the most vibrant scene in the world.
That sounds right.
Yeah, so we went to the Ellicottville Library, and it's like the Jim Kelly Library. And they had, like, in the whole section, like the kids section is all, it's got like a Jim Kelly signed photo and everything like that. And you look it up and like the Jim Kelly Foundation, he just goes around and he's raised enough money to support, like, basically, it's like 200 libraries in the state of New York.
All the while.
Insane number of libraries.
All the while mellowing out as a human being versus who he was in like 1994.
Yeah.
Pretty intense dude.
Pretty intense dude.
All the while fighting like
batting
health
all
issues.
sorts of health issues. It's an incredible human. I mean, like, the amount of good he's done is insane.
So, like, I gotta say, and honestly, there is the pre-internet quarterback of like Jim Kelly. Marino still gets some love. Even Joe Montana to some degree. I realize that I'm just now of a certain age that I remember quarterbacks beyond the last 20 years.
Yeah.
But it is wild how most of the NFL discourse about quarterbacks begins right around 2003, 2004, when Eli Manning and Ben Roethlisberger and Phillip Rivers were drafted.
The stats don't age well with any of these quarterbacks.
Well, I think that's...
They all look really bad in hindsight because even the gaudy numbers don't look gaudy.
But isn't that a context thing? Aren't we smart?
Yes, you need, and that's why we can still put Marino and Elway and all these guys in the higher tier.
Well, I mean, Marino just has ridiculous stats. The guy threw for like 60,000 yards, but like...
But like, we look at completion percentage for any of these guys. Hell, even you talked about like Eli there. Eli's completion percentage was awful.
No, Eli's the most overrated quarterback ever. If his name was Eli Jones, again, he'd have two Super Bowls.
It's like constantly in the 50s. We laugh at Caleb Williams, for instance, for hitting like 60 and being like, oh my God, that's so bad. It's awful. Eli lived in the 50s.
Yeah. Let's see here. Ooh.
Jim McMahon gets laughed at in any quarterback.
Wait. Did I see that correctly? I want to make sure. Stall for me because I want to make sure I'm seeing this correctly from Mary Kay Cabot earlier today.
All right. What do you got here from Mary Kay? Some sort of update, or did we happen to miss something?
I think I got faked out here.
Probably.
I think somebody had basically made it seem like Mary Kay said Shador has taken a big step forward in the quarterback battle, and then it was just some jerk.
Yeah, I saw that earlier.
They got me. They got me.
You got this close to the end of the show, though. It's understandable.
You know, what did I get got on the other day? Moblin had to alert me on it.
Really?
Oh, it was Drew Holiday signing in Philadelphia. It said there was a tweet saying Drew Holiday has been bought out by Portland and he'll sign in Philadelphia. LeBron James has been doing the recruiting here, and I was just like, man, I hate to say it, this is a great addition for the Sixers. And then it was like Shams Charania, like the ghost of Les Levine giving us that. And it was like, great, cool, I'm a D.
I still laugh at some of them when they just reveal themselves to be just so obviously not even close to real. But that's part of the bit. The bit is like for the first sentence and a half, they get you like, oh, this could be fun. And then this is not anywhere close.
Yeah, so that's been my day.
Yeah, that's fun. Sounds like you had a fun day overall.
is a really good day. It's a very nice day out here. Big thanks to, we'll be saying this a lot, but big thanks again for the Browns for having us out. It was I will say, a conclusive day on the quarterback front. We'll see if the Browns agree with us on that one. But big thanks to Mac Robinson, back on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Katie Pollack, back in studio. Jake Murrin, been producing, been holding down the fort here in doing the engineering thing. Big thanks to all of our guests. Have I given out all the big thanks I have?
That's all you need today.
I think that's all we got. We'll be back tomorrow, again, live from Berea, all 5 hours. We'll see if we can get some Ashley Bastock on the show. I don't know why I said some like that. We'll see if we can get Albert on here. I'm sure we might have a surprise here from Berea as we have the last couple days. JP, good stuff.
I had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow, too. Bye.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.